Zedalos, कैसे हो दलोस? What is up? What is up? What is up? सैने आ चुका है फिर से। माफ करो, डिनर नहीं किया था क्योंकि टाइम नहीं था, तो मैं सीधा जाके लेट गया था। एटलीस्ट कोशिश की थी लेटने की, तो इसलिए मैं अभी आधे घंटे से खाना खा रहा था यार, खाना खा रहा था स्लोली स्लोली। डिनर ही नहीं किया था यार, पूरे दिन खाया नहीं था, इसलिए लेट हुआ। आज पहले ही गाली दिया। नींदन 1 घंटा लेटा हूं मैं। जो वो कह दे एक्सक्यूज मी, अभी देख क्या है क्या वो। कैसे शाबाश भाई, थैंक फॉर 9 मंथ्स। टाइम पे आ तो गए, कौन सा लेट, मतलब 2:30 शेड्यूल था ना। हाँ भाई, क्या लगता है भाई, 6 महीने के ब्रेक के बाद नया नया टीम में चेंजेस वेंजेस भी होएगा, नया एजेंट भी है, मैप वो भी चेंज हुआ है। क्या लगता है कोई लेगा, वेले लेगा? कोई इतना वेला है कि वेले लेगा, बताओ। गुड मॉर्निंग बस भाई, गुड मॉर्निंग रोहन भाई। मॉर्निंग हो रहा है, C9 लेगा आज। एसेटोल मस्त खेला यार, मैंने सुना कि 3-2 हारा, लेकिन बाप खेला और 3-1 जीत सकता था ऐसा। और बीजेएमआई में मैं देखने पाया, और ये तो देखा मैंने, और क्या अगेंस्ट मैच देखा मैं सिट बाई केस में। भाई मैं सोया नहीं हूँ अभी तक। वेलकम वेलकम टू माय लाइफ। एक दिन मेरे शूज में आपने कदम रखा है, वेलकम। हाय बिंक्स, हाउ आर यू सो हॉट। भाई सच्ची गर्मी बहुत है, एसी नहीं है। ये एसी का रिमोट है ना, एक दिन मेरे को छानबीन करना पड़ेगा कि इसका रिमोट है किधर। लास्ट टाइम मैंने एसी ये वाला चालू किया था 1972 में, इधर तो है, बाकी नॉर्मल तो ठीक है। चलो
Your first team, Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for NRG!
ये
And of course, NRG
Yay,
now making
yay,
their way out to the
yay.
stage as they have a lot of pressure on them this stage, without a doubt. I mean, Wyatt, this is going to be a tall challenge throughout the entirety of the stage, as we had talked about in the pre-show. But if there's a team that can handle it with the talent on that roster, it's got to be NRG.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see what they've been able to do in this downtime.
क्या लगता है?
Bring in Mike, who long ago
भाई दोनों जगह
was
मेरे
the
एक एक
coach
फेवरेट
for
है,
and with FNX.
सॉम और
These guys
ऑक्सी,
have worked
दोनों
together
जगह एक एक
before.
फेवरेट है।
He's kind of that defensive side expert. That's what he was working on in
Language
particular
with
with
Maz.
Thieves and Finesse, known for his attack side calling. That could be the perfect duo to bring this team back to where we expect them to be.
I'm excited to see if NRG can reinvent themselves in that way, and I think it's a deadly combo.
A truly,
ओए
opponents making their way out to the
ओए, रिस्पेक्ट करना सीखो, जरूरी नहीं है बुरा बुरा चीज लिखने का, ठीक है। आराम से ठंडा रखो भाई, पहला दिन है आज। आज को थोड़ा ठंडा रखो, पता चला हाइड वाइड हो गए, लिख नहीं पाओगे पूरा वॉच पार्टी। ठंडा रखो, प्लेयर्स को रिस्पेक्ट करो, आल बाल नहीं लिखना है भाई।
Look at these 5 players. They have been on the grind and they've had time to build.
We know they can do work, and I respect the Crocs as well.
Thanda ho jaye, thanda ho
on
jaye.
the stage, man. I respect that big time.
Absolutely.
But the big question rattling through my mind is like, how are they going to be supporting? I think getting the most out of Oxy. We know this kid can.
भाई ये वाला मेरे को जर्सी बहुत बाप क्यों लग रहा है C9 का।
Some level of cohesive vision, I think, with Cloud9.
भाई ये मेरे को चाहिए
where
बा।
they're settling the meta a little bit in terms of their roles, and maybe that's a lot to ask for, considering we're going into a very big patch switch up. Waylay's coming in, changes across the board, a multitude of agents.
भाई
Maybe
ये
that's a lot to
जर्सी
ask for.
क्रेजी
If I see
नहीं
some
लग रहा है
sort of
C9
vision,
का।
I'm going to be excited.
Waylay mentioned.
Waylay mentioned.
With Oxy.
Oh.
Hey, at least in the interview, he made it seem like it's a possibility. He said it's
Same है क्या?
incredible in pro play.
Same मैंने हो गया
And if
भाई,
there's
आदर्श
anyone to do it,
It would be him. It would be him. Here's your series layout on the bands. You got Split Haven,
बाप लग
Icebox,
रहा है।
and Ascent. But in play, it will be Lotus.
नाइस,
Pressure,
एक
and if
भी अच्छे
necessary,
मैप
take a
नहीं है,
trip
मजा आ
to the
गया।
underwater
यही
town
तो है
of
शुरुआत।
Pearl to see how all this shakes out. Let's talk about this map. I mean, look, there's not much really to discern right now. We don't really know what we're going to be getting here, but we're
Riyad bhai, thank you
It's
for the
been a while
membership.
since these two teams, we've seen them actually play as well.
Sorry.
A lot can change in that time. I mean, essentially a month is what these teams have been given to
मेरे
work
को
with actually as well.
ये
And
off
it's
कर
gonna
दो।
change
live
the
event happened too.
Yeah, we will be seeing Fracture as well. That was a map where these two teams did end up contesting against one another in the past. I can't remember what the other map was in the pool in that series that they ended up playing. Might have been Lotus actually, but I'm not too sure.
बस भाई, joining after head
What I'm gonna
injury,
be most
8
excited
months.
to
Bhai,
watch
कैसे
for
हो यार
is
अभी?
how these teams are
Are you
integrating the new
getting
pieces
well
and
soon?
how these teams are really
I hope
enabling the existing
everything
pieces where
is
Cloud9
better.
haven't made these changes. What have they built upon as a team coming into it?
Cam shift
Right,
चालू
we'll see
करो.
you in that agent select in just a moment here. I'm curious. I really do want to
आज
see.
किसे
can
हरा
Waylay
रहे
work
हम बग्स
on
भाई मेरे को
Lotus?
पता नहीं
Yeah,
मेरे
for
को
sure.
लेकिन
Waylay could work on Lotus, right?
Oxy भाई
You
का
have to
vibe बहुत
imagine.
पसंद है.
But here we go. Agents coming in
So
here.
we
and
are
you
gonna
got
support
Neon from Mata. We saw him
energy.
with this agent before. He is absolutely diabolical.
Frying. I mean, this is a
Give him the Papa Stick fingers,
Yeah.
my boys out there. Go.
very meta comp.
energy 2-0.
Going back to kickoff, NRG, they were slow to adapt to the Sayo breach
That's
meta,
my
but
prediction
they
right there.
had more than enough time to lean into it.
Okay, I mean, we see some deadlock changes into this patch as
Buff
well.
deadlock.
Yeah, the graph net as your signature now as well.
Cam,
You're going to be able to use that every
Arre,
40
Corona.
seconds if you're using it off the rip. Dangerous potential of Cloud9 here in terms of how they're able to consistently fight for space with this composition. I mean, there is some danger behind them if they want to set up Oxy to just go kill.
Yeah.
And Lotus has been one of the better deadlock maps.
Yellow for
and
my
she's
mehnati
buffed.
stream.
Excited to see
Kidappa,
that.
Ooh,
keep it,
doggy. It's gonna be
keep
a
it
good
up.
one, folks.
Thank
We're all
you,
set
Chris
for the first map
bhai.
of the
Thank
stage
you
rankings.
for
We're
the
gonna make
14
some
Canadian
noise
Australian
as we hand these
dollars.
over to your casters. It's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much, GB. It's good to be back with you here in the Riot Games Arena. Got a pretty good crowd out here today.
Pretty good. Come on now. We're better than that. See a C9 jersey
This is
going
such a
crazy
cute
over
match,
there.
yaro.
Absolutely respect it. Get up, make some noise because our teams today, they've got a great
Huh?
one to start things off. NRG and C9, these two teams both disappointed in kickoff, but
भाई
made
ये
some
लोग
changes
ये लोग
and
का
we're
ह्यूमर है
back strong as
ये
stage
दोनों का
one.
मजा
And
आएगा.
there's some history here. NRG, their year got ended last year on that comeback on Sunset that I'm pretty sure every NRG fan here remembers.
It was a
That's how
tough
it
one.
ended then. And it didn't go too much better in kickoff either.
क्या
Losing
बता,
2-0
मिमी को
to
देखने दे,
Cloud9,
language.
now with a chance of redemption.
And you've got to remember, NRG had sky-high expectations
Down,
coming
bada.
in to that kickoff event, right? They'd
इससे ज़्यादा
done
क्या
so well
बड़ा?
in the Soup League and the
उनकी मुंह में डालो
off-season
भाई.
events, came in with Verno, but now Verno is out and they brought in Brock, sort of a
Down.
stalwart of the Tier 2
Who's
scene
this
here
guy?
in North America. If you were following VCT way back in the day in
Sorry.
the North American scene, you'd recognize
Points
him
though.
from teams like Ghost Gaming, but now finally
गया?
up here
Error?
on the VCT America stage ready to make his debut.
Predict करते
Pretty cool
predict
to
करते.
see the different approaches from
Get
these teams
started.
as well. Obviously,
Ready,
we saw
NRG
different looks
जीतेगा.
versus Bangkok. T1's double duelist style.
Custom,
G2
9,800.
really leaning into the breach. Your
Yeah.
Teo, but
डर
with
जाएंगे.
the changes coming in, you have room for some new agents like what C9 is showing us here with that buff deadlock in the mix.
Yeah, it's cool to see because Ned, this is an agent that he
अब
played
म्यूट हो जाओ
once or
चलेगा.
twice,
वाह.
I believe during
वाह.
during kickoff. But now with those changes to deadlock, right, the primary ability is no longer the wall, so you got to pay 400 creds to grab that one. You don't just get it for free.
पहले
Instead,
नहीं है.
the net you're throwing out there,
मेरे
that
को नहीं
grab
लगता
net
इस बार
is
एक
now
भी
on a
टीम मेरे
40-second
लेगा.
cooldown, so you get it for free. You can cast it multiple times within a round, and when you're playing comps with so much damage like
Delay,
Raze, Nate,
refresh करो.
Breach Blast, Teho, being able to combo the deadlock net multiple times around with those
I love you, I
abilities
love
is
you
super
too.
powerful.
Keep the
Yeah,
watch
she's
party
gonna
going,
have the same
Bugs. Bye.
cooldown
Love you,
that
Ren.
has
Thank you
breach
for the
and Teo,
40.
signatures as well. So
40
you have like
seconds.
3 different big pieces of util
चालू
that
रहे.
you have ready on a cooldown. Gives you a lot of
भाई वो
options
कौन सा
moving
mouse है?
around.
Yeah, both on the defensive side, looking to
ये
catch
Rizor
people
वाला
out.
है.
You can also now use it multiple times on execs, right, to seize early space and then use that later on into the round. The similar side of things, NRG can be mixing it up, but honestly for me, NRG is more of an enigma team, right, because they were
Sure.
supposed to be so good.
ये
ended up
mouse
falling
घुमाते
short
रहते
in
हैं रे
kickoff,
practice
but
में.
I think with the extra
Before,
time that they've had
it
now
was
to
NRG
reintroduce,
are
get
this-
Brock going on into this team,
How
work
long
together.
ago
I think a lot of fans
was
have
that?
more hope in NRG bouncing back after that opening event.
Yeah, I remember selling some. If NRG doesn't win a trophy, doesn't make it to Bangkok, it's a
Uh,
disappointment. And
अबे
they lost in the first
अबे
round. They did beat 100 Thieves, which
परसों की बात
was
है.
no slouch of a team, but by all metrics,
दो ही
it's a
दिन
disappointment.
दो ही
you
दिन
talk
हुआ है.
about
टेंशन मत
disappointments
लो.
on the other side, like C9 getting, knocked out down in the first round of the lower bracket, even though they had won a series up against NRG in that tournament. But you also think about the team C9 played
परसों.
against, and you wonder, was that event kind of fraudulent for them? Because they lost to a G2 in the upper bracket.
You know, they won the whole thing,
Yeah.
second place at Bangkok.
Most people thought they would win Bangkok, right? And then they lose to MIBR in the lower bracket.
ठीक है,
who ends
परसों
up
की
getting
बात है,
third
टेंशन नहीं है.
in kickoff here in America.
Love
so
you.
C9 Well, if you look on paper, yeah, they did pretty poorly. I think they could have had a lot more legs to them had they rolled a little bit higher in that bracket, you know?
And they're one of the
Mad
teams
Box
with the same
language.
exact roster, returning again
तेरे
here
पास
for
बाल नहीं तो
stage
क्या वो
one.
उसके पास है
But the
ज़ेपा है
wait
वो
is over, folks. All our players are in game and ready to go. We're hopping into map 1, Lotus, and it's time for your Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs.
C9 going to be starting things over on the attacking side. Ready with 5 players up in front of B. Right now it's just Finesse playing up and having to spot that one out, but C9 are taking things slowly. Ray just bursts onto the site with the
लग गए वहाँ पे वॉल है अकेले अंदर घुसेगा ये ले
For Finesse, but Oxy's already passed it. Finesse dinged down to 1 HP, but he'll escape, and that's a great trade back in from Ethan. Flood retake is already here, but C9 have a new objective.
Yeah, a little pivot over onto the C site. Good blind in the backside, pushes Som away. Now Ethan enters into the fight. Waiting for a moment, spotted out though, and Brock coming in for his first kill on the big stage. NRG are just killing. C9.
भाई ये काउंटर किया भाई
here, left back on Ben, gets the headshot.
भाई they are shooting.
Secures the pistol for NRG.
They are shooting buddy.
They basically had to do 2
सबसे
different
बाप
retakes
टर्न
there.
मारा
But
उसने
very
3 जन
good
को
pivot from NRG, taking the perfect timing
Rotation
to
भी
all
on
flow
point.
through that smoke, get ahead of Cloud9's utility, and win it out in the brawl.
नेट थोड़ा सा वाइट स्विंग हो गया वरना दोनों को मार सकते
the B side. The fact that Finesse doesn't immediately die to that right click, then is able to call in the assistance of Ethan and deal with that raise.
And when we're talking about both these teams playing with the Breach Teo, one of the biggest strengths is being able to have that utility that can react in cross map at any time. You saw their energy had a stun and tail missiles all ready to go. And in this one, it's a bit more proactive. Som goes up for 2, he'll get traded out, but for now, at least, NRG hold on to this space as Lotus just running it down on the flank. The Stinger, not quite good enough there, and suddenly it's a 3v3 with a couple guns to be recovered.
Yeah, just the Stinger right now, and Ethan doing damage control.
Hello?
These players trapped outside of that C space. The spike on the ground shouldn't be
मारा
too
भाई
difficult, although I liked the little updraft play from Oxy to bait out that swing, getting it net into the space.
हल्का सा भूल गया लगता है
Still
VCT
a
हो
wall
रहा है
here for Finesse. And a very nice high-low setup. Oxy walks into it. And immediately he's going to turn tail. Head back towards B, which for the time is open.
delay भाई
from Brock though is going to keep these players out in that stun. Ethan had been holding on to that all round, I believe. Sets this up nicely for Brock to actually fall away from the angle. NRG doing good off the numbers here, just swinging into the line, and now net on 19 HP. He should have the plant over on A.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
Has the wall a couple sensors to work with, but those are expensive tools to commit on what was Eureka.
Yeah, you're not spending the 400 cred wall here, I don't think. Old deadlock you would.
W, W.
Yeah, Brock good for it.
Expensive round लेकिन ठीक है जीत गया W. दर्शक thank you for the membership मेरे जान टोटे.
2 orbs away from his ultimate. Brock getting a few kills in these early rounds too. Sets up energy nicely.
भाई util sexy चल रहा है ना energy का.
The community after his very big underperformance in kickoff, but Ethan was struggling too alongside this team. He's a guy who was an absolute beast when he was having his 2023 year with EG, and early on in this game, I think you're seeing him a bit closer to that form than kickoff in these rounds.
Yeah, and if you heard the team talk, you know, they said they had a lot of issues they were trying to work through, hoping that this Brock change is going to be that So continue to track that throughout the day, how the individuals continue to do. This time, though, NRG playing a very weak and just sprinting forward here into that sand space, and C9 having net in the area will hurt some of this tension, and they're going to quickly move into this A area.
Reclear front B from Brock. NRG has almost all of the map controlled except for A and Finesse. Good enough util to stall out and set up for a retake there.
Now Ethan's holding on to his stun the entire time. Off of this wall, can potentially look to use that and set up Finesse over on this A side. That wall now being baited out. This NRG takes some space in the front B. At this point, you gotta know it's a hit.
ये दर्द है डिवाइस का.
Still thorns yet to be used. Now they'll finally get popped, and that'll stall out C9 for a second. Annihilation catches onto one, but Brock should be able to free his teammate. No, okay, lets him go. But on the other side, even gets a kill. Mata will die for it, but still a reasonable retake for NRG.
C9 are playing really aggressively into backside, and NRG
Crack ने
only
देखा
sent
भी
Ethan
नहीं
to
ना?
deal with that. That does nicely from back onto Rubble. And this position of his, just stalling out so much time while the rest of C9 gets active. NRG are just trying to deal with the one guy, and they have no space within the site itself.
इनका तो GG है आज. Love Jerry bye.
He's only hoping for a
क्या
little bit more
crazy shot
damage
मारे
on
ना
the way out of
उसने?
this one, and Yuto from C9
भाई है भाई
should mop this one
Tom
up
भाई भी है.
cleanly. Bit of a
Clean
rule
मारता है.
there. The player who gets caught in the annihilation, not being broken out. I think he was worried about being swung.
Well, I think Brock actually ran out of bullets, is what I saw him going into a reload. Don't know if he'd been spamming to even break the door before it ended up happening. We're not going to have the chance, but
कोचे पे दिया उसके.
at the end of the day, Net even just having that ult online.
अब
for
घूमेगा
round
एक
three is a
बोची
big
के
one,
साथ.
right? He was the
अच्छा.
guy that got the plant down in that round two.
बंस भाई आज 20 years का हुआ है बट मेरा जफर भाई many happy returns of the day मेरी जान
Bro,
की
you're the only
टोटे.
deadlock in the game.
आवाज बढ़ा दो प्लीज किसका.
All right, missiles for an A lobby fight from NRG. C9 respect it.
Psalms decided to go for a judge, and Ethan, even with a
Brock
stinger
nap
too,
player, huh?
NRG choosing to buy down here on light armors, 5 players, the bad guns. And yet C9 are going to be working into the C side. I really am curious to see how Psalm plays with this judge around the Vise utility, having that slightly deeper wall to even reposition behind and get a close angle.
Lotus been left alone on this A walk up. So NRG rotating pretty heavy resources towards the C side of the map as C9 will reassess, maybe look to go for a re-clear back in A.
Yeah, Ethan just stun in hand. Oh,
Aye.
wow, seeing just barely a shoulder, but he takes some serious damage on the way out.
Oh, sticks around and
बाप
Mata's rewarded.
रे.
Sprays down two on the slide off angle.
Heavy
Still,
दो
yes, no
मारे हुए
support on
पिक्सल
A.
पे.
NRG thinks they're going to call back into C, but it is an A commit in the end.
C9 have
Or
done
is
a
it?
lot of these
Supportive
mid-round
WI.
pivots into B, through door, etc. So they tap the door to threaten the space into tree, now work into B. But NRG are perfectly happy to play a retake. Ethan still has the ultimate, even if they need it. Right now,
Always
still
the
5v3.
WI.
But the strength of Deadlock is in this
W
first
to
plant. Midsel stole the plant yet again in the fight forward.
W has
Oxy
been.
needed that second kill, and he can't get it over Ethan. Now Net, soon to be overwhelmed. The stun, Neon sliding in, and Mata
Bye.
closes that round out.
Hey.
A hell of a job from him, holding things down alone in A main.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
just brutal. The fact that after the
Binks का
opening
t-shirt?
kill, or after the opening
Yeah,
shot,
yeah.
Mata doesn't have a kill, but
शादी
sticks
बाद लाइफ.
around. Completely unexpected on that little HP.
कल का जी का मैच वॉच पार्टी होएगा. होना तो चाहिए. I think मेरा इवेंट 4 बजे है.
The collab there as
And
well.
वो लोग का मैच 1:30 को चालू
Some
हो रहा है.
good setup late in the round too.
तो
to deal with
कल
that
का
final
शेड्यूल
player.
ऐसा रहेगा कि 1:30 को वॉच पार्टी रहेगा जो 4 बजे से पहले खत्म करना पड़ेगा. फिर
9
4
back down
बजे
to Nico now.
मेरा मैच रहेगा. फिर उसके बाद पंगा रहेगा
Close
और
to a
उसके
couple
बाद
key
शायद
ultimates.
एने
They're
रहेगा
looking to
और
fight over
उसके
this
बाद
orb
ये
on
में
C.
रहेगा. ऐसा कुछ
So
कर.
to his NRG. Psalm finds a
Nice
gap
one.
in the smoke and the spray. It's just
Bye.
beautiful.
टॉम सेक्सी
Psalm
खेलता है
for
भाई.
3 and this anti-eco. It's already over. Mata is in there.
भाई टॉम सेक्सी खेलता है ना.
You know, we heard Wyatt talking on the desk about how much
Nin
work
कब करेगा?
Mike's
That's
as
a good
coach
question,
does, especially
baby.
around defensive side helps. And already I'm seeing a lot of nice things out of NRG, whether it's that good opening fight and TNT for sure, but also NRG have moved the
Hey,
that
दम
space
कितना
in
है?
front B. Getting fooled by the mid-round rotates of C9. NRG team seems very
लाइक
comfortable
करो लाइक
inside
करो.
of the
गुस्सा
server
मत
right
दिलाओ.
now.
डॉन है बाजू में.
Good to see
Pump it
Psalm
on.
keeping his form from kickoff.
क्रेजी खेलते हैं ना साहब.
He was incredible there, but obviously wasn't enough, dropping 30 kills in a couple maps to lose in the end. But there's another fight for NRG. TP out from Vic. Well, he's still in the corner.
We've all been
Oh.
there on the Omen.
Yeah, bit of a
TP
tough one
betrayal.
there.
Yeah, now
Uh
C9 having to run over into the A site without smokes into a
Small
Vise. Like, good luck. And
mistake.
Ethan still has the fault line, by the
भाई
way.
ए नहीं
And
जा
there's a
सकते
drone
भाई.
pushing
बॉल
through
डिले
their
भी है.
flank. NRG are fully aware that this is going to be a commitment. Finesse though, thorns up, giving a lot of stall. And Ethan just ready to go with
Oh
a rolling
my
thunder.
god. भाई अल्ट मारेगा इसका. और का मैच भी देखोगे क्या? यस सर. लाइक कर दो गाइस. साइड में कोई धमकी दे रहा है.
Through, Mata ahead of it, they're all
हाँ मिस कर दिया
He can't find the kills. Finesse though, still holding strong in time. There's
भाई
still
मान
some
जाऊंगा
to
अगर
work
ये
with
round
for
जीते तो
C9. They'll look to pivot towards B yet again.
Yet again, moving into that space. Rocket isn't going to find anyone.
You see it, yeah.
C9 with some options to fight into Waterfall if they want, but with NRG playing all 4 players back in spawn effectively, C9 are going to be left asking so many questions. Where are these players? When is the hunt going to come in? And here it is. Zeppa finds the first. Rock on the quick response though.
Right, 2v2
And
तक आ गया
C9
ये
with this
round?
control have worked themselves down into a 2-on-2.
Sound sensor up.
Sound sensor is 4 net. And a grav net
का
available
वो
for
नहीं
him as
है
well.
डील है
किनका
NRG have to take it slow. Try and
Deadlock
deal
का?
with this
क्या
utility.
डील है
ये गलत डाला उसने
Ethan has another stun. C9 can't swing into this. Finesse is holding things down. Ethan has to hold the line. And he does
Good,
his
good,
job.
close गया क्या डील है
NRG navigate a tough
Trap
retake
उसने डाला,
to go up now 5-1
गलत
on
किधर
their
डाला?
defense.
अरे गलत
That was
डाला
really
पहले
nicely
उसने
played
फिर
between
निकाल
Finesse and
के
Ethan
उधर
there.
डाला वहाँ
You know, Ethan
Ah,
having
yeah.
the counter stun, so Finesse is just sticking into half to make sure that one happens. While the counter comes in, holding from the high angle.
डाला ना गलत
Nice stuff from that old school duo of NRGs.
कब है next LoL block
See it again, very nicely played from them. Ethan getting his stun back online is absolutely critical.
Come on!
ये बॉल से डाला
You know, it's interesting to track sort of
ऐसे
how long Ethan
दो
has been
दो
holding
मिनट
on
ऐसे ऐसे
to his stun in a lot of these rounds. I
Wait,
think, honestly, one of the things that was so
No,
influential during the kickoff run
ऐसे
on this
उसने दो wall पे
map
डाला
of Lotus was, I think, G2
So,
and how they were playing
very
the breach.
tricky
Because
question.
old school, the way you play Lotus is you're always on defense using stun at the start of the round.
You run it down either A rubble or C mount every
Yeah.
time.
Maybe on an
गलत
eco
लगाया
you
था, फिर
hold the
remove
stun
किया
for a
था,
front B
again.
trap. So that's like
Exactly.
the little
वही
wrinkle you
बोल
can
रही
toss
हूँ।
in there. But the way that G2
तो
would play is they
उसमें वो
would
नहीं है
hold the
जैसे
stun
हम गलत
frequently for these
अलार्म डाल
late
दें और
refires
फिर
or
निकाले तो
often
हमको 20
contact
सेकंड
with other
रुकना
players.
पड़ता है
And it seems
Yeah,
very
लंबा
clear to
टाइम
me
है
that NRG have been studying this and
मैं
incorporating
रुकना
this
नहीं।
into their
नहीं,
own game
trap
plan.
जैसा है ना,
These
सर।
late round stuns have been a big problem for
सर,
C9.
trap
I
में
think
delay।
one of the reasons why they have been so flip-floppy on which side they end up hitting.
LoL block है क्या अक्षय ने यूसी
Coming out of the timeout for Emmy.
अक्षय ने
But
यूसी
not
22
having
से ही
another
सीखा है
annihilation to work with.
एक्सक्यूज
Their
में
only round win
लाइक
was
लाइक कर
converting that
पिकी दी गेम
anti-bonus.
शो $2
that
में
all
रिप्लाई नहीं
gone
देती शी इज पिकी थी
उसका डीप
$2000
उसका डीप देख कितना वो है तेरे को मारने
Buy
वाला
is going to be
लाइक
absolutely
कर
brutal for
दो
them.
काय साइड में कोई धमकी दे रहा है मतलब भाई
NRG
थैंक यू
have
फॉर $2.7
plenty to work with as well. They can sort of toss the wind when they need it. And NRG have continued with this heavy mound presence. You know,
Well, that
opening
thing
up
with
door,
3 months.
controlling front B. A has been the weaker side of the map, but C9 haven't been so keen to seize the space early. And even when they
उस
have
दिन
looked
मैं
to
यही
exit,
बोल रहा था ये
it's been
फाइट करने
very
के लिए ये
hard
वाला
to
स्मोक डाल दे
accelerate
ये
into
वाला
finesse because of his setups.
ये वाला ताकि स्मोक के अंदर भी जा सके लड़ने के लिए वॉक इन भी कर
NRG
सके
head back
कुछ भी कर
towards
सके
A. They've done a very good job all game of clearing out the extremities in the mid round, and that's lovely. It's
भाई
all
दर्द है ना जैसे ही
off of Ethan's stun.
नेट डालता है ना इंस्टेंट दरवाजा
That
टूटता
still
है भाई
will assuage the fears that C9
टाइम
is
नहीं मिलता है
immediately
वो
hitting into
ब्लाइंड
A.
का
Give them a
टेलीपोर्ट
bit of
जैसा
time
है
here.
उसी दरवाजा
Yeah,
खुलने
still
वाला है
flash
उसमें तो
work
फिर भी
within
टाइम
tree.
मिलता है
Some thorns on the ground to stall out the hit as well.
Brock has ult again, so another tool to flood back into A after they give the initial bit of space. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Into combo finesse. He's absolutely cooked. But here comes the ultimate. It's going to be a stall out on the plant for the moment. Ethan needed that.
shot,
He can't
shot!
find it, But the rookie steps up for two.
हाँ
Now
ये
it's
रुकिए
even.
तो मेरा हो गया भाई
2 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
And there's missiles back online for Brock. And RG keeping them at bay. C9 has to commit to a plant soon. They're going to try and fight it.
ओ भाई
It's so good for
2v4 बोलते
They're late
Hey,
round
be.
micro. You know, with just 2
कल
players
केकेआर और
alive, knowing
आरसीबी
when to be able
आरसीबी
to swing
में
and just
बंस
how
भाई
much
इसी
to bait.
क्लासेस कहाँ देखते हैं एक्सक्यूज मी
No matter which 2 players it is,
गरीब
you
को
know,
यार
we
किसी
saw
ने
Ethan
$2
and
की थी अभी क्या
Finesse
बेचे तो
there.
फिर
It's Brock,
लूजली
you know, new guy on the
Sorry.
stage here, but showing up in a massive way, and it comes
अरे
down to this
$5
early little
दिया
trap play,
करके।
right? You know, they use the tail missiles
टेक्निकली
to try
एक
and instantly
कितने
break
तो
the door
गया
off
था
the
ना तो
fall
बच्चा
line.
एक
Go for
तो
a
वो
pick.
तो नहीं जा सकता था
Really,
$5
it's
के
here.
लिए $2 हुआ वो
Brock on the
$5
re-swing
कैसा है
and
करके
Alvarez
मेरा
through the smoke
क्वेश्चन
to
क्रिएटिव
pull it
क्वेश्चन
together.
था
इतने सारे बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं
सॉरी
faster fight and
There was thank of the $5 for Jan
from NRG, and C9 is going to react straight towards the C site. But to split setup, there's actually Vice Util here to stall. Some though, he's going to be forced off for now.
And the wall comes out, the thorns. Okay, so NRG, they've taken full space over into A. They've rotated 3 players into C. And yet C9 are boxed. They don't have a lot going, so they have to exec into the site.
Annihilation.
Energy आज
Popped. Is there any victim to be
मारा ना मान राज
But Zeppa will take one, and he manages to net someone through. Some defending his teammate, fighting forward off of it, but soon to fall.
दो जगह देख रहा
And
है
now
वो
it's the first time, really, in a long time that NRG is at a disadvantage. Ethan could be the man to bail him out. He's even the tie, back to a 2-on-2, and it's another pivot.
Yeah, Vic gonna port back over into the A site,
By
but
fast
his
gaya.
teammate is very far away, and NRG have 2 players
By
on
look
warpath
fast
already.
gaya.
He's on 16 HP and a
दरवाजा मत
1v2.
खोल
This
मालूम
might
पड़ेगा
end
ट्री में
before
ओह
Zep actually gets
शिट
there.
वो लोगों को पता चल
NRG
गया
know
ट्री
the
में
win condition. They're
अरे
rushing into this
यार
one. Already a tap on the spike. That'll pull out the missiles as Vic
ट्री
walks
खाली है
around. Brock trying to win another round in the 2v2.
भी साउंड आया ना
But the flank, no one's looking at Vic. It's so lovely from him. And now Ethan trapped out. 2 1v1s, but they're just too far apart. It's too well played.
हे साउंड किसी ने आया टिपिका
Just an absolute hero for C9 there.
कल से रात को
After
स्ट्रीम में
Ethan
देख
bails
पाऊंगा
the round
सॉरी
out
अरे
for
काय को
NRG, he's the guy porting over into A,
हाँ?
getting aggressive,
दोनों
TPing
देखे।
onto site too in the
बल्कि
post.
मैं भी देखो 40
I love this
चलो,
team from
चलो,
Zeppa
तीन
playing
बच
all
गए,
the way
चलो।
up on high. And then
चलो,
actually his
उठने का
missiles
अभी
came
सबसे।
back in time to
मेरे को
stall
जगह
out
का
the
भी
first
काम है
half of the
चलो
spike. That was hugely influential to actually get him into the space to allow Vic to go for that play. And keep that round for C9.
हाँ, चलो
But again, going for this fight towards a rebel.
a very aggressive this
And
kind of a
again,
dude is not
securing
dude
that space immediately.
Yeah, this time though, Ethan's got the ultimate ready up. He didn't instantly use the fault line either, so if C9 try to exit quick into C once more, they're going to be meeting a whole lot more resistance.
You see how worried they are
भाई
about
कितना
thorns.
delay,
I mean,
भाई,
they need to
कितना
get rid of it.
delay.
It's still online. There's going to be a wall committed, but Finesse has to hide from this one. In goes a rolling thunder from both teams. It's going to be a
Oh
brawl
my
on the side. Ethan ahead of it.
God.
Stun targets ahead of him, and he and Brock deal with it well. Still trading things back. C9 have a foothold in the site.
भाई क्या चल रहा है एक राउंड में पेंडुलम हो गया भाई
Right now, the spike has yet to be planted, waiting for his timing, inching forward. Backs away.
पेंडुलम
retreats.
वाला राउंड हो गया
Haven't
बे
yet committed into the plant. Opting to
Net
TP
डालना,
up
net-
high
net
instead,
डालना।
but Energy heard that. They're waiting for it. Still trying to bait it
Uh-oh.
out as Util comes back online. This site is an absolute war zone, but it's Oxy peeking forward and Oxy finding the first.
Ethan has stun online yet again. But C9 have a very strong
इतना
post
यूटिल्स
plan.
बे
Couple players forward on this site. Ned is an insurance
किसी
policy
जीता
late in
ये
this
सीधा
round.
नहीं राउंड लेके
Ethan.
Trying to get a gap.
हाँ
But he's not finding anything. Spots out the head of the raise. A swing, a death from him. But Psalm, could he be the hero? No! Net
कैसे
two position.
कितना यूटिल
And
गया
C9,
मालूम है
for
एक
the
राउंड
first time
में
this game,
कम
streaks
से
some
कम
rounds
30
together.
Yeah, he got 2 in a row right there, and C9 had to work completely.
ये क्या बहुत
to
पटे
steal
होगी
that
क्या
one
यस
away.
सर
I mean, look at that back-to-back breach ultimates, just destroying the site. Energy could only convert 1 kill off
You have
their
to
own,
wait
and
me
even
for
that was
12
ended up
seconds.
being traded out.
अलार्म डाल देना
Good patience from C9 in the post plant until Oxy found his moment.
चैट में टाइम नहीं है टाइम पे नहीं आया तो किसको गाली देने का पता है ना
Another look at an A fight from NRG. This time they're just contacting down though. And it's the same exact idea from C9.
Oh, it'll be a late stun off of the swing for Mata. After that goes down.
Mata hears him here. 3 different stuns committed in. Mata gets his, and he tips away off the slide. Util still a problem for him. He's too damn fast. With the ultimate, he'll look to go back in. Mata sprays
बाप
down one,
रे
but C9
कितना आगे
finds some
पीछे
good
आगे
trades in the
पीछे आगे
chaos.
पीछे
No real ultimates to play with just yet, but a good spot sees both players. So Sam continues pushing out of C. They know it's got to be A.
The walk up from Zeppa though.
जप्पा को कुछ
No
क्रेजी सा
one's
करना पड़ेगा
watching stairs,
जप्पा कर दे कुछ
but he's
क्रेजी
worried. Trying to catch a rotate through B. Brock is
Shit,
coming
तब
that
भी
way, but
अच्छा
he's
टाइमिंग था
wary
ज़ेपा के पास ना.
of a player in this precise position. The timing. Zeppa turns back.
तब
but
भी
he
अच्छा
doesn't
टाइमिंग
find
था
the shot.
ज़ेपा के पास.
Just beautiful awareness out of Brock. Brings it up into a 3-on-1 and net. He's just a fish in a barrel. Paranoia blinds him up. He's got nowhere to really go, and the walls are starting to close on in. NRG so patient, waiting for him to make a move. They know he's got to try something, and Sam's going to sit him down.
NRG and Kickoff did a really good job of having nice ideas, good set plays. I
Lord
thought
वाला
the
watch party
macro
करोगे? Yes,
they
sir.
had was honestly pretty solid. Where it was falling apart was little mistakes, the way players were playing off each other, some of these close matches slipping away. And thus far today, I feel like they've looked so clean in those moments, knowing when to freeze, knowing when to fight back in together, having great fundamentals between the players.
Yeah, I would say so far it's been these opening fights seemingly have always gone their way. C9s have not. They don't know what they're doing according to Sam.
Sure.
And then, yeah, these late round moments just playing so nicely off of one another. You're right. It's the fundamentals, you know, abusing the numbers advantage, knowing that C9 have to force their way into making a play and punishing them for it.
Back to the well for NRG, but Liegel's very good this time. Mono will be pushed away. Instead, it's a very fast re-clear into B main.
कितना बार ये लोग वाइस के साइड पे गए रहेंगे?
One bullet, all he
Crazy
needs.
shot मारा बे.
Finally, C9 haven't really been doing any lurking.
मारा बे ना मान रे.
C9 with the numbers advantage, and yet Finesse has the ultimate. So a C9, 3 players trapped into tree here. They actually tried to exact into it. Well, I guess Vic's set up for it. He's got himself the Sheriff. That's all he could buy. And yeah, the ulti goes on down. C9 can't exec.
Let me guess. Another B pivot out of C9. They've done this one before. Seemed like he could have gotten more in that position, but 1-for-1's all right. Still an advantage for C9, but the forces from NRG finds nothing. Oxy's in the open, and Ethan goes through 1-for-1. Going straight to his death on that teleport.
Finesse stuck in a 1-on-3 now. 35 seconds. No spike to be planted. That'll be his moment to make a move. Creeping forward there, but Binks is good for 3 on the round.
ये तो रहा मालिक.
Excuse me.
40 रुपए का नहीं था, 40,000 का रिमोट था वो.
Good recovery from what started as a very rough half here.
Oxy by the pro निकला Oxy है रे.
A lot of trouble, even if you think back to the pistol round and that round too, like these counter flashes on B side, he has struggled to get openers.
Babaji is cutest Oxy player. Thank you Bhargav.
This is one of the toughest maps to play into as a gun duelist when you're always having breach, Teo, util spammed into your base the second you get into the site.
मेरे कबड्डी के ड्राइवर में देख कोई.
But Oxy's the guy who brings the energy normally for C9, so you want to see him getting online, and this is a round to bring the energy back in. Yeah. Annihilation popped. Net trying to find someone to receive yet again, but he cannot this time. And Ethan, he had a position, but he can't convert off of it. Mata though, still tucked in.
Oh fuck, मैं देखा नहीं क्या हो गया?
Now and they'll flush him out well.
कैसे मार दिए दो?
Kind of a crazy round there. But
hey,
3
replay
falling
चाहिए
pieces. Now it all comes down to Finesse and Psalm. Wall in Psalm's face, but that's the spike out in the open. Minute and 10 seconds to work with. Plenty of time. Finesse is calling Psalm back up to regroup towards heaven.
ये क्या है ये?
The duo that came back to NRG together. Trying to close out this half on a high note. Net catches Finesse out. What a wide swing from him though. Now into a 2v2. But Oxy a great reposition just ahead. Stunning close from Oxy.
Don't judge my value because of the price.
That's what you want to see from Oxy. Right at the end.
40,000 वाला इसकी करी मोटी. माँ का second में
C9 when they can actually play a post plan out, it went real
Oxy
nicely.
बोलते.
ये
पहले का kill कैसे मारा है लोग ने?
That's not too bad here, even moving on to the defensive side.
एक second पहले बे.
But still, a good chance for them. We'll have to see what that deadlock has cooking in this second half. See if Oxy can keep this form into the second half of Lotus.
Good morning, love from Pakistan. Love you, RX per bye. मेरे को लग रहा है इतने ही है ये जो है ना ये
an old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600 only on Verizon.
अभी वो सब निकाल के बाकी चीज को मत बना नहीं है, मैं समझ गया, नहीं है सर, कोई पूछ लूंगा ना। मारो बुक्की मारो। तुमको मेरे को मेरा वॉच मिल गया जो नहीं मिल रहा था। वेरी केयरलेस हुआ। मेरा वॉच का ध्यान किसको रखना चाहिए, सिंपल बात है। वर्ग बात है कि उधर ट्रेंड है, मेरी जान के टूटे। तेल लगा के वैलो खेल सकते हैं, एक्सक्यूज मी। इनका भी स्प्लिट 1 2 3 होगा। तो बेसिकली देखो, बेसिकली किस है, एक पहला टूर्नामेंट देखा बराबर, उसके बाद एक मास्टर्स देखा बराबर, अभी एक टूर्नामेंट होएगा, उसके बाद एक मास्टर्स होएगा बराबर, उसके बाद ऐसी एक टूर्नामेंट होएगा और उसके बाद सीधा चैम्प्स होएगा। ऐसा है लोग का, समझ रहे हो? तो स्प्लिट 1 2 3 के जगह पे फॉर यू टू वही बेंच समझने के लिए, समझ रहे हो मेरा फीलिंग्स? इट्स मास्टर 1 2 एंड चैम्प्स, समझे?
Round, he's gone for the shield and the wall. 400 creds on that, so that'll make him completely broke, but it'll be worth it, I promise.
इंग्लिश खत्म हो गया यार, जरा से बात करते करते ना ब्रेन लैग करो।
A slower approach from NRG to start. Trying to feel out if C9 was going to go for anything proactive. Now finally they'll send some util towards C, but not actually take the space off of it just yet. Instead choosing to walk back in later.
Yeah, but now just by using that and
भाई अभी ऐसा देखने जाएगा कितना ज़्यादा यूटिल है ना C9 के पास भी।
players behind the smoke, they could be waiting to open the door and pivot over into B. And yet C9 have not over-rotated. They're expecting a late re-clear over into the A side of the map, and
देखो attacking map
pretty
है,
light over towards C, all things
FNSB
considered.
should be easy for energy, easy.
One of the tough things of the deadlock versus that Vise
Nah.
is that you have less tools to spread across the map and reinstall.
Yeah, that wall will be down around 25-30 seconds, if I caught that right.
Go, go, go. Energy have full contacted into the C site. Caught 9R posture to go for a flood retake here, but the fight towards spawn is very important. Mata spots out Vic, who narrowly escapes with his life. Now Paranoia to come back through for C9. They're all grouping towards spawn. It's going to be an absolute brawl in this part of the map, but NRG coming out ahead to start. Some trying to trade back through, but he's forced to retreat instead. Still, goal accomplished. Time bought, but C9 line. Brock goes huge. Picks up a double. And now it's a 1v3 for net. Here's a player directly below, but there's just too many angles to deal with.
Brock's kind of been having a game for NRG. Right, we were excited to see what he could do with NRG on the big stage. 14-7 right now on the Tejo. Doing real nicely. I mean, you consider that pistol round getting a couple of kills back in the first half too. Big factor there as well for the team.
Brock का दिखाओ।
Again, when your initiator players finding so many of these frags early on into halves, it just gets that snowball going. We're getting ready to
sexy मारा दो।
getting ready to keep those ults on rolling.
Net nade combo towards main. Mata though, ahead of it on the neon. A stinger bought up for him, and Stomp's Ghost is the one to open it up. These players got out here, and it's good spray control for Mata to pull ahead in this one. It was just the lesser weapons, but still a nice setup to clear that space.
Monster buy from NRG, two Phantoms, a stinger, and the Ghost they held on to. Might be looking for rifles next round. This time though, just slowly clearing their way into the space, take the orb, get that on Ethan, no problem. And in just a moment, this fight, getting ready for the slide on through is Mata. 1 for 1 should be enough for NRG. They really only carry about keeping 3 players alive.
And Net didn't really stand a chance on 1 HP. That's Finesse's stinger picked back up. And I think Mitch is just gonna bide his time here. See if he can't get a cheeky kill on the
Yeah,
exit.
Big
you know,
bull
it's a shame we're not on Abyss. We could have gotten this round
finish.
done with a lot sooner.
Fair play. This buy sets energy up very well, though. We're gonna have a couple rifles to work with into this next round.
आपका हुक्म सर आपका
Unless we're
love
gonna do a
you
pretty good job
यार
of funneling
भाई
orbs
मेरे को
into
एक बात
Ethan.
बताओ
sure.
सिंपल कोई अगर मैथ्स का मैथमेटिक्स कर सकता है देखो एक बार मैं नाम चेंज कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे को 40 रुपए मिल रहे हैं तो अगर मैं 1000 नाम लेके आऊँ तो लौड़े लगते इसके कर सकते अबे इसने 2 मार दिए
Yeah, get that off the map.
हैं
Job well done.
Looking at him, Brock let him get away
That's
with a
unreal.
horrible crime.
Nah, I'm sorry. We can't be letting that
Excuse me?
happen, Energy. What's going on?
And that Phantom is out of Finesse's reach. So,
मेरे को लगा हो गया राउंड
hell of a jump to get one of those rifles out of
दो
here.
किसे मारे
But look at the reinvestment. Energy
Yeah.
are buying into this bonus
Well, the
round.
thing is, with how little they bought in the last one, they were always going to buy here. Really, they've just lost 2,900 credits.
वो भी
from
सुन
it.
रहे थे
So
40,000
if you lose this round, it's a little bit more concerning. But even then, they've got it banked up pretty
दो
nicely
मारा
for
गन गिरा है
themselves.
डब्ल्यू भाई
Shouldn't be
डब्ल्यू
too big of an
को
issue.
भाई लेकिन ये
Yeah,
लोगों
right
राउंड
now, Ned
चाहिए
is playing
डब्ल्यू
away
को
from the
से
rest
कुछ
of his
रहेगा
team.
राउंड चाहिए
Set up in that front B
ये
space,
एनर्जी
but
बहुत बाप
just
खेल
a
रहा है
shoulder contact, he can toss out that net and catch someone out.
भाई अब तक एनर्जी का
Taking A
यूटिल
control,
यूसेज
and
एकदम
immediately
टॉप
going
दिखा है
into
भाई
B. Ned is caught in a corner here. But there's no follow-up. The net will get him out safely.
Yeah, C9 will have ideas like throwing the Tejo missiles off that net front B, or even a breach blast if Mitch is the one playing more towards that B side. On
वेन
the quick
डेल्टा
forward
रेसे
angle.
जब
He
भी
really
वॉच
is
पार्टी के बीच में ब्रेक
confusion
रहेगा
maxing by playing the character
Bro, I
with
just
a
love
net
Valorant.
as
Oh,
net.
it's so bad.
Yeah.
and this game is like
Yeah. For reference,
insane
it's the player who's
Insane.
throwing the
Right.
ability.
Okay, how about we've
वो
got
गेम के
C9
बारे में
net,
मैंने
we've got
सुना नहीं है
Grab
जॉनी
net.
बाबा
That might
वो जब भी
simplify.
वॉच पार्टी नहीं रहेगा ना तब देखते
I
ट्राई
like the
कर
ambiguity.
I got the 5 pounds मेरी जान की
Pretty clear on
टोटे
who off the Teo drone for Cloud9. And they still have an embed up on A.
Good job from
भाई
Energy
कुछ भी
baiting
बोलो
out
मेरा
that
चैट
stun.
हरामी है
Now the
दोपहर को
bite of this
पूछा
A fight
Valorant.
is so much reduced from
अभी पूछा
C9.
वो वैन
Yeah, Teo missile's gone as well. Oxy thinks they're up farther than they are. Nade won't find anything. And Mata taken down. Great trades though. That's lovely from Sam.
क्या हो गया
Single-handedly wrangling this round into control of energy. They're pivoting through.
मैं खोल के दे देता मेरी
Needed
बार में
more
नहीं
than
नहीं
that.
वैसा नहीं हूँ
And now this is all but a secure plant for
थैंक यू फॉर द
energy.
पार्टी गॉडजिला आई लव स्ट्रीम वैन वो क्या है अभी
Game starting to slip away from C9 if Vic can't do something here. And oh, he saw the cape.
गाफ अटैक भाई ये गाफ अटैक था
These players are isolated with a smoke down on the spike. Considered sneaking in front of that stun, but 2 kills is just not enough. Vic would have to have done it all his own. It's not going to come through for him.
भाई सॉम हेलो
NRG to double digits. And a very nicely played round there. Immediately faking the same utility they used towards A in the last round. Walking up B off of that. And still, that fails. Okay,
Okay,
they
yeah.
have yet another pivot. This attack side, we're seeing some very classic, kind of what
Clean
you'd
mara
expect
be.
from a finesse-led team.
Yeah, I mean, just the
Where
baiting
is
of the util.
Papadon?
but
She's
I
gone
wish I'd seen a
trash.
little more restraint out of C9 there. You know, they spent so much utility on the space, they almost felt like they needed to stick around in the area. You saw they were kind of out of position once that Omen smoke actually fell. Center rubble. Now Oxy's just out in the open. The rest of his team is too. And if you're not winning those opening 50-50 fights, the round just falls apart instantly.
And you have to point out, on a map where he is normally monstrous, thus far, Oxy has been being caught in a lot of those positions.
तो आपके जैसे
On
खेले,
the attack
love
side,
you.
entering into B, getting flashed up, taken down there consistently.
इन्होंने को लगा
and not
किको
finding
वाला
that
एनर्जी है
impact
सेक्सी वाला
that he
एनर्जी है
normally
अभी
does yet in this second half either.
You know, Oxy had a tougher kickoff as well, right? Because last year when he came to the scene, he was just on a tear. Like, this guy was insane.
But that was his first real low point he's had in his career in the kickoff. So now, in a position where he has to bounce back, find that form that's, you know, making people put out hot takes like he's the best duelist in the world.
A hot take. Not looking the greatest right now, but it's early days here. Still map 1 of stage 1. Plenty of time to course correct into the year, but yeah, C9 forced down onto just about nothing. 3 sheriffs, a stinger, maybe a breach ult to work with, but the rest are a long way off.
Still, you're in a group with G2, MIBR, Lev, who look like a pretty clear top 3. That 4th spot is very likely going to be one of these 2 teams. So this opening match, very important for later implications in the season.
Yeah, battling it out with NRG, Furia, C9 here. And just as Sentinels, that year, that stage 1 went over real quick last year. Even coming off of a high note. So this round, C9 on the low by 2 players pushing into front B. A little bit of a fake trap set up over toward A, showing the presence of the tail of the breach.
रॉक का डिबेट कैसा लग रहा है आपको? बहुत मस्त खेल रहा है, सेक्सी खेल रहा है भाई। भाई एक है वीसीटी में जितने भी डिबेट वाले लोग हैं ना, क्रेजी मारते हैं।
Mitch's stun doesn't really do much of anything.
सोने खराब खेला, इसलिए मूड खराब
teleporting past the wall.
No one heard that.
Vic has a guardian.
देख रहा हूँ, मूड
And a
अच्छा हुआ।
chance to
Love you
make some
यार,
mischief.
करो बाय।
No one's even expecting the possibility of his teleportation. Okay, needed to wrangle the shots a bit quicker than that. Still, good for one and gonna dive back in, but Ethan has dealt with the problem in due time.
Vic just a little jumpy there, snapping onto that play instantly. Now NRG have vacated the A site, realizing C is very likely open.
Because he walked up so far, they know this side of the map is gonna be clear.
Yeah, he's C9's C anchor usually. So again, good calling from NRG, and
Oxy too late to catch the rotate.
although quick on the flank could look nice for him, potentially. It's also a stinger in hand though, so he'd have to get up real close before he can have much impact.
Triple flank.
Planted.
4C9, but they activated the wall their teammate TP passed, so now all of energy is focusing their attention
मारा
on this
ना
flank.
मान रहा।
It's starting to slip away, isn't it?
Hello
Flash
dude।
for finesse.
आओ
Just
क्या
spotted a
ये
second
क्या
player on the
डिपेट
flank,
बहुत सही
so they're gonna fully flip the map. Play this post plant from CT.
Really controlled rounds from NRG. And again, I
ना
feel like
बड़ा नाम
C9
फिर
have
भी
been,
ignore, excuse me।
maybe rushing at
How
times
did that
individually, whether it was Vic in that round or overstaying in the previous round around their rubble fight. It's lacking some of the refinement I think we saw to their attacking side. You know, they did so many of these late round pivots. We're really trying to work the
ये
map
सारे
now.
एनिमल प्लैनेट्स कैसे जाग गए?
It's like they've had some opportunities where it could have gone their way, and rushing it through has had it slip on past.
रॉक भाई ना मान रहा भाई, आज एनर्जी का डे लग रहा है यार। फील आ रहा है आज।
Energy do such a good job
हाँ,
in
मन
this
में
map
वो
of
आवाज आ रहा है,
having these
एनर्जी,
little micro plays to
एनर्जी।
fake out where they're sending their rotation. They're a team that likes to pivot a lot in the mid round, but you saw in that round, it's just a stun, send the neon in through baby door, and then just leave him there. Wait.
Mumbai
Energy
को
is so good
देखो
to
बे,
buy that time.
consistent
Let
है। लास्ट
C9
टाइम
make
भी
a move
बहुत
and
मारा था
punish them
उसने, याद है एक
before
गेम में
they commit to
33
a
ऐसा
decision.
तो मारा था।
See if C9
प्लेयर चेंज है क्या? नहीं तो एनर्जी ये चेंज है ना एक।
Not looking to get so
ब्रॉक आया
active
ब्रॉक।
in this A space. But NRG on the opposite side. Sprints on forward. I mean, Mata really trying to sell the fake while the rest of his team, a couple players walk into A. And they might have just about caught the timing. That is beautiful, but Oxy still wins the fight.
अब भी तारीफ किया था।
And now the fake becomes reality. Energy are actually committing into this
अब
C
भी तो
site.
तारीफ किया था यार।
But they're down a player, and Mitch has the Rolling Thunder to retake with.
NRG, you might expect to get a little bit
इस
of
बंदे
that
साम
activity.
जिमिन के फुल प्रैक्टिस में वही है रे।
Spawn
स्पोर्ट्स
towards
अगर तुम लोग
waterfall.
करोगे तो तुम लोग पहले से
Just
स्ट्रीम नहीं
wait
कर
for the ult, wait for the stun line to come back online. The ultimate will
बहुत टायरिंग
won't even
चीज है
necessarily
भाई।
guarantee the
स्पोर्ट्स खेलना
spike
मतलब
plant. They
तुम लोग
don't
दिन
have
का
smokes. They
16
still
16
need to fight
18
on
18 घंटा
through.
मेहनत।
C9 expecting this, and Mata getting chunked out, pushed back, just stuck in a mess of utility before Zeppa deals with him. And the rest of C9 quick to come on through. Ethan with 2 kills. Finesse following up. It's a 2-on-2 now. Backside. Finesse pushed right up into the corner. And C9, the ones holding on, the ones moving through on this retake.
Brock now in a 1v2.
वो लोग अटके हुए थे
A reposition
भाई।
into main. Here's the footsteps, an isolated fight, but now he's noted. A smoke going up on the spike. Spam has to be relied on, but he just doesn't have the bullets. Vic's holding things down. The spam.
अरे आंटी।
C9 stay alive.
मेरे को लगा ये लाइन वाला अल्ट मारेगा रे वो ब्रॉक।
NRG willing to fight.
वो लोग को लेकिन और ज्यादा कंट्रोल चाहिए था। उसका पीछे वाला लाइन पे अल्ट मारा है
caught
उसने।
off guard by it.
लड़ने के लिए ताकि ये लोग जाके घुस के लड़े।
Play these rounds a little bit more controlled, where they're really going toe to toe with
ना इधर
NRG.
देखो।
Saw it on full display there, even in the 2-on-1.
मिसाइल होता मिसाइल तो डाला था ना पीछे वाला लाइन वाला अल्ट और आगे मिसाइल और बाद में ये लोग स्विंग। प्लान था ये लोग का।
Thankfully for C9.
वर्क में किया
Cascade of
लेकिन
ults
प्लान
ready to
था।
go now. But that's a tough one for Mata. Opening up, I think just trying to jump peek through that one way. Dies out to Vic. Great
आप
start for
esports में खेलना
CHUMMI.
वन साइडेड हारने लगेगी
also
आपकी
got this
टीम
very
एक्सक्यूज मी
forward stun right against that wall from the deadlock and are ready to fight over this rebel space. I don't know if NRG want to move into this. Stuns will be traded out, and Som finds the opener somehow. I mean, it's just a mess. Players getting grabbed up by the deadlock. Som trying to teleport into the corner, and no one's ready for him. No one's looking at him.
पता किसी नहीं है
Make it a third.
हेलो
And NRG ripped them to bits because of it. Vic, now in a clutch of his own. A TP onto the A site. But a flank forthcoming and a pivot to be
ये वॉच
ready
बटे
to
होगा
go
होगा
for
वेजबल
NRG.
पैट्रिक को इस बैक पता है मेरी जान बहुत
Can he
मारेगा
find
भाई
the
कम
duel
से कम
anywhere?
30 मारेगा वो
Just tucked in,
30
banking on the fact it'll be a hit back into A.
समझ रहे हो
But he's
पैट्रिक
not
हु
ready
से
for this
पैट्रिक
flank.
ना होएगा वो
Finesse is rocked
देखो
all the way around, but he's not looking to get.
All good, all good.
Turns in time and gets NRG up to 12.
Match point.
NRG are just
इस
playing
बार
sort of
अच्छी है एनर्जी की
chokehold style of Valorant. Once they get an advantage,
ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही टीम है एक
not
प्लेयर
giving
चेंज हुआ है
anything back, but it was this teleport over to the corner after the paranoia.
लास्ट जो मिस्टेक्स कर रहे थे वो लोग नहीं कर रहे अभी
Players might have
खेल
been
रहे एक साथ
deafened
खेल
up,
रहे
couldn't hear those in.
Bro, Sam, you're him, bro. You're actually him. Let's go, bro.
It's true.
Yeah, 21 and 11 for the Omen thus far. Still holding
Tom
things
भाई का
down, just
improvement
like he
देखो
did in
बेले
kickoff.
Yeah.
भाई
Last opening map he played against C9, he went 30 and 15 and lost the map.
क्रेजी बे
Goes back in kickoff. This time though,
गलत
C9
इज्जत
right
है
up
उसकी
close into a lobby, and Mata falls again. It's traded out. The stuns are there. The blinds are there. NRG are still moving forward. Some is still
चार
moving
जन के
forward.
स्टैक
NRG
में
are just
घुस के
wiping the
मार रहा है
floor
वो
with
लोग ने
C9.
घुस
It
के
is
मारा
all
है
Tom all day.
यूटिल काउंटर यूटिल देख रहे हो कितना जल्दी काउंटर यूटिल आया
But this time,
उसका
it
स्टन
should
कितना
not slip
जल्दी
away.
आया
Just a 1v4 for Vic. And what feels
वो
like
लोग का
a
काउंटर
victory
स्टन और
lap
नेट कितना जल्दी आया देखा
on an incredible map for NRG. Well called.
W baby.
One shot from Som. A stunner to start the stage for NRG.
I'm pretty sure that's the NRG we were promised back at the start of the
Hey,
year.
bye.
Feels like it.
Right?
Thanks so much.
That was a team that was playing excellent Valorant. So good in the opening fights they were taking. When they got an advantage, weren't letting that one slip. Saw
ये
him playing
क्या
out his
DP
mind.
है
The new kid on
यार
stage, Block, finishing 19 and 9. Welcome to Americas, buddy. Looking real good out there.
Yeah, he had a long stint down in Tier 2, but showing up big time here on the Americas stage. Still, that was only map number 1. It's a 13-6 win on Lotus for NRG to get things started, but a lot is still to come. Looking forward to Fracture as our second map here.
Yeah, Fracture will be a good one. That's the map that saw
राजनीत भाई हाउ अबाउट तू मेरे को 1 करोड़ दे दे अगर कुक कर दिया तो वो 1 करोड़ तेरे को रिटर्न अगर कुक नहीं किया तो 1 करोड़ मैं लग दूंगा हाउ अबाउट दैट
Looking real nice shoulder to
crowd
shoulder.
funded team
This was a solid start through and through for NRG, and they're going to be trying to continue this moving on to the second.
मैं तो आ गया मुझे काट रहा है एक्चुअल में अंडररेटेड टीम अकॉर्डिंग टू यू दिस सीजन जो अच्छा खेल सकता है लेट मी चेक मेरे हिसाब से फ्यूरिया म्यूट करो अरे वैसा भी मेरे को कॉपीराइट का कोई टेंशन नहीं है समझ रहे हो एड्स ऑफ करके रखे ना तुम लोगे कुछ ना मैं लूंगा कुछ सिंपल बात है ये म्यूजिक एंजॉय करो वीसीटी मास्टर देखने जाओगे पता नहीं भाई YouTube लेगा फिर भी सुपर चैट से थोड़ी देगा डरते हैं क्या रुक जा मैं मोबाइल चार्ज कर रहा हूँ मच्छर दूर हो जा बता रहा हूँ बंक्स का मॉर्टिन मच्छर दूर हो ये क्या है ये एक बंक्स का मॉर्टिन एक बंक्स का मच्छर बाकी लोग का फैंस देखो लेफ्ट पॉम पॉम राइट पॉम पॉम ये सब है और मेरे यहाँ पे कते एनिमल प्लैनेट चल रहा है रुक जा मैं फोन चार्ज कर रहा हूँ
As well, Shenum, or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy, just to the side, it's gonna be the Oxy ace. Push in, it's just gonna be a leap through. They're trying to do power in numbers right now, but Energy is gonna have Mata with 4.
13-6 on the first map that we see on stage 1, and Energy gets the win. Mike's, congratulations on this first map win. I want to ask you, there were some big changes coming for Energy, you coming in as a head coach and also Brock coming in for the team. How was the preparation to make sure that you're in the best shape possible for the stage 1?
Yeah, so I think one thing that we talked about early on was Energy always complained about like their slow starts, and I think this game's already a good example of we talked a lot of those things, like how to start a game strong, how to get up a lot of rounds so you don't have to constantly have, it's very tiring just like coming back all the time, and that was something they had in kickoff and even years before, so that was something that we focused on a lot.
I mean, starting strong, that's one thing that you did. Best of luck for the second one.
And you heard it there, NRG picks up a massive win there against Cloud9 to open things up here at Stage 1 at VCT Americas. And let's just jump right into it here because you had, well, you heard what Coach Mike's was saying earlier, right? What were the things that they were working on? They were working a lot on those slower starts. How do you avoid those things from happening? And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they started with a 4-1 and just kept kind of adding on from there.
Put 6-1.
6-1, sorry.
Their defense was phenomenal. And again, we touched on it before, but that is the side that Mike was specializing on when he was with 100 Thieves, and that is what this NRG team needed a lot of help with. Their util setups here, we can see Finesse right now. He's on that Vice. He's over on that A side. He's putting all of his util down. He's setting up with the Razor Vines, with the Sheer Wall, Arc Rose to fight. And in the meantime, you have the Death Ball trio with Mata, the Tejo, the Breach on the opposite side of the map, fighting down, pressuring, and then it just routes the attackers into your Vice later on. It was a beautiful way to play defense, simple and effective.
Yeah, and they do it again. I mean, they just were alternating in the early rounds here for the defensive setups constantly. And you can see it. We're going to see the full setup. I mean, he's getting cheeky with it. Maybe we're revealing a little bit too much, but it allows them to fight a rubber control. Mata can take that forward position as well. And that was what got them the early rounds. What Mike was saying, honestly, it leads off beautifully from him saying, just making sure that they weren't playing catch-up all the time as well, because it sets them up with the pistol round wins and everything else. They came in with such good ideas. And one player who did actually save them on the second pistol round was Brock himself. This guy was a demon so far. And listen, maybe only superseded by Som himself in terms of his performance, but Brock as a player, my God, does he fit in well into this team on such short notice. This is so impressive to me, I think, honestly, is the way that he's able to just fit into the team system.
Absolutely. Fantastic debut. Like you said, towards the tail end of that game, Som really heated up as far as getting a lot of multi-kill 3K rounds, but throughout that first half especially, Brock was finding that one impact kill every single round. He absolutely pulled more than his weight for NRG in what was a lovely debut.
I just think if you're an individual on the server and you're good for one, that's good enough. Like, and Brock has not just been good for one, he gave them multiple throughout that map, and he is planning very much so to continue that. But of course, for C9, they're going to need to stop the momentum of NRG. Let's go ahead and hear from Coach Immy and hear what he has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Coach Amy ahead of map 2. The first one doesn't go your way, but I want to know a little bit more about the preparation that Cloud9 had in this time off. You keep the roster the same, you keep everything the same, so what was the focus to make sure that you're in the best shape for stage 1?
We just try to get every map ready. Like, we feel confident on every map. We don't mind what map comes out. and then just for stage preparation. But it's so hard to do, and I think the nerves they'll get to us a little bit. But in time, I think we're going to be okay. That was the main preparation.
And just ahead of the second map, this is your map pick of Fracture. How are you feeling about it?
If we can win a pistol, I'm feeling pretty good. Let's start with a pistol, and then we'll go from there.
Once about a time. Best of luck, Amy.
Ain't that the truth, brother? It starts with the pistol.
It's not high hopes, though. I mean, listen, that's not the PR answer. It's not like, oh, we're going to cut it. This is our map pick. We're feeling good about it.
That's a real coach right there.
Very, honestly, just very British of him. Just so honest. Like, we'll start with a pistol, and then
whatever happens, happens here, brother.
To that. Don't
know. But this is their map pick, right? We have seen C9 on this map before. Granted, we've also beating NRG on this map. So there is precedence here. But the thing that I turn back to is you got Sam who's hitting, you got Brock who's playing really well. Mata, we haven't even seen him in his full form yet. But I do got to commend on the other side. Throughout the game, we were talking about Net playing so well and really being a great anchor for the team. So certainly going to be looking at him to continue that success on Fracture.
Sure, and I think that the way that Cloud9 played played Lotus just then gave us an indicator of how they're going to be playing Fracture as well, which is that pack mentality. There wasn't a lot of macro play on the attack side for Cloud9. They weren't slowing it down, they weren't re-clearing rubble when Mata was posted up, or at least they weren't doing it effectively. They want to take fights, they want to do it well. Fracture is the perfect map for that, to just run it down one of the lanes, because for the defenders, you have 4 lanes to watch for. It's very tricky. You kind of have to give up some space somewhere. So there's a reason. I see method to the madness of Cloud9 picking Fracture. I think it should suit them pretty well if they just carry forwards the same play that they were on Lotus.
Yes, do you share the same sentiment?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's a map that plays to that, to the extent that even a team like G2, that's the map where they play the fastest rounds by the numbers, because you can just slam on attack over and over and it works.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Fracture plays out here. That's map number 2 coming up after this quick break, and on the other side, the casters will be right back with you.
Yeah. स्पैम नहीं प्रेमी, स्पैम नहीं। बाकी लोग को भी चैट पढ़ना है। इसकी मेरे में कितना खून है भाई? चूपा देके जा रहा है। वैलो लाइनअप बूट कैंप आएगा क्या? जल्दी पता चलेगा मेरी जान।
Well, we're about to hop into map number 2 here for NRG versus C9. We're heading over to Fracture, and we saw some new comps coming out from both our teams to start out that first one. Are you expecting anything interesting here on Fracture?
If you find Breach Taeho interesting, I'm expecting to see a lot more Breach Taeho, not just on this map, where it's probably their best map, but also just throughout this entire year. But honestly, I was kind of happy with what the desk was talking about there a lot.
Best team energy, baby.
Especially in the second half of Lotus.
This is my birthday. Many happy returns of the day.
The most important thing for C9 is going to be getting Oxy online early, right? He had a
language,
for the most part was pretty muted in that opening map. And C9, without Oxy, they are not going to be challenging the best teams in the league. They need Oxy to be stepping up if they're going to have a chance here today.
Interesting to see the Cypher sticking around in the comp. A lot of teams have moved over towards the Vibes on this map, but Cypher's still strong, set up those trap plays off the camera.
Membership का क्या scene है? पता नहीं क्या scene है, लोग पागल हो रहे हैं.
What Oxy's picking here.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of the pick coming on
What's
through.
your
One
favorite
of the other
team
things
in
that you're going to be
BCP
having
and
is
who will
having
win
the extra
according
cages,
to
right? So
I am
extra smokes
Aspas
for this
fan,
top of the map,
Jan,
where pretty much
लेकिन
you're only seeing
Sen
Brimstone
जीतेगा.
see get play in terms of the smokes agents.
क्या लगता है 2-0
through.
नहीं?
When you only have 3 of those, there's no recharge on that. Having the Cypher cages to stall out, you know, on the defensive side, or even use them offensively to play a post plant too, is very important.
A lot of C9 fans in the arena today.
क्या DP डाल रहे
really
भाई?
thanking
Ignore
what
OP,
you're
मैं
talking
किसको
about.
ignore नहीं
Oxy
करता.
finding a bounce back here on map 2 of
Membership
Fracture.
मिली perks क्या है? Members
It's
only
funny,
stream
I
बहुत
had
करता
a
हूँ
really
मैं.
hard time
और WhatsApp
reading,
group है.
which team was going to have more
तुम लोग
support
chill
coming
कर
in
सकते
today,
हो.
because we went out to the block party earlier and everyone I met was an NRG fan, and then the C9 fans were lighting up the house. When you're actually in here, now it's been a little bit more muted ever since NRG started strong on Lotus, and this time they found a relatively weak A side of the map, just a camera that Net placed center sight to spot out drop.
But C9 can react, take control heavily in towards main when they hear this, and that's exactly what they'll do. Still, there's a player very deep, the Teo. For energy, that's
समझा वो लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
and there's a walk up
ये
there.
देखा हुआ लग रहा है कि नहीं?
Mitch tries to deal with something here. Oxy was trying to take
ऐसे
the
डर
rope.
बोलते
He
हैं.
dies
Sometimes that
for it.
happens.
Yeah, it gets a little weird. Thankfully for C9, Mitch just found an entry into A, and he's already holding down this spike. Aftershock coming through. Mitch sticks it halfway. He'll get no further. Now the fight up from Zeppa. That fails as well. And C9 stuck. They have to
but we
wait
can
for
just
this
stick in the
molly to
smoke.
go out.
It's already
Energy
happened.
know it. They're pushing. They're trying to stop this defuse with the stick. Oh, they cannot put an end to it.
Well, at least Brock gets the kill at the end, but C9 just rob a pistol round for themselves. It's funny, I forget who ran this at Bangkok, but some team ran.
I remember what you're talking about.
Actually,
Shelby.
वो start
I don't know
किसका
what
था?
team.
You were
किसने तो
supposed
किया
to tell
था
me which
उसने?
team did it,
I
Mimi.
just remember seeing a pistol run like this.
All right, whatever. Look, it's a Red Bull clutch for C9. Big just sticking this defuse on
ये
through.
एक्चुअल में
What a
किसी का
clutch for
स्टार्ट
Vic.
है.
Nice! What are you doing? Hey, Som, stand up now.
And we got the cam on Som. Yep, he's sitting down.
He's sitting down.
All right. Cheeks in C.
Fanatic बोलते
Honestly, I
Fanatic
think
का था.
it's kind of criminal that Ethan isn't the guy, or sorry, not Ethan, that Mitch isn't the guy that gets credit for the clutch there. He's the one that sacrificed his body for the cause.
Yeah,
Got the
getting
half stick
halfway.
through the breach blast.
A valiant sacrifice indeed. Good news. Tech pause.
Love that.
Yeah.
Look, I got accustomed to this working with Pansy, so it's no surprise to me anymore.
She gave you the tech pause cooties and you brought that back to America.
Now you've got him. It's tough. I hate to do it to you, but it's just how it works.
I think EDG did it first. किसने तो
Honestly,
किया
though,
था? किसने
C9,
तो
they
किया?
won a pistol round, Mimi.
That's a
देखा
rarity.
हुआ याद आ रहा है.
That evaded
For
them.
any iteration of C9, let's be clear.
I was just thinking today, but you're right. It's kind of a
करना
it's a
Discord
chronic
जाए
thing.
अभी Discord को तेरे को connect करना पड़ेगा
Kind of
YouTube
like
से.
Pansy with her
फिर
bosses.
तेरे को एक channel दिखाई देगा. फिर वो channel से WhatsApp
What
group
a
join कर
callback.
सकते.
It is interesting to see Oxy committing into the Neon still here.
Language
It's
alike.
always been a strong role for him. The Americas teams were super anti-Neon in kickoff. They saw the nerfs, they're like, this agent is
मैं
dead. But
फालतू
now I
करता नहीं,
think
but
if you're
please
watching
check
Bangkok,
Noti Gaming.
it kind of proves
यार,
to you
मैं
that
ऐसा
maybe it was a bit of an overreaction.
नहीं
She's not as
करता.
busted as she once was, but still a
Super
very
chat
viable
कर.
agent.
You're not doing like the completely
ये
silly
नाम देखा हुआ लग रहा है
cross-snap
मेरे को.
slide
I think
headshot
मैंने
one
देखा
taps,
उसको.
but like you're still fairly
काजल
accurate
को
on the
बेच के
slide. It's not
sacrifice
so
किया
bad.
और सब post plan.
I think especially on a map like Fracture, when you have a lot of different ways to path forward, because everyone's accustomed, like we've seen the Rays pathing a million times. Oh, we can jump up into tower from arcade. How cool is that? But Oxy will do on the Neon this app, a lot of different ways to get into the site, whether it's arcade, rushing up to the ropes, or then maybe even just going through the ground. Sometimes even accelerating to fight into spawn. That's something that Neon
अमन
can take
चैटलिस्ट
advantage
बेला
of
क्या
too.
बोलता है? DC
Quick update for you folks.
बेला बेला भाई नाम मान रहा बे. रात के 4 बजे बेला भाई ये देख रहे.
The team's changes
आ रहा
heading
हूँ.
into stage 1.
For kickoff, obviously our expectations were very high, as they always are. We were coming off a really strong off season. It's pretty difficult to go into a kickoff and then lose the first match to a team that technically on paper we should have been beating in Cloud9, and we didn't just lose, we kind of got destroyed. But overall we wanted to make Bangkok and we failed. So that was our reality, is just kind of getting humbled by the fact that, we aren't as ahead as we thought we were. After that, we ended up making a couple of changes. Obviously, Coach Mike's being one of them, added for Bankar.
Coming into Energy was a pretty quick moving process, pretty much
DC
like
आजा और कौन सा
hit the
DC
ground
में?
running. I
DC
think
में
it's a
बैठा
little
हूँ.
bit easier for me just because there's so much experience on this team. Like, I think everyone's very good about problem solving. I think that's something that I enjoyed working with Finesse.
Wow, यार बहुत
as well.
बढ़िया है.
It's just he's always trying to identify problems and find solutions for them. So I feel like when we have like 6 people that can do that at any time during practice or like after practice, people are always thinking about the game.
बिना WhatsApp के ठीक हो ठीक है. और भाई बेला भाई
ये
आज तो एनर्जी का मैच है.
ऐसे किसी के लिए भी नया बंदा. भाई जितने भी नए बंदे आते कहाँ से आते मेरे को जानना है.
भाई सॉम भी स्टेप अप किया है ब्रो.
सॉम लास्ट टाइम भी बहुत क्रेजी खेला था.
हाँ मतलब वो जो आप वो थोड़ा पहले उसके वो चोक बहुत हो रहे थे ना, अब कम चोक हो रहे हैं. पहले चोक बहुत होते थे इससे.
वो तो टीम, लेकिन सॉम भाई लास्ट टाइम भी बाप खेला था. बहुत बाप खेला.
That balance is really easy to strike with Mike. because I've already worked
ये
with him.
ब्रैक्स कहाँ से ढूंढा मेरे को
I
देखने
look
का
for
ब्रेक
tactical
ना
like organization.
आइसो प्लेयर है वो
किसकी
he
बात कर रहा
played
है
with
तू?
Rudy.
कौन से प्लेयर की बात
He's
कर रहा है?
good.
एनआरजी के
हाँ ब्रैक्स
हाँ ब्रैक्स ना
You hear it there for
नया
Finesse. And
नया
he's heard of
player है।
other teams and players who have worked with Mike's in the past. His longest stint was with 100 Thieves as the head coach, then the strategic coach.
और बबलू क्या कर रहे हैं टाइम पे सोया नहीं कि अभी उठा
For the team there as well.
मैच देखने के लिए उठा है
For him, I think he's clear value add for this team,
सच में मैच
especially
देखने के लिए
given
उठा
that
है
history
ना
that
मैंने
he
मानता
has with Finesse
नहीं
playing
सच
with
में
the
एनआरजी का
playoff
मैच नहीं
2021,
करता मैच नहीं
Berlin on
करता
Envy, that kind of time frame.
Yeah, and it's very clear, even just watching that first game, like how much
ब्रॉक के वो मैंने क्या बोला
of NRG have improved to use that word, right? The
मैंने
fundamental
ब्रॉक बोला ना
play,
मैंने
right?
क्या बोला
You saw it so consistently.
ब्रॉक
whether it was,
बोला
you know, very good
ब्रॉक
spacing, once they had a numbers advantage,
ब्रॉक
good
तो है
opening fights, etc.
ब्रेक है वो
Those
शायद
are the angles of the game.
मेरे को
where
नाम पता नहीं
NRG were
एग्जैक्ट
just not really giving Cena any room to breathe, you know?
A new hand
नहीं ब्रॉक
touches
नहीं
the
है
chicken nugget salad.
और ब्रेक भी नहीं है
4 बजे ब्रेक बोला ये भी
Are you using, I wonder if Mike's is more a mustard guy or a ketchup.
यार ये लोग का लाइनअप रिवील कहाँ पे किया था इन्होंने मैं तो ट्विटर पे हूँ भी नहीं यार
Honey mustard.
नया
ब्रैक्स बोला
Sauces.
Great
ब्रेक बोलते
ब्रैक्स है वो ब्रैक्स
Still, for some clarity for the people at home, we're still waiting on the admins to figure out what's going on, get you a clearer answer.
What's going on? I
Yeah,
don't know.
on that.
That's. I was asking them. I was hoping they would answer.
I don't think they're gonna answer you like that. That's
Okay,
not a very
my bad.
respectful way to ask.
वरना को क्यों क्या रिप्लेस एनर्जी को वो तुम लोग को उनको मेल करना पड़ेगा पूछना
What do you think Finesse is doing with his hands there?
मेल करके पूछो
Well,
मेरे
he's
को नहीं
framing
पता
up.
Because it looks like a sideways L to me.
और बबलू डिनर में क्या खाया था
Now sideways is famously synonymous with the W.
गोभी के पराठे और
No, you
पनीर
need
के
like
पराठे
two L's can make a W
Okay.
if your thumbs meet.
दैट्स
Yes.
अ गुड
That's how
मिक्सचर
that works.
It's true.
मन कर रहा था पराठे
Changes
खाने
going
का
into this one.
खा
We
लिए
talked about it a little bit with
Rocky
the
में
patch
बराबर
change
बोला
for
था।
the deadlock. How much do you think the meta is actually going to shift out of Bangkok with the new stuff coming in? Do you expect to see a lot of
सो
wailing,
गया
a
भाई
lot
ये
of
तो
a lot of maybe
आसपास बोलते
implementation of deadlock, like what we saw from
भाई वो
CHUMMI?
लोग मस्त
I'm not expecting to see a
वो
ton of
करते हैं
deadlock. I do think deadlock has gotten a lot better.
फोकस और
It's
रेस्ट
very hard to
आंखों को ब्रेक टाइम
incorporate
पे
deadlock
बहुत सारे
into
लोग
comps when most comps are going to be running double initiator, right? And deadlock on her own as a solo sentinel, not so strong, right? Because your info tools are not very good. So
Mostly
usually you
लोग
see
coffee
deadlock
पीते
paired
हैं।
next to something like a cipher, but the meta doesn't really leave
कभी।
room on most maps to run double sentinel.
मैच
That's
के
why
टाइम देख
Vice is
सबके
so
हाथ
strong,
में
because
कॉफी
she
है
is
इसमें
basically
क्या
the
है
only
ये
agent in
सबके
the
उसमें
game that
दस
has
पे है
like
ऑलमोस्ट सब
hard
पानी भी हो
watch and
सकता है
unbreakable info.
पानी
with
का
the
बोतल
wall,
अलग है बाबू
plus
वो देख
thorns, which are two of the best
तो कोई
tools in the
जूस
game. You
वूस
saw
हो
how much
सकता
they
है
did for energy on their
कॉफी भी हो
defense map
सकता है
one.
Yeah,
Fair
I
point.
think if anything, I'm surprised by the
देख
lack of
99% तो
another
कैफीन ही
agent that
होगा
was so common in Bangkok,
99%
the Yoru,
Possible,
right? 'Cause,
possible,
hey, the
possible.
clone can break the
भले वो
box wall if
कॉफी
you're
हो
just looking
भले
at, like,
वो
one-to-one
कुछ
counters
और हो
there,
चाय
but
हो
also just
आइस टी हो लाटे
चाय
हो
तो कोई नहीं पीता होगा ना ना मेरे को नहीं लगता इनमें से कोई चाय
been
पीता
able to do with
होगा
that
ना
pick.
मैं
I
नहीं
think
मानता
that agent has been chronically slept on here in Americas.
We heard from
ब्रेकोली
चाय
खाया
सिर्फ
क्या
पीता है।
भेले
Let's turn it over to the other side and
मैं
check
चाय
out
लेके
what
आ रहा
Mitch had to say when we caught
एम नहीं
up
चल
to
रहा है
him
मैं चाय
at
लेके
the
आ
end
रहा
of
है
stage one.
आपके लिए सुपर चैट आया
क्या आया है
I mean, Vic and Ned played pretty well in kickoff. I think everybody
ब्रेकोली
as a
खाया था
whole,
क्या आपके घर
played pretty well. We had
ब्रेकोली खाया था
a few like
बचपन
team
में खाया
mistakes
था
and
बचपन में
crucial
मतलब जब जिम
moments,
करते
you
थे
know,
तब
in
खाया
crucial rounds, and
बचपन में जिम करता था
we've gone over it. So we're feeling a lot more confident now.
ऐसा
I
लगता है
think
सालों
Net
साल हो
and
गए
Vic
जिम
are
गए
getting their match experience along with me in the
कैसे
VCT
dude
stage.
बढ़िया
So it's
क्या जो भी
you
लोग
know,
स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं पहले
it's
लाइक
coming
कर दो
along.
क्या लगता है 2-0
ना 1-1
नहीं यार 2-0 करो खत्म करो यार ना
One
There
one.
was a
Sound
bug
takka
to
1-1.
start off
Sound
in
takka.
this game that the admins have found out about. As a result, we're going to be rolling things back and restarting here. It's going to take them just a bit of time to get everything set up and reset to go back in, but trust, we'll give you any updates we have as soon as we have them there.
Yeah, so 0-0. C9
Oh,
not
कुछ
wanna
तो हुआ
piss around.
0-0
It's a lie. We'll try
कुछ
to
तो मेजर हुआ है वो क्या हुआ है
Now,
देखना
if you're in the
पड़ेगा
mind of finesse, right, Mimi?
Sure.
Do you come in and you're like, with that pistol round strat
जीत
was
फर्स्ट
so
राउंड कौन जीता था
good. We just miss-execute in the post. Let's run it
फर्स्ट
again.
राउंड डायरेक्ट
That would
जीता
be
था
some devious work to do the same
Energy.
exact thing again.
There's no way they'll see it coming.
A real 5-head play.
I think कोई AFK हो गया होगा तभी होता है फर्स्ट राउंड में AFK होता है सामने वाली टीम
नहीं कुछ तो नेड वेड का कुछ तो हुआ है
just sending the rays into sight, planting on top side. See what changes they make, but of course we do need some time to actually move on over that. So we're just gonna keep on chilling, hanging out up here. Did everyone? I was wondering because we had the block party, of course, today, right? So I saw a bunch of people outside.
C9 में ऑक्सीजन निकालता है तो भाई
I was wondering if everyone
अच्छा लगता है ना?
the fried rice.
No,
Wingman was out there in force, dude. I love
सब
Binks.
प्रोज ने भी फिर चूज के अंडररेटेड में हाँ क्या मतलब I'm a pro
But the crazy thing is,
क्या
I always
MCB
assumed that
के
I would be
पर
taller
लगाया
than
मतलब
you, right? Because I'm a pretty tall guy.
खत्म
you
करो
know.
नेक्स्ट देखना
Wingman looks
एक्सक्यूज
pretty
में
short
यो
in
ये
games, so
हर्न
I
इज
could
डूइंग
take those hands. So what I'm wondering is,
बबलू ऑन डिस्कॉर्ड
Wingman
यस
had at least
सर
a foot on me. This guy is massive. How big is Gecko if he can hold this 7-foot monster in his hand? Like Valorant's not to scale. It's crazy.
Yeah, for real. He's like, no, 15 feet.
He probably is.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Gecko's a tall dude.
Fair enough.
क्रेजी मैचेस है
Yes,
DRX
and if
DRX
you
वो
know.
मैं नहीं देख
That's
पाऊंगा
my new thing for
Second match में
stage
नहीं
1
देख
to
पाऊंगा
exclusively know
Oh,
but.
come on, guys.
क्या
You can't do
RCB
that.
जीतेगा भाई
But I mean, yeah, he didn't do that.
ऐसे
But like,
It's a positive
30%
note,
देना
right?
लेकिन मैं ये सब
I was
सपोर्ट नहीं
watching at
करता ठीक
halftime, he
है
had 4 kills. I'm like,
जीते तो 30%
today.
मिलेगा
there is no team in
मैंने तो
VCT
सिर्फ
that
लुल
talks more
बॉक्स
about
में
food and
जिम
energy,
गया
right?
नेचुरल
Like
पे
every game, it's pie, and then chicken nuggets. Like,
Sure.
it's all they do.
They also had their celebrity chef. I don't think he's with the team anymore, but that was like their whole
seven.
thing. Was getting the fresh meals cooked.
Did he cook the chicken nuggets for them?
It's possible.
I
अब
don't
लोग
know.
क्या शेड्यूल है तेरा कल का
All right, we have a little game for you guys.
कल
Which
का
tracks
मेरा
do you prefer?
शेड्यूल में
Point
कुछ
at it if
नहीं
you're
है
on the
बस
screen now.
सोऊंगा फिर रात को 5-5 है
तो भाई इतना इम्पोर्टेंट बात चल रही है
She's showing off the C9 and the NRG. It's too close to call.
You said tattoos, and I thought you meant that she had real tattoos of the org for a second.
What are you talking about? Those are real tattoos, Jimmy.
I believe you.
Yeah, NRG,
Another
okay.
one for NRG. I do like the
ऐसा कोई
color, right?
tattoo
Red,
बनाएगा मेरे
orange,
नाम
that kind of vibe going on.
You got to pick a bundle. Come on. Not both teams.
We'll count it. Another
ये
one.
कैमरा मैन सिंगल है बे कैमरा मैन सिंगल है देखना सिंगल हैंडेड कैमरा बैलेंस इंडिया ऐसा कुछ नहीं है पार्थ भाई everybody is taking their own effort मेरी जान
There's a vote for C9.
but thank you so much thank you for the 100 भाई ये कैमरा मैन सिंगल है बे
There's no flip-flopping.
It's hard to know what direction you are.
नहीं ज्यादा
No, you
सिंगल
don't
नहीं
get to play both sides.
He knows.
There we go.
नहीं भाई थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा
That's
नहीं तो
like a
गाली पड़ेगी ना
confident
इसको भी
C9 too.
थोड़ा वो लेफ्ट राइट करने का ट्राई कर रहा है वो
And yeah.
आज जिनको देखना है देखेंगे देखेंगे
Okay,
देखेंगे
good choice.
Mimi, are you more C9 or NRG? Go.
I'm perfectly impartial.
Oh.
And joyous. But if we're talking strictly bundles, I like the
चाचा
orange
आप
and
नहीं
red color.
सोए मैं नहीं
I
सोया
like it better on the pistol than on the jersey.
Mimi, no one cares. We're gonna toss to a break. Hopefully, get the sword and come back soon.
You asked me the question.
ओके रीसेट हो गया
भाई ये मैप मेरे को बहुत गंदा लगता है पता नहीं क्यों बस ये मैप हटा दो जिंदगी से अबे इतनी 4-4 जगह भाई इसमें
भाई एक्चुअल में पता है सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रैट यही मैप में कर
एग्जैक्टली भाई 4 जगह ब्रो इतना फिर मतलब दिक्कत ये कि बहुत अटैकिंग मैप लगता है पता नहीं क्यों
लेकिन एक्चुअल में ये खेलने के लिए और स्ट्रैट वाइज और प्रॉपर कॉम्पिटिटिव के लिए सबसे बेस्ट मैप
ये मैप पे मेरे को लगता है कि हर टाइम रिटेक खेलो भाई हर टाइम फोन पे बैठे रहो दोनों तरफ रिटेक खेलो 4 जगह भाई कितना ही देख लेंगे
ऑल आर पॉइंटिंग टुवर्ड्स सी
और ऊपर से इसमें 2-2 इनिशिएटर खेलना पड़ता है
नहीं एक भी खेल सकते हैं डबल डुएलिस्ट खेल लोलबॉक्स ना नाम दिया और बेटे आगे एक्सक्यूज मी
कॉर्नर
Love you so much. Thank you once again. Bye. भाई स्किन अच्छा लगा मेरे को ये क्या स्किन है अचानक से कैसे डाले लोग ने तू देखा क्या स्किन
नहीं अभी आया क्या
हाँ अरे बहुत प्यारा है वो नहीं है फिनिशर नहीं है
अच्छा
लेकिन बहुत
वो हट गया वो अभी जो था वो भी तो अभी जल्दी आया था वो भी ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ वो वाला स्किन
दोनों स्किन है दोनों
अच्छा दोनों है अभी भी। तो दूसरा वाला कैसे देखेंगे? मतलब मैं जा रहा हूँ स्टोर पे तो एक ही दिख रहा है अभी।
ना वो लेफ्ट राइट पे देख ना, दो वो क्लिक रहेगा देख।
ओ हाँ ये रहा एक और।
यार
इतना
लेकिन
कुछ वो
रेड
नहीं
वाला
है स्किन।
अरे वो कितना
ऐसे गन
सस्ता
दिखने
है
में बढ़िया है।
देखना,
हाँ ये
कितना
सस्ता है लेकिन वो नहीं है इसमें 3500 में पूरा आ रहा है।
हाँ फिनिशर कुछ नहीं है लेकिन क्लीन स्किन।
एनिमेशंस कुछ है नहीं।
नो आइडिया एजन बाय।
We're hopping back into a fresh
मुझसे ही
slate
दिक्कत
here.
तेरा
है
पूछी पूछी
इसको।
निकला नहीं निकला
Again, but
बैटल
we're
पास से।
starting from zero
क्या?
zero due to a bug in the
पूछी
server
पूछी निकला
during
नहीं
that
निकला
pistol
बैटल पास
round
से।
when we
वो क्या है?
started map 2 the first time. We're just finishing things
वो
up,
45
getting
लेवल वाला
agents
मुझसे पूछी
reselected,
पूछी
all
बोलता
that sort of thing, but we should be back in just a moment.
Yeah, I do
Active
love
bed.
though that. So from our
हाँ।
end, we can see like because
मेरा
they
निकल
have to
गया।
cancel the games, they send you back in
निकल गया
lobby. You
ना।
see the post-match screen.
मजा आता है यूज कर
Block
रहा है नहीं कर
after
रहा है।
one round.
मैं जस्ट अनलॉक अभी किया, मैं खेलने पाया।
The new guy for
Ah.
NRG putting up massive numbers in a round that never actually happened.
मैंने बेच
It
सकता
was
रे
just a mirage the whole time. Agents getting reselected.
भाई वो
right now,
एक्चुअल में
plus
बहुत
it's gonna be
क्यूट है,
all the same
मजा
as
आएगा
it was
गेम
last
खेलने में।
time, and we'll be
भाई
back
बहुत
in
मजा आता है ब्रो।
in but a moment. Here for those just joining, this is the second map of our series. We started on Lotus. NRG, a real hot start there. 13-6 win, looking super on point between each other. Some nice mid-round calls on their attack side, and now in
भाई
an
how
advantageous
about
position, heading into C9's map.
अगर
choice of
लोग
Fracture.
प्रीमियर खेल के
Just
जीते
one map in, but already some of the
तो
promise of
उनको
NRG
एक
bringing
लिमिटेड
in Brock,
एडिशन
bringing
स्किन
in
मिलेगा
Mikes has
जो तुम
definitely
स्टोर
delivered
से
in
नहीं
that
खेल सकते।
opener. Fracture is
हाँ उनको
C9's
प्रीमियर
map
खेल
of
के ही
choice,
वो
though.
मिलेगा।
And if you want to
It's like
catch
अचीवमेंट
all
होगा
the way
ब्रो
back,
प्रीमियर
I talked
विनर
about
से।
this during
ब्रो
map
अरे
one.
माय
Let's
गॉड
go
लॉबी
on
में से राइड बैठी
This is
आता
a
है ना
map
वैसे।
where
मजा आएगा।
NRG and
हर
C9
एक
played
सीजन
their
में
opener against
अलग
each
अलग
other
स्किन
In kickoff.
on
प्रीमियर वाला।
kickoff, on Fracture. NRG were down, I believe, like 12
मजा आएगा लेकिन ऐसा होगा
They
नहीं।
won like 10 rounds in a row at the end. Som put
होगा
up
bro,
a master
फ्यूचर में
हाँ
करेंगे।
भाई
30 and 15, and NRG still
बिना
lost
पैसे का अगर
the
राइड
map.
ने कुछ दे
So
देना मैं मान
definitely
गया।
trying to right some of those wrongs. They've already moved on past that.
बिग्स का कॉकरोच
Fun little one to
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
tap
से
into
लव यू
nonetheless. We are
यार।
going to be moving forward shortly here.
थैंक यू फॉर द $2।
Up picking their
यस सिंह
agents.
बाकी लोग मेंबर्स है एनिमल
on
प्लैनेट।
in. The only real difference between these two teams is going to be the duelist slot, right? Oxy piloting the Neon versus Mada's Rays on the opposite side of things, but Oxy is definitely going to
Oxy के लिए टेबल छोटा बड़ा पड़ रहा था क्या?
More info for you
भाई
guys
मेरे को
on
एक
what
जर्सी चाहिए
happened.
बाप
We're
रे।
now rolling back to the beginning. There was a bug during rounds
मेरे
1
को
of
तो
the
NRG
initial
चाहिए।
C9
time we
मेरे को
tried the
C9
second
का
map, where
जर्सी
Teo's
चाहिए
utility
बहुत
प्यारा।
प्यारा।
NRG के
salvos
चाहिए।
were not regenerating. So they were used and they did not come back on cooldown. They are 4. That round was invalid and we're restarting from 0-0.
Man, you're giving me flashbacks. This happened to the team. So I coach a Game Changers team, Teddy.
तो आज एसएटएल का वॉच पार्टी क्यों नहीं किया?
In the last
कैसे करता मेरा चल रहा था ना।
तो वो तो कहता फिनिश इतना मस्त खेले ब्रो।
पता है मैं देखा फीडबैक इसमें
भी देखा। सर भाई किए थे कैसे?
One more data point to get that one fixed.
लाल जी।
ये गया बे।
Back into this one.
चैट
NRG up 1.
चैट ये गया।
This is the map choice of Cloud9.
सिड भाई
Looks like things on this pistol
if
round
we are
a little
watching
bit
this
different
stream
than our first go
we
around.
have a hater among us
This time around, NRG
clear
going for
cut
players over to
imposter
the main early camera on stairs
हाँ।
gets broken down.
हाँ?
So C9 are going to keep
यार
on creeping and
मुझे नहीं आया
maybe
नोटिफिकेशन
find
कुछ।
finesse on the opposite
बस
side.
का
He's well
कॉकरोच
guarded by
थैंक
his
यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप एक बंदा फंसा बेबी।
Very slow walk up for NRG.
उसने एक मैच ही किया था इसलिए उसके बाद वो
Find an
बॉटम कर
opportunity to spam back through, but no one catches on the trips, and that's site secured for
मैंने
NRG.
सबसे कि आप बंक्स पे आप मुझे मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करो। अरे नहीं कर सकते ऐसा। कान भाई लॉन्ग टाइम से कहाँ गए यार? आई एम मिसिंग रशियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन।
टर्न में राइट क्लिक मार के।
वो डॉलर भाई जेपा नाम मान रहा 3 मारती है।
It's onto a 2-on-2. Som is low up towards tower. And as the missiles stall it away, he's got to go on to a mission. That's Som down and 4
क्या लगता है?
for Zeppa. C9 have somehow found themselves back into this round, but it'll have to be Mitch to finish the job. Down
भाई
1
ब्रॉक
HP, the
बोलते
time starting to tick away. Pushes out the blast and it's blocked to see
भाई
things through.
ब्रॉक बोलते
NRG win the pistol.
ब्रॉक बोलते
Heartbreaking.
बाय बाय थैंक यू फॉर द $5 मेरी जान कर
And
टुडे।
if you think back had to kick off the
ये ऐसे
first
select
भाई
करके
वो
नहीं दे सकते
क्रूशियल किल तो भाई सॉन्ग का ही था भाई, स्टन में मारा हुआ जो टावर का।
नहीं इसने कुछ ज्यादा ही मारा बे
हाँ
tried to do the same in this round, just
ये नया एडिशन बहुत क्रेजी लग रहा है मेरे को
needed one more kill.
आ रहे सॉन्ग भाई आ रहे
And I've never seen a man more excited to win a pistol round.
Shout out Brock for the Red Bull clutch and how to be
ब्रॉक में बराबर बोला था ना
We saw them go for a lot of these
फिर मैंने अमन को
FPS buys
राइट
on the
शो
last
किया
map.
था
This time,
मिनी गेम
though,
एक्सक्यूज मी
rifles, a bulldog, a stinger. Not trying to take so many chances.
मतलब मेरे को समझे नहीं
And interestingly, C9 have got 4 ghosts for themselves too.
And they're also sitting 4 in spawn for now, just ready to instantly
ये
rotate.
गया बे सेटल वीडियो देखता रही है।
Now I did notice C9 were buying light armor or regen shields almost exclusively on that
Light
first map of
apologize,
Lotus.
yeah.
So they just have the
आप
tech
बोलना।
here that they can still buy util.
गाइस
because
हमारा
they're
एसेटल में
spending
इतना
500
कंटेंट है कि मिस
on
हो ही
this
जाता
round
है।
too.
हो ही जाता
क्या
As long as they're getting light armor for round 3.
What the fuck?
हाँ जगह नहीं था रे
केस डाल के क्रॉस कर देना।
इको में क्यों केस डालेगा कोई
Neon's gonna ride on through, but Oxy not gonna get away with it this time. Mitch, how?
भाई ये लोग खड़ा होने वाले अगर जेपा ने वापस अगर राउंड निकाला नहीं खड़ा होने वाला है
They're on site too. Zeppa now with the stinger. There's so many angles Som could be approaching from.
30 seconds left.
I think सॉम निकालेगा।
Zeppa goes back to check.
मैं बोला ना सामने
And only 20 seconds left. He's still got to play the spy.
निकालेगा सॉम निकालेगा।
Zeppa's low
I
too.
still believe you.
इस नेट भी है बे नेट
And
भी है
missiles back online
नेट
for
भी है
Zeppa.
टाइम नहीं है यार, निकाल लिया ये।
A walk
टाइम का
through.
सीन हो गया।
Spike tapped. Missiles.
Oh, lol.
incoming. Som though, he has a gap within them in the plant. He's committed. Now Som will hold the line. Zeppa slides into him.
ओ बाप रे 1 इंच
भाई इसका अल्ट आ गया ब्रो।
खड़ा हो गए सब खड़े हो रहे हैं अभी ये दोनों खड़े हो गए अभी
On those ghost buys.
हाँ
Numbers on NRG.
ये खड़ा होने वाला गेम है
I have to see Mitch's 3K. He's just running through a smoke and cuts down the majority of NRG with a ghost.
I think it's important to note too that that's the the bully nade.
ओह लाइन ऑफ फायर में है बे
I'm pretty sure NRG.
Hey! Hey!
His emotions changed.
Fuck.
Wow. And just like that, C9 are
Oh
kind of
भाई
5 phantoms for them. Really enjoying
ये
that.
होता है भाई ये होता है ये होती है
And just a side,
rivalry
interestingly enough, Zeppa's got the ultimate already if they need it.
Stack it, bro.
They can just leave Mitch to play audio towards this side.
ये मस्त इंस्टेंट रिग्रेट वाला सीन हो गया बस
Ethan flashes in. Just the drone will work instead, as that's already a lot of space taken on A. NRG realizing they have this side, but have to be ready to fend off the retake attempt. Finesse runs from the utility as in goes Oxy, but
नीचे करना है
he's
इसमें
down, but the retake is here. It's active for C9, and they trade out to take back
निकाल
same
सकते हैं
control.
एनर्जी अराउंड
It's evened out in a 3v3, but it's good in
निकाल
runs for
सकते हैं अभी भी
Catherine,
निकाल
and it's even better for Mitch. Picks up a double. The ult used towards main. Som, the molly. Did it land? Yes. So a bit of time bought, but he still needs to find some kills, and Zeppa is ready. We'll shut that down and convert.
वो गार्डियन से सिटी वाले को मार देते तो राउंड।
Very nicely done from C9
ये
here.
दोनों को मिलके मारा
Had me for a moment with their
Richard
dropping
पे हुआ
down
any
into
idea
sand
नहीं
and
कुछ
Oxy
तो हो
was
गया
taken
रहेगा
down early. Guy still can't catch a break.
कुछ तो मेजर
The rest
सीन
of
हो गया
C9 flooded on through there. Did good work to see the round through. That snowball of ultimates right there, dipping into the Tejo. But don't forget, Mitch getting 3 kills in the previous round, now has the Rolling Thunder too.
I think उन्होंने 20 स्टैक इसलिए किया वो ऑर्ब दिला करके रीटेक खेलने वाले थे।
What could be a pretty decisive swing round here.
वो ऑर्ब के लिए खेलते ही है वो लोग।
NRG wouldn't be able to buy if they end up losing this one. That's not to say NRG aren't close to a lot of their heavy hitting
बच्चा कहला
ults
OG 1
themselves.
second ठीक है।
Set up for a south side crunch. If C9 wants to commit to it, Cam spots one. In goes the stun.
Get out of there, Finesse.
But yeah, Finesse is gonna escape, or does he actually get out in time? He's instead diving back in. Throwing the smoke.
Almost मार सकता था बे दोनों को.
South side secured for C9.
Oh, Mitch uses the ultimate though. Rolling Thunder expended. Now tucked up right here. I love that spot. And slithers away back into his smoke. His teammates are
line of fire.
NRG not getting anything done this round. It's all
Anvan bolte.
Well held from C9. Mitch's ult not finding too much value, but a perfect off angle for him. Buys enough time for the players who had taken Southside control to crunch back in on that site.
Yeah, because Finesse didn't jump on the zip line. I think C9 had the read. Oh, there must be more players around. If he wouldn't be crazy enough to stick around his own, that's why they used the Rolling Thunder. And even then, it doesn't matter because of Mitch's positioning on site.
Let's fucking go, baby. Lip reading किया मैंने.
But they've ults to back this up.
Run बढ़ाओ.
C9 love regen shield, 5 of them. Not caring about sheriffs or anything on the other side. Their read has been low by shield always.
Okay, off the rip, that's an ult invested, but it was a Neon caught, gets away. Mitch not so lucky. He's caught out by Lotta, and it's a lot of spam going both ways.
बाहर आएंगे वो सब. बाहर आएंगे, सारे बाहर आएंगे. सबके लग गए.
Chaos in the
सबके लग गए भाई.
coming out
Kaplu
ahead.
ult.
Finally, it's net. A 1v4. He
Rock
starts
भाई
well,
नाम मान रहे आज.
but NRG will set this post plant for main.
They've still got a Molly, the Brim ult to play with too. And they've left Finesse to be the rat up in tower.
And they suspect the wrap underpass motto is looking, turns. But now both players ready. He has to head back the other way.
There's just not enough time to play with now. Not without killing the Brimstone.
No. He knows it. Gets his exit. And
ये
slowly backs out of this round is NRG. A very nice set play on their eco.
एक बार मैं इसी की स्ट्रीम देख रहा था ये बैठ के यही लाइन अप देख रहा था बहुत टाइम.
C9 went for 5 regen shields, which is extremely powerful.
मजा आता है
When
लाइन
you're
अप
chaining
देखने
that together
को.
round to
माइंड
round,
तो
you hold
सामने
on to
रहता
the
था.
bank that you
लेकिन
save.
इनमें
What
कोई
it
रहता
means
मजा.
is that against these half buys, the energy went for. They had 1 rifle and 4 stingers. Those
आजकल देखो
stingers are like
99%
operators.
अगर
If
पूरे
you're
मोस्टली फास्ट रिटेक ही होता है.
हाँ.
hey, only 25 armor, you kind of melt.
पोस्ट प्लान ड्यूटी देखना कितना सारा रहता है. मॉली एक इसका भी नेड है.
ये और ब्रेक जिंदा रहेगा तो चांस
इसका भी नेड रहता है कभी-कभी. 10 चीजें.
C9 is a team that loves to go for the flood retakes, and that all perfectly punished it.
Yeah, C9, they're still going with the regen shields. That is just how they view the game. Not a bad thing by any means, I think, especially in pro when you're taking a lot of this early damage. It's high EV.
Mata doesn't get anything with the ult, but he does recover some space in Sands. C9 again tasked with a full 5v5 retake here.
This is kind of ugly, though. There's a trip holding them in main, so C9 no one's really out of that space. And Mata throwing out the paint shells, maybe considering swinging through the ultimate, push them into Mata's crosshair. What a setup! NRG! That was beautiful!
It's almost a replay. An ult to flush. And a perfect follow-up from the energy players. They call for freeze, they wait for the re-aggression, and they punish it expertly. It's 1 man left. And he's already stunned up.
Yeah, and
revealed.
Again. Got any more utility? Oh, they're gonna give him a break. That was drawn up beautifully. I mean, again, the round looked strange because NRG had the space into sand, but you really don't have anywhere to go from that point forward. But the fact they have the Brim ult to push players into that double setup in sand was just excellent.
And that's such vintage NRG. No matter if it was Optic, if it was Envy, the last time that Finesse was playing with Coach Mike's.
On the
It's always been a strength of his, calling those pauses in the mid round.
पहले से प्लान वो था. Leo नेट से दरवाजा खुलेगा, रेज अल्ट पर के जाएगा और वो लोग लड़ेंगे.
Plans control लेगा.
Initial हाँ, initial plan सिर्फ इतना रहता है. उसके बाद improvise करना पड़ता है.
I want to say that's now the second time we've seen NRG go for a really aggressive fight in towards spawn. You know, we saw that, I guess, last round, getting up right up against Generator. We saw it earlier.
The last two.
Yeah. We saw it a few rounds ago, too, I think, over on the B side as well, trying to fight over into Canteen.
And I think that's really important when you play into a breach Neon that has a lot of this explosive power. If you try and hunker down on site, you're just going to get overwhelmed by all that util.
Yeah, trying to get in front of the fight. This time, though, NRG not going to have any luck with that. A lot of util burnt by C9. But Mitch still has that stun, ready to go for the refight once this smoke goes down. There's a stun, countered out on the other side. And Mata, well, he's not hit by it. He's going to get taken down by 3 players swinging into his sight.
A good cage from Finesse saves the rest of the team. They still want to re-fight through this one. Flash up, the Neon dips away and goes back in for more.
Oh my god, almost तीसरा भी मार दिया था.
And a flash called in there for Mitch as well to go for that re-swing. Put together nicely. Still, Energy are creeping forward. C9 are going to allow them to plant if NRG sees the opportunity, but as soon as that smoke goes down, it's just so hard to face check on out of that.
Now you don't have the option to go through main until 30 seconds left. And you head back into the lion's den instead. Good setup. And it's taken care of for C9.
So like that was a good example of C9 in these opening fights that were sometimes slipping away from themselves on Lotus. This time having the util, those extra layers to fight into it.
Looks
like Energy is going to be calling a timeout for themselves.
थोड़ा आराम से, ठीक है, बाकी लोग कभी चैट करने दो. ज़्यादा बकचोदी भी अच्छी नहीं है.
Spawn fight rounds, but that last one just committing hard into the A lobby brawl, losing out on that one.
क्या?
पहले तो चैट करके था ना एक
coach. There's a lot of flexibility. They're really good to go for active set plays at the beginning of these rounds. They also, with the ults, can play into a lot of set retake ideas. They can rotate super fast in their own spawn with that neon. So it's a really tough defensive side to deal with.
Yeah, you've kind of got 2 comps that are just great
At
at
least
sort of
Schedule is
brawling
back,
together,
yes,
team
sir.
fighting, etc. So far, I think we've seen NRG really overinvest resources on the south side of the map. We haven't really seen them do much of a concerted effort to fight together on the north side, right? Like, when was the last time they put a lot of players arcade outside of that one light buy round?
I'm interested to hear what you think about this, because again, C9 is committing to all regen shields.
Dance India dance man, excuse me.
Honestly, it's about always being able to buy. If you think about what C9 was doing,
पहले खत्म हुआ था,
couple
same
years
format
back
अभी
by
भी
going
है.
for light
इसका
armor,
winner
meant that
जाएगा
even if you're losing
Masters
2-3
में.
rounds in a row,
मतलब
you're
ये
never
पूरा
actually
qualify
forced
सब
onto an
होके
eco. And I
region
think
सब
with the
fight
regen
करके
shields in particular,
Masters
even
2
though it's
होगा.
more costly,
फिर
what it
एक और
means
बार
is
ऐसे
that
होगा और
even
उसके
when
बाद
you do
champs
take
होगा.
chunk
सारा
damage, you
points
carry
पूरा
over the
season का
remaining shields
calculate
round to
करके.
round. So it might cost you 650 up front, but if you win a couple in a row, you're not having to reinvest the 400 of light shielding you'd have to do pretty consistently with the other idea.
And that idea is the strongest before you have VODs out there, so teams aren't knowing you do that and buying Outlaw consistently.
Because that is the ultimate counter. Outlaw, Guardian, double shot to body is going to do similar things. NRG are a similar but different school. They're going all light shields. So not as punished when they lose rounds necessarily, but not going to be rewarded for stringing them together.
NRG taking a bit of time to orb max. Get some of these key ults back online. And I think the idea is just to break Cypher trips.
I'm not going to find any,
Yeah, it doesn't hit any of them.
Yeah, interesting locations. These Cypher trips. Deeper ones to be able to play off of and punish, maybe not the Rays, but the next players coming into a site.
Cheeky camera here from Net. Will get broken though.
101%.
And now NRG, they've done all the homework. They're ready to actually make something happen here. On the B site, good stun, Net's ahead of it. Gets his first kill, and now the ult popped off of that. His teammates trying to help out with an Armageddon as well, but Mata will trade through. Now it's all about getting Net out of heaven. He has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to in this site. For 3, and C9 do a damn good job holding down the site, and he is pumped.
Net's movement there on the site, also on the stage, getting up out of his chair.
DP 10 on 10 for creative.
I mean, first of all, getting in front of this stun, taking the time, and getting the ult off as the body falls. And then smoke playing flush with the wall.
30 seconds के अंदर जाना ना.
The spam shots going into it.
एकदम दर्द, एकदम दर्द.
Sam, what are you doing? Stand up again. Full studio? What the fuck?
Hey, Oxy might be not bringing the Super Saiyan much, but you got someone else stepping up today.
Yeah, I don't know. Sam was living rent-free.
Plus for efforts. Thank you, Amrit. Bye. Thank you for the 200 with Jan today.
Relax things a bit, take it slower. They didn't, set up a lot of players on the north side last round, but they did work into underpass before moving into arcade. I'm not really sure what info they're really finding a late re-clear with the drone here into A main, not seeing the neon, I suppose, and getting around the corner. Does tell them that it might be nice to keep moving into the A site, but actually calling back into Mata's position outside B instead.
I think a lot of it trying to diffuse any trap plays that C9 might be setting. Their comp's very strong with that, but as Ronan said, it's just Oxy alone holding up on the north side, and the initiators towards spawn, ready to react on either side.
Ready to let it rip, but again, Net is out of position. Not going to be hit by that. This time sticking down in Arcade.
See, out of position, but he does have a trap set up. His cam was broken, and the ult. Brock's gonna escape that one, and now Net's active. Again, doing well to hold down his sight. And again, just dancing within these smokes, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He'll swing through with Oxy, and C9 decimate NRG on this site. Only Mata's left to stand. And he's got but a stinger and no time to work with.
10 seconds left.
I've got to keep complimenting Net. He's always finding these first kills over on the B site. And because he's still there, it means that players have to turn around. You know, you're trying to plant the spike with one player. The other, you know, one or two have to look for him, also watch on to spawn. It means NRG are never comfortable.
Mata saves the stinger through.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Stinger him. Mostly Alta करके.
Just finding these openers, especially because, like you were talking about, with C9's ability to sort of very quickly rotate on over, keep going for these retakes. As long as he gets one kill, as long as he stalls just a little bit, C9 are ready to sort of flood out and meet him. Once NRG are focusing in on his position.
Yeah, he saves that weapon, gets bought a gun from one of his teammates, and now someone else is that stinger. There's an ult online for Oxy, he's just sending it through. Vic is stolen away the kill instead. C9 keep doing a great job of punishing Finesse on the weak side when they're going for these slow rounds.
Yeah, and he's not really in position to quickly jump on the zip line either. Usually that's how you get out of there, but thought he could maybe play behind his smoke, get something done. For one at least. Now smokes to come in to guide Mata top. Say it's the pistol round. We're back. The one that never happened.
Mata, the ult popped. Stuck in a tough position, getting aftershocked out. Zeppa though, the rocket nearly found him. Instead, he'll escape with his life. And now someone needs to get on that spike damn quickly. A flank though, coming in from Net, who's been so good. But this round, he cannot make the difference. Oxy's holding. That's halfway gone. Still maybe a repeat of that pistol round to be found. Molly's. Teo missiles going in, but Vic holds strong. Zeppa sticking this one, but no one can stop the fight nor the stick. It doesn't matter. C9 hold things down. It's deja vu as they get up to 7.
You already know in the VOD review, NRG, they're going to be retiring this play.
अरे ये मैप पे जो अटैक करेगा उसका राउंड है ब्रो. डिफेंस में अटैक करो, अटैक में भी अटैक करो.
And then NRG are forced to jump out of drop.
Can you explain that to the viewer audience?
क्या पता पता नहीं यार. ये मैप पे इतनी जगह है ना, देख ना 3 राउंड तो उन्होंने बीमेन पुश और एमेन रैप करके पूरा उधर एक साइड का कंट्रोल लेके निकाले.
Through A main, right? But because he's getting farmed, I think he can't have impact.
I was thinking Ned had something else to say there, because I think he might have, but
he might have been saying too much.
करने जाता हूँ कांड हो जाता है, इसलिए ज़्यादा कर्म नहीं करने का, आराम करने का.
Push again. Oh, this time.
ये हटाओ और आराम करो.
Underpass. Not going to find anyone for their troubles. And for what it's worth, NRG should be able to get the spike down, and in the post plant, it's going to be a trade. Breach ult for C9, tail ult from Brock to stall out the re-hit.
NRG tried the diss on us right now, a bit more on this. Straight up A-hit, and a straight up retake for Cloud9.
Waste हो गया.
Broken before he can find any info. Ults from both teams. The Neon's gonna get past that Armageddon. And Oxy, he's through the side. Great slide. Takes down the anchor of Saw. But now it's a question of how can C9 deal with these anchors in main. But the setup, it's excellent from NRG. And C9 forced to try something dramatic, try and just hold on to this spike, but there's just too many players on the other side. Finesse on the re-wrap, and the spam, too good for NRG. That time, they close out on their A post plant.
Yeah, there you go. Finesse alive in the post plant, has his teammates back, holding into main. Because Net very nearly had the perfect timing to kill those players. No one was looking at him except for Finesse.
बंदा पे कहाँ हो गया?
Crazy too, because Oxy goes flying in there. Mitch also tried to get in front of the brim tail combo and ended up dying to it. I don't know if there was other util that hit him. but he was really trying to get in there with Oxy and just couldn't quite close the gap.
कल मिलते हैं सैनवाज बट पे dancing.
Energy starting by taking space in dish.
Ooh, interesting that it's just going to be Brock down on the south side by his own. Using that drone in for jumping back onto the north side. Hold on, wait, Mata's doing it again.
Third time's the charm, that's what they say. The plant position has to be held off on.
Oh, they're jumping into sight this time, though. Look at them. They're just running into the bullets. C9 mow them down. NRG had tried to switch things up, but it just did not work at all. Spike has yet to be planted.
ये वाला स्टैट के लिए एकदम रेडी है बे C9.
The clock out because his team is down.
तीन बार अलग-अलग राउंड में तीनों बार काउंटर किया, तीनों बार.
All right. So NRG almost tried to do the same thing again, but this time C9 ahead of it. Punished them on the flood in, and this is a much different Cloud9 from what we saw map one. 8-4 at the half. They looked excellent on this defensive side. I think you especially have to give credit to how good Net was.
Net's individual performance on the holds, those last retakes for the team too.
You
see, he's hyped up about it. 8-4 up on their map choice as we head into the halftime.
क्या हुआ जाना तो बुला रहे कहाँ बुला रहे गोल्डी में अभी सिंगर बिंक्स के साथ बोल
आवाज आ रहा है बोल
रुक जा
आवाज आ रहा है
अच्छा
ये गया भाई ये गया हाँ ये गया तो हुआ है सिंपल बात सुबह के 4 बजे बुला रहे मतलब बबलू ने कुछ तो हागा है क्या हागा है जानने के लिए बने रहिए इसी चैनल बबलू और उसकी गाफ शॉटवाद टेवायवस भागा अरे तुझ पर टेवायवस आज गोल्ड बैग मस्त था ना मराठी जो हंस रहा था मैं भाईचारा अमन अच्छा बताया अमन बढ़िया बताया थोड़ा सा है लेकिन जैसा है अपना मेंबर तो
भाई का टाइमर भी 45 सेकंड्स पे होता है
पहले जाके मिलके तो आ
Honestly, it feels similar to what they were showing us in kickoff, right? They have some good moments, you know, Oxy maybe struggling a little bit, but Zeppa lights out thus far today as well.
Yeah, Zeppa's just been a monster. 16 kills there in the first half, taken down in half the rounds. It's funny, right? Because you know, C9 didn't really make any roster changes, but you know, they had a little bit more time to work together as a team, get used to it. Still looking very similar, but much better than that opening map. At the same time, NRG, who looked so different back on map number 1, had that second round sort of robbed away from them, even after they won the second round of the pistol. After that, couldn't really find their footing apart from some pretty well-timed fights, you know, in towards C9 spawn. That was working for them, but the rest really wasn't once C9 started going on those flood retakes.
Yeah, they did a great job with Cloud9 of picking the right times to go for the more active plays, the crunches on the south or north side of the map. And when they did, they were really consistently able to punish Finesse, take him out of the round, and give his team a big disadvantage in calling that mid-round.
एक बार पिंकी स्ट्रीम देख रही थी
हाँ
पिंकी बोलते पब्लिक के पीछे वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट प्ले लेके खुद के रूम में ऐसा कौन दिख रहा है
भाई मैं बताओ मैंने बोला था उस भाई के भाई है ना उनको बोला था ना आपने शाश्वत को बोला था रूम बनाना है तो उसी ने बनाया उसी ने लगाया मैं कहा ठीक है यार
भाई एकदम तेरा वाला ही वाइब आता है लेकिन उस
मजा आता है भाई मस्त है एकदम पॉजिटिविटी है भाई
जिप देख
समझ रहा है
की करमजीत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100 मेरा नाम मत लेना सॉरी करमजीत सिंह भाई माफ करे थैंक यू फॉर द 100 मेरी जान भाई आप डीपी देखो इतना हैंडसम डीपी और नाम मच्छर बहुत सही क्या हाँ that's some handsome मच्छर right there हाँ कुछ तो बंद हो गया शेर देख रहा था शेर वो लोग भी करते रहेंगे ना ये सब कुछ गेमर इलेक्ट्रो भाई थैंक यू फॉर द membership City started yes sir Aman is bella by brain but lovely by heart pure by heart lovely ne pure
Game of Thrones arc recently. It's
It's a good arc to have.
We're moving past that now. I wonder what the best gun would
बबलू
be.
कब है यार शादी कब है यार
The judge,
Judge, yeah, that'd probably be
कर
really good.
पार्टी
I'm
करनी है
bored by this conversation. We got someone better to check in with. Dryad standing by with Shanks on the
बहुत
floor.
टाइम हो गया यार छुट्टी नहीं ली लास्ट तक भाई का था
That's right, guys. I'm here with Chinks from Energy. Can we hear for Chinks? Come on, come on. There you go. It took a minute. It took a minute. All good. Chinks, how are you doing?
ऐसा नहीं लगते बदल गया है
Stage 1.
It is awesome. The environment is great.
Same ही तो
There's a lot
है
of people here.
नहीं रे कुछ तो हेयरकट किया है बे
All the Energy fans in the crowd, we love you guys. I'm doing good.
And how are you feeling about this match? I think at the beginning was very dominant, and he closed out the
Bench
first
पे
match. This
young
one
लग
is
रहा है बे
7-5 in the half, so.
Yeah, map one's amazing. Brock, the new addition, has
By
been
the way,
looking
I'm
really good.
Kundan.
And Mike's
Brock
brought
है
out a good game plan, but
ठीक
map
है
2's looking a little bit rough right now, but we're known for comeback, so I think we're gonna win this map.
And something that I want to ask you is, we heard your hot take of how the team is going to make it internationally, how they're going to lift a trophy. So I want you to sell it to the people here and to everybody watching at home. Why is Energy winning stage 1?
ना नहीं जीतेगा
FNS is the greatest
जीतेगा
IGL
चुपचाप
Valorant
ना
has ever seen.
सेन
FNS is the go.
वो है agree
Okay, but
but
give me
सेन
another point,
जीतेगा
Shirley. We got 2 more.
And we also have the W streamer on our team. Look at Sam, the GOAT. Look at Sam. The entire team is playing amazing. I talked to them backstage. Everyone's feeling good, feeling confident. I think we're going to win a tournament this year.
I'm sorry. I want to say I'm feeling the energy, but I feel like that's too obvious, isn't it? But maybe I am. Maybe I am. So we'll see if they win a stage 1. We'll see if they win this map as well, as we send it back to you guys. Thank you, Shanks.
Thank you.
Finesse a good IGL. Saw the W streamer.
तू किसके साथ स्ट्रीम वॉच कर रहा है पब्लिक के साथ
जब चैट में हरा में लौंडे तो बहुत है
भाई पता नहीं किस पे गए
Is what it might be. I think he gets paid for the amount of times he.
पता नहीं
तुमको क्या करने का है बता तुमको क्या करने का है भाई जो है सो है यार
I mean, he sounded very well drilled with them out there. But let's jump
हाँ
into the
इधर
second
कर रहे
half.
तब
Energy,
से काफी मिस
they're
कर रहे
gonna
क्या
win a
कर रहे
pistol in
हो
the second half here before they can worry about the trophies.
But they're known for the
फिर
comebacks.
मैसेज पढ़े एक्सेल में आज करने वाले मैं सच्ची नहीं पढ़ा मेरे को पढ़ने के लिए मैं रखा है वो
Runs him down, thankfully. A good teammate
This is my 70 on channel from Harbour Titan Bay. I came along with love you, Electra bhai.
Ethan completely blinded up there after the 3.
2v2 bay.
So now it's Nets
Under
mission.
2v3 bay.
Going a bit of a hunt. Smoke goes down.
Love you dude, love you too much यार.
Good
क्या
position
मार.
for him. Really crisp on the shot
Picture
as
देखा
well.
था.
Brock shows a shoulder. Is taken down low, and
Can
now
be
C9 group up, shoulder to shoulder, pushing back into main to play the post.
Hey, it's time for 1-1 baby. तू जा रहा है कि तू है करना.
Stun back up, a flash, the blast for Mitch to work
आफ्टर
with.
शॉक भाई तीनों यूटिल नहीं होगा
End the camera back on
पहला
spike.
सिर्फ stun
Cage used, but they
अभी
know
तो कैमरा लगाया है कैमरा
And our next tap, a stun's gonna come in. Good dodge from NRG. But Finesse needs to trade.
भाई आफ्टर शॉक के फिर भी अकेला पीक लेके मारो दो नो.
थ्रो हो जाएगा
Breaches with their sheriffs that round were getting work done.
थ्रो हो
It's the same
जाएगा
sheriff. Wait, did that gun
Confidence.
get 6 kills?
I'm pretty sure. Okay, 1,
Because Ethan was nasty with it here.
2,
Turn
3.
back. That was just 3 headshots too.
Pretty clean. He dies, and same sheriff. 2
4
more.
5
And one had cleaner shots.
टॉम ले अपने एफएनएस ले
Also won the
सकता है
rounds. What are you doing? That's obsessed.
He's been listening to Shakes'
बेचारा
so
Tom.
getting some set.
लाइफ में नहीं उठेगा यार बेचारा यार.
I think is what's happening.
खुश होने के लिए उठा था बुरी हो रहा है
Has
अभी.
crept up. I mean, he put down the smoke, so it makes some sense.
हाँ?
As a matter of fact, Vic has been told. Vic is waiting for that walk underpass from up on the north side. Knows that other broom is very
इशू
likely
क्यों
down
आज
underpass.
बहुत बढ़िया गेम खेले आप शाम को. आपका डीपी देख के लग रहा है बहुत
Drone's
बढ़िया
not
खेले
coming
शाम
for
को.
Psalm. So with the ghost here, there's a chance to do a little bit of damage 4 light armors on the other side. And
मैं
he's
सच में लाइफ में नहीं इतना हंसा रहेगा
Zeppo will come back in late though.
मैं और पिंका
They
टीवी
might
पे
just
देख
start
के
timing on
जो
this. Already
हंसे
does.
भाई
Sinon's
मजा आ गया
foolery today. C9 locking this one down quite cleanly.
आपके रिलेशनशिप को भी 7 साल हुए ना बंद भाई एक्सक्यूज मी
plant down.
10 years baby ऑक्सी मारेगा
It could get better than that.
Sure. That was just a stinger though. Expendable resource and well the util's gonna finish the job that Oxy couldn't do. So C9 10-4. Rebounding massively after losing the first map of this series.
चैट लाइक करके देखो कैन वी ब्रीथ फ्री के लाइक अगर इसने लाइक करना मिस कर दिया तो लाइक कर दो
Have 4 rifles and a stinger. Play with that and just end it immediately. Also hedge their bets a bit. We'll see what the call-ins at the end.
यार भाई थोड़ा लैंग्वेज संभाल के आल बाल कुछ भी ना लिखे भले मजाक मस्ती चल रही है
जा रहे के दिखाओ वहां पे
That's a bit of a legacy on it.
एक ऐसा एजेंट का यूटिल आना चाहिए एक नए एजेंट का कि वो सारा यूटिल डॉच कर सके उसको कोई भी यूटिल का फर्क ही नहीं पड़ेगा
वरना केला जैसा हालत हो सकता है
लेकिन हाँ मार उसको सकते हैं यूटिल के अलावा
Blast from the Tejo to clear a pathway. There's 2 players inside of the smoke. Look at that, finesse and solve.
ऐसा भी एक एबिलिटी वाला आना
चाहिए
बनाते
बात करना पड़ेगा
Shanks' beloved duo doing great work to start this round. What's the reaction out of C9 now? The 3 of them will walk towards up against Brock. That is an excellent start for Oxy. But they need a bit more where that came from. Mata spotted out. Stun unable to be avoided. And Mata knocks down a double.
Wow.
Now Mitch in a 1v4. He has the blast, but not a lot of time. Already ticked away and not a lot of stall util really to do much with this one. NRG well converted there.
क्या लगता है
Yeah, love that call. Playing 2 players inside.
क्या लगता है क्या भाई
भाई पढ़ना है दन का एग्जाम डन से
strong side was going up into arcade. So they didn't really have the
क्या लगता है कमबैक करेगा तू
smoke. And yeah, saw the shoulder. There might have been a drone.
मैं क्या कमबैक करूंगा एनर्जी यस करेगी
All things considered though, that stun line 2 from Ethan, very nice.
हाँ मेरी टीम करेगी
Breach util's been on point all series.
गुड मॉर्निंग पेपर देख के आता हूं डन से
अभी एको टाइम आउट है कि नहीं है ना एको टाइम आउट बचा है बस
From the north side of the map, 3 players. Basically the same setup as that last round. And still with that similar pace. The Tejo nades. This time though the pathing is down on the ground from Oxy. Waiting for a moment to sneak through that smoke. Hold on, Psalm's just killing him in there. That one. The spike is worked up in towards heaven, but now Oxy is the one riding inside of the smoke. Finesse is still here, and Oxy whips around and takes him down.
तुम्हारा ऑक्सी नहीं है
Ethan and Mata left. And critically, Mata has the raised rocket available. Net trying to cross, gets away with it. Good stun for Oxy. Mata running for his life. How did that connect?
Bro's full jumping headshot. And now it's a 2-on-2. Now Ethan is worked on over with full utility to back up the showstopper.
A stun and the rocket. But he just swings out into Vic and dies. And now it's only the world champ to try and clutch this one up. And against Vic, it doesn't work out.
Masim, thank you for the membership.
Come on, he can't be doing that, making me believe like that. Just the silliest skill I've seen today.
Beat और बॉल लेना क्या था वो है वो टीम्स ने सीखा है वो इसलिए क्योंकि जब भी यहाँ से स्टननेड डालेगा ना वहाँ से बाहर नहीं निकलता बाहर निकल रहा तो जल्दी ही निकल जाए और वो स्टन खा गया तो टावर वाला जिंदा नहीं रह सकता
Vic just knows on him.
Not matching the energy at all.
No. Come on, Vic.
All right, well, Oxy this round has the ultimate, getting into sight. Wall up and going back into spawn. Don't put your iPad away. Stop playing Angry Birds. There's still a game to be won. A round to be won. Mata knows it.
Trades back. It's a pandemonium round.
Brock by na मान रहा.
Who's winning this one? It's left up to Zeppa in a flash. With the spike dropped. And Finesse holding his angle. Finesse knows he's
हाँ ये कैसे करो ये कैसे थ्रो रहा है
भाई
rounds.
उसने क्या मारा है फिर उसको.
He has been elite today.
What are these rounds?
Little one for okay, yeah. Vic took him down to 23. That's fine. But hello.
आओ मैच 3 मैं रेंज करके आता हूँ. अब नहीं देखना मेरे को. हो गया मेरा ये मैच का.
True silent
क्या
film.
करके आता? चेंज.
रेंज.
Energy
अच्छा,
known
range.
for the comebacks, but down 12-5 now. This is looking like a map 3.
रेंज से अच्छा डीएम कर.
Mitch has the Rolling Thunder ready to go. Down from underpass, sends it into full clear sight, but still, there's a Cypher up in tower. I was going to say, not anymore.
He's already gone. Rolling Thunder
20
through.
ulti lagi hai, 20
But the
ulti.
counter stun is excellent. Oxy converts. Keeps advantage with his squad, but there's more ults to come, and Stomp capitalizes off of it. He's found a cap for now, but not long enough. Brock alone. 1v3 that starts well, and another ult to work with.
This is how we end.
But there's no one on site to receive that Armageddon. Instead, he'll walk alone into the site.
ना ये गया.
Missiles on the recharge for Zeppa. The breach spotted in main, and Mitch, the one to take him down. 13
ये
to
गया
5,
बे.
C9. They reply in kind on their map pick and tie this series up.
बोला था कि नहीं.
Bounce back.
मैं बोला बे. बोला का मैप पे क्या 6 महीने बाद सर्वर में आ रहे हैं.
Massive way. Zeppa
बोले
having
के
a
पास भी
crazy
रहेगा
map.
आंसर
That
से यार.
first half too, I think Net was so effective.
ये भी तो आ रहे सर्वर में.
हाँ.
Getting out of share,
लेकिन
getting energy going
जब
for
तू
the
मैप
team.
पे
They
करता हो तो
needed
कुछ तो एडवांटेज रहेगा ना. भले ही
getting kind of shut out
सब
that
लोग सब
second
मैप
half
प्रैक्टिस
Lotus.
करते हैं.
Oxy as well having a
तुम
bounce
जो
back
तुम
from
लोग
that
का
first
एक मैप जो तुम लोग पहला पिक
Showing some
करते हो
big rounds
कुछ
for
तो
him. And here
टुकड़े
you
वाला
can
सीन रहता
kind
है.
of just
समझ
see
रहे
the Zeppa highlight reel.
एक्स्ट्रा प्रैक्टिस.
हाँ.
Second series in a row.
वो
against
चलता है नहीं
Energy, where
चलता
he's
वो
having an
बाद में
incredible
मालूम पड़ता है लेकिन टुकड़ों वाला करते हैं.
It was cool seeing some of these rounds on that first half from NRG fighting back into spawn. The Brimwell play was nasty, but
अगर
at the end
इंडिया
of the day, it
में
wasn't enough for
बीसीटी
NRG.
सेंटिनल्स
Still, more to the series to be
या
played. We're heading
कहाँ
all the way
से
to map number
ऑर्डर
3.
करें.
This series
भाई मैं
is
उनके
decided on
वेबसाइट से
Pearl
लिया
when
था
we
जर्सी
return.
लेकिन थोड़ा गलत जर्सी में मेरे साइज के हिसाब से लिया था लेकिन वो बहुत बड़ा था. वो टाइम पे मैंने लार्ज एक्सेल लिया था. बैंक तो बहुत बड़ा था तो अभी ऐसे ही रखा है शो पीस. रेड विल गिव द है ना. क्रिएटिव लोग तो है. क्रिएटिव तो है. चलो मैं चाय लेके आया.
आ जा आ जा.
तू चाल बाल मत बोल देना.
क्या बोलूंगा आल बाल.
पता नहीं भरोसा नहीं मेरे को. कुछ हरामी चैट का हरामी आंसर दिया. मेरा हरामी लग जाएंगे.
टेंशन मत ले.
कोई चूत. ठीक है. So let me get some tea, baby.
Shenum, or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy, just to the side, it's gonna be the Oxy ace. Push in, it's just gonna be a leap through. They're trying to do power in numbers right now, but Energy is gonna have Mata with 4.
And the series is tied up, folks, as Cloud9 manages to pick up that Fracture win. Now we set our sights to Pearl, and you got, well, getting some sustenance early on. The bananas are in, folks. It's time to win.
Got to. Light meal, though. Light meal.
Light meal.
You don't want to bog yourself down with carbohydrates.
This is true. You don't want a carbo load, you know?
Simple.
Yeah.
It's not good to do. It's not good to do.
Bananas a great slow burn of energy as well. Good source of potassium.
Look, you tune into the show for nutritional education and some video game discussion. Let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we just saw on stage there, because C9 most definitely came out of the gate swinging, and it started off, I mean, tell you what, though, probably a little bitter because they took that round away early on, and they were like, you know what, I take offense to that.
No.
13-5 dominate.
And then they lose the pistol to get back into it, which is so good. But it's all good because then immediately on this second round, Zeppa was able to go crazy on them. It was Mitch. Zeppa came in at the end to close it out in the clutch, but somehow Mitch tucked in the corner, 3K, all headshots with the Ghost. What an immediate turn of the momentum.
I had an inclination, I think, that this map was going to be favored towards the way that Cloud9 like to play, because we've just seen it play out so many times now. The team that's following the sound cues, trying to flood defend, trying to play the aggressive retakes with these nice util combos, are a team that wins, honestly. If you take the fight first ahead of your opponents, you're going to be advantaged. Cloud9 were doing that consistently, not only on a defensive rounds, but also on attack as well. They are so willing to just group up, fight, and make sure that their util is picture perfect. The trades are on point as well. So it's a map that definitely suits their play style. Looking forward towards Pearl as well. I don't know if that's going to be the same case, but I guess we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. And we definitely will observe what happens on that one. But still, though, got to continue to praise some of the star players in this one, because you had talked about it briefly, but Zeppa, man, there's something about this map that this guy just likes.
Yeah, some players, they have their maps or they have their specific angles where, like, you can always sense that they're about to get 2 from that position, something like that. But yeah, evidently on this map, and especially against NRG, Zeppa goes crazy. When it was on the Cloven kickoff, he harvested them, and now switching over to the Tejo, another season of bountiful crops. He's so good on
no subsidies. My guy is out there selling the goods to the people.
But it's so damn important that Zeppa does have a good game, I think, as well, with the way that Cloud9 choose to play, which is putting Oxy into that all or nothing role, basically. You know, Oxy's taking point. They're setting him up with good util as well, but look at his numbers.
He's so happy.
He's so happy. He's so happy to be here.
He's so shocked. He's like, wow, I'm good at Fracture. Whoa.
But there's a lot of pressure, I think, when teams run like the Breach Teo with just a solo duelist, that the duelist player is often going to be going down early. You can't always set them up perfectly every single time. And Oxy's been getting fantastic value, but the pressure is going to be on players like Oxy as well to play well. The Teo's going to be normally the second one in, trying to trade out your duelist player and to pick up the pieces. He did it again. It's got to be consistent, and he keeps doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the one real differential in the stats that you saw was just the KDA. Because of that, he was just dying way less, closing out rounds, and also a testament to how this time it was a way more dominant showing. That first time they played on this map, NRG had one of the all-time fake comebacks, which obscured his KDA. But this time, they just clowned on them. I mean, they were so good.
They look good. They look good. But now let's go ahead and set our attention, though,
I
to
get it,
Pearl,
Mitch,
because you're mentioning
get
it
him,
before,
get him,
Bren, at the
Mitch,
top of this, that, you know, Cloud9 style, right? Fracture favors them. They like to go in there
I'm back,
and
baby.
get in their face. But Pearl has kind of seen some changes and some different approaches.
Yeah, it is. I'll make it short and sweet, though. Like, Pearl, I don't think you can take the same style that Cloud9 used to success in Fracture, that pack mentality. You can try to, but if
Good
NRG
morning,
have
chat.
alternated their comp a little bit, they're running the Euro as well, they can get fast rotates to make sure they follow the sound cues on defense. It's much harder to play that play style on a map like
Thank you for the 120 G पे तुमका लगाओ
map 3, so let's find out which team is
लास्ट
going to
वीडियो के
start
लिए
off this
50,000
stage with
ऑप्शन
a
हुआ था
dub
मेरा
right after this.
मेरा भी डीसी बैन हो गया किसी लव यू मचार Red last map C9. They have good momentum. They're looking strong. I will train you online. भाई जिम करने से ना एनर्जी बहुत ड्रेन हो जाती है भाई. इधर जिंदगी में टाइम नहीं है. कहाँ से एनर्जी डालूं मैं?
We're heading into map 3. Both of these teams is smoked on their respective map picks, but now it's even out territory and a map where I think there's a lot of interesting options for comps. We saw that on display at Masters Bangkok with, you know, the T1 double duelist kind of looks. You have the more G2 double initiator kind of looks. There's a lot of options for our teams here.
Yeah, and so far our two teams, they played fairly standard stuff. I would just say with their own, you know.
क्या लगता है वाइस रहेगा ही रहेगा?
वाइस लेगा वो FN.
Exactly.
वाइस लेगा.
This sort of fit into the typical meta for the
Euro ISO दिख रहा है मेरे को.
got in store going on to this final map is also worth reminding you again. These two teams very likely going to be fighting for playoff spots in their group, and that is just T1's comp. No.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Neon and the Yoru coming in together. I think when you look at this biggest on your defense, you're so good at floating into those attacks that you have crazy double dive ideas. And it's a
Killjoy और Cyphers में कौन सा चला था? मेरे को Cypher.
Just putting the jet in instead. I don't know if I would call
Ignore मत करो, मैं क्यों ignore करूँ?
Rank में Cypher? सही है.
That's a double duel
इसमें?
very different, right?
Ranked में Cypher ज़्यादा मेरे को better लगता है, लेकिन Killjoy मेरे को competitive matches में ज़्यादा better लगता है.
Things you can look for. That's adorable. That's awesome.
क्योंकि रैंक में W गेमिंग ज़्यादा करते हैं ना यार बंदे.
Killjoy से कुछ मत करता. Cypher का trip is equal to lot of info plus
Trace was playing over in the Chinese circuit that we saw T1 also play to win the series in Bangkok versus G2. There's a lot of cool things you can do, especially
अभी बोल दो. Binks Allen, love you मेरी जान के लिए.
Energy going bar for bar with the Masters 1 champions. But C9 with their own spin, fighting to mid. Both duelists brawling out, and Oxy gets a clean opener onto Mata.
Yeah, they can quickly move back over to the A side as well. I don't know if NRG are going to want to breach through this smoke. We've got the one flash on Ethan, and it looks like they want to force it. Here goes Ethan, but instantly dealt with. Mitch just playing on backside. Oxy flooding in too. This is classy from C9 to open things up.
And that's the beauty of these double duelist comps. You have so much mobility to quickly rotate. You're flooding into mid, then you're receiving back, and you're into A. You have a TP set up to get back over towards C as well. It's really tough to play that slow mid-round style that Energy loves because of how proactive C9 are able to be in that mid-round.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot, like the big differentiating factor between these two comps is going to be the Neon versus the Jet. And I think what the Neon comp is going to be better at is doing sort of like team fighting, set pieces, you know, scaling off of limited, you know, flash utility, etc. Whereas the Jet, you're going to see Oxy constantly, especially on defense, looking for these opening fights next to Zeppa.
Makes sense to see Oxy getting his Jet back up to form though. When we're looking at the changes to the map pool, we don't see anything new in this series, but we have Icebox coming back. We have Ascent coming back. Minor changes on Ascent, no Icebox. Those have always been Jet playgrounds.
Best entry, one of the best.
Oxy excels on this agent.
And both these teams, they got boring, so they floated Ascent and Icebox, but then they banned it in the second phase. Yep. So that's why we there's a map teams practice on, just going from kickoff and the last few months of play.
सब लोग है ना
Both these teams, though, not having attended Masters Bangkok, had a nice round
पूरा
month
register
or
use
so
करते हैं
to
क्या? तू भी इतना ही करता है?
Of course, for NRG, they made a roster change.
Like पूरा elbow तक तेरा उस पे रहता है क्या mouse pad पे हाथ?
Seems like we have another tech pause coming in.
But ये लोग देख ना सब लोग like elbow तक almost रख रहे हैं सब लोग mouse pad पे.
Yeah. The computers have to warm up to start stage 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that how computers work? You know, if you don't run them in a while, you gotta. It's like a car. You know, the battery dies. You gotta bring in a new one.
I don't think that's how it works, but
that's how my car works.
Okay.
It's an oldie.
Your car's from like the 1980s, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
That's like Golden Boy era.
That was so unnecessary. Okay, good news. TechBoss was short.
Language, Bouchard.
Make a grip at GB, and we're starting the game again. It's 1-0 up for C9 here.
Well, we're not starting it again. We're starting round 2 again.
यार किसके पास वो flex क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है नया वाला?
No, this is honest. Moving over into it, and finally we see an outlaw. I don't think we've seen a single outlaw today. If memory serves.
नहीं दिख रहा ना?
Teams are buying light armor regen shields almost every round.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the coaches have clued into that, realized. There we go. Zeppa just there to bail his teammate out, even with a good flash out of Ethan. Not going to happen with that duo working together.
Could be that, or could be as simple as I'm Jet on an anti-eco.
Could could be that simple, couldn't it?
Clean base.
Well, Mitch is going to be happy to find 3
Clean.
kills.
सारे guns हैं उनके पास. Ah.
Sir, are we
Tom by Mena Seta.
That's been doing a lot more today.
कहाँ से आ जाओ confidential?
Up out of his chair all throughout map 2. Once C9 started winning rounds, he's getting active. And now just eyeing up the purchase coming into this next round, and RG are continuing. So even
अगर
though
इस
they
live top
saw
करेगा
the
टेंशन मत ले.
outlaw in that last round, I don't think it fired a shot, but they at least saw it. 4 players on the light buy.
हर कैटेगरी के best और worst region बताओ. पहले game देख.
I don't love that.
Yeah, it's a risk to be taken for sure.
Sentinel में सबसे learn deadlock है.
Oxy not in the position to
ये मेरे को पता.
do too much as judge, however, from Vic.
Well, Bablu, I think you can go back to sleep.
Energy just continuing to like play these tandem positions next to each other, the two duelists getting the work done, but it's really Vic all on his own. And now working himself out of stars, only has the one in the back pocket, and the judge is not going to get anything done.
अब बोल ना क्या हुआ बोलती बंदो भी.
So Energy get to play with a clean 5v4
इस बार
advantage.
इसको कोई बताओ ये bonus round है. बता रहा हूँ.
तो क्या हुआ? Backside with the outlaw still. Smoke is really annoying to deal with. The flash over the top, the stun comes in. Mata and Zeppa right up in each other's face there. Zeppa takes down the first one. And now the flood comes in. It's Mata and Buck still alive on just 1 HP.
But Oxy still up on that outlaw. Still holding down the line, swinging into him with no armor. It's a death sentence. Oxy for 2. Now the knives popped, and the distraction is enough to get Net the kill.
Bablu.
Oxy absolutely punishes NRG there. The line armor dealt with. And no one actually being able to get into backside really surprised me. I didn't see if there was some counter utility thrown out by C9, but Oxy was in a bad way back there. He was stunned, he was flashed.
उसको नहीं मालूम ना कि वो है reload पे था ना. ऑटो reload पे था. उसको थोड़ी मालूम है बंदा close है कि नहीं है.
Very nice.
Yeah, just a highlight reel for the outlaw. And now Energy back down to an eco. Again, the outlaw is going to have crazy value.
Because the way C9 are playing is effectively all of our utility is on one side of the map. The other side of the map is going to be Jet Yoru. We put the Jet all the way up. Now Yoru is going to be running back over onto the A side.
That's more the beauty of this comp, that you have 2 characters that can brawl as much as they want and still have that get out of jail free.
And because that Jet has this very forward line, like we have beautiful information, it allows this stack of 3 players into the A site. And just Vic playing again with the judge in connector. Can hear audio in mid. There's a camera there too to be able to swing off of. Cool.
Oxy sees one. Doesn't want to take too much risk though.
Surprise, Yoru's TP'd back already. We're fine.
A bait set up too. Oxy can take contact and they'll send out the clun. Okay. Every shot required, but Vic gets the kill at range, and Oxy a chance to repossess some players down long with that outlaw.
Mid में कैम भी है.
They'll tuck tail, run back towards mid. They don't want to test him.
ये क्या शॉट था बे?
All right, NRG finally
Direct land हुआ उस पे बे?
Street there, broke the Cypher camera. It's possible NRG log that for future memory. It's just the cam here, so it requires Net to be inside it for the info. And now they've allowed Som to get back into connector. Now C9 not going to be fooled by this too much. There's a good tripwire in art that would see that. And
rotation हो बे. 4 बंदे side पे हो बे.
And Mata gets caught by his own stun. Can't follow up towards Secret. The stall is good. Mata has found a kill, but there's no time for the plant to come down, and now it's just the task of dying.
लग गए. Ah!
They get their extra 300 creds for the plant after time. But C9 still go up 4-0.
Wow. This is kind of alarming now for NRG.
Bablu.
You lost the pistol, you lost the anti-bonus. Let's think back to that last map where they only secured 5 rounds.
मारो भाई थोड़ा comeback करो.
Ridiculous.
Cypher OP Bablu.
But you're right. This is starting to get towards
इससे
concerning
बस
territory.
बास पे खेल
Honestly,
के
I just want to
देखो
see
कभी
NRG
बैलो.
run some more exec looks. I think
मैच
that's one of the
फिक्सिंग
things
अभी
one of the
कुछ
things this
काम
comp does
थोड़ी
so
और
nicely,
इतना
especially
पैसा
execs on the B
डाल
side.
के प्लेयर्स
You can
करके
throw out
खेल
Yoru
के
teleports into the top
हाँ
left corner
स्क्रिप्टेड
of
होती है
sight.
मैच फिक्सिंग होती है.
And
वो लोग
use
बोलते हैं कि
the
मैं इधर
neon
टिप
wall
मारने
to
वाला
give
एम
you
लगा
that
के रख.
extra layer of protection so you can get those forward teleports and fight into backside very quickly.
It's Vanessa's team, though. He always likes taking time with these slow mid rounds, and it's a similar
बताता
style.
हूँ,
They
Ireland
still
में
have all
बताता हूँ,
four
रुको।
players postured to make and execute happen in B, and that's exactly where they'll follow up. Slide forward for Mata. Oxy gets out, and C9 will just turn away and wait for the retake.
Mitch holding onto Hunter's Fury. Pops that one off the plant going down. So Energy going to try to scatter to the wind, but already by Oxy. The shots coming through for Mitch, too. It's a 5-on-3. Out of seemingly nowhere.
Zeppa's still in heaven.
I
Clone broken, but it's really causing problems here. Now a drone to commit back in. A duel against Ethan. Reads up a lot of damage.
Can't नहीं हो रहा है.
Another attempt at the plant. But it's just
Blue.
from C9 finally. Inroads for energy. They get some key kills, but Vic is stuck into the side through the smoke. It's a
Pablo. Team कैसे मारे उसने opposite से?
collapses things up for Cloud9.
हाँ?
What a ridiculous round. The Vic survives there at the end.
It's
हो गया मेरा भाई.
bullet blind through a cage for that second kill.
Hey, this is what Sinan can do, baby.
Found the 3K as well, yes. You weren't kidding. Just an unbelievable Red Bull clutch from Vic.
Oh my god.
बाप रे, मेरे को लगा कोच भरेगा ये लोग को. Almost throw कर दिया था सारा advantage.
It's a 5-0
Dom ने तीन मार दिए थे.
NRG have to be stunned after losing that round.
Game volume करो.
Okay, we'll take a breather, right? Because NRG, yes, they've lost 5 rounds in a row. Yes, it's dire. And I promise I'm not trying to cope for them, but I'm kind of coping for them.
But give me the cope.
I'll give you the cope. They've got 4 ultimates ready for themselves,
Sure.
right? NRG. They also, because they keep going for light armor, they've got another buy round that wasn't actually a swing for them. But it's starting to become sort of now or never, and especially I'm looking at Oxy finding an operator now on the defense. That adds yet another problem for NRG.
The first one of these dire timeouts that
5-0.
NRG's new coach has had to talk through. Finesse was talking about
Next round आएगा अपने Euro card.
changes, those ideas in timeouts like
वैसे
this.
देख चार
He felt Mike would bring that to the
अल्ट है
team.
जिसमें से दो
I mean,
बहुत
talk about a call out. I know
crucial.
you're
तीन
trying to talk
चारों
about
बहुत
Mike, but I'm
crucial
talking
ults.
about Amy right now. Tells Oxy to switch off the op, go for the outlaw. NRG are just buying
चारों
numbers
crucial
anyways.
ults है.
And it's going to be all the better. Only Mata won't be one
मेरे को
shot
लग
to
रहा
that
है
weapon.
ये 5-1 होने वाला है.
Molly drops down, but quickly broken. Energy are really trying to sell a fake into the A side of the map. The Aura ult with that fake Molly tossed on out, but really going back into street to guide the way for Mata to move forward into a late B pinch.
Very nice Yoru out there. We've seen that pathing from a couple other players before.
This is classic Finesse calling, though, slowing down the pace. Right now, Finesse playing that back guard as the wall comes down, and Oxy is stuck in backside. Seeing players come in, finds the first, the rest of C9 is here, ready to keep on fighting through. Som equalizes for a moment for NRG, and Oxy is still a problem in backside, continuing to find the kills, upgrading into the gun, finally dealt with by Mata.
Down goes the plant for Brock.
Spike planted.
Net walled off. A dart ready to go through. But it doesn't catch on to anything instead. A slow walk up. Some great adjustment onto Mitch and NRG. Finally, after 5 rounds lost in a row, close things out and make their way onto the board.
That was a nice round.
Oxy वो एक बार मार देता था ना, crazy होता. Really crazy मारा.
And Mike's cooking that one up, going for that fake
That's
A
that
into a
stupid
B
A.
split. Way faster than you would necessarily expect, right? Because
वो
usually if
मरता
you're
तो
faking A
खत्म
like
था.
that, it'd be way heavier in through Link. No, they still had the bodies going down long. Really, it was Ethan's pathing there to set it up. This time, though, it's an all-out brawl in A main. Mimi, get ready.
Astro Util on both sides.
Chair.
Oxy dashing forward. But it's slow for now, finally. The push goes in, but C9, they're winning every fight. 3 for 2 in their 20s. They hold strong and they don't get an inch to energy. Finesse, though.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's so blind
One
in
more.
main.
FNS.
Blind दो बार
Has
वो
an
फिर से
isolated
जीता है.
duel against Zeppa. But Zeppa was a monster in the last map, and yet again, he shuts it down. Energy, they won that round, but C9 immediately reply.
उठाए क्यों मैं?
So quick with it too. Maybe seeing the lockdown on the other side.
Hey,
C9
that's
calling
some
to get out
nice
in
support
front of
right
that.
there.
Reading a basic A hit after the fake in the previous round. Got a really good read on that one out of Mitch.
Must done दिया
Now
अभी भी.
refights that come on down. I mean, there's so many stars on the ground. I counted 3 of them.
Nice! Woo! Hey, let's go! And now Oxy's getting hype. Energy's gonna call another quicker round. Take fast control towards B. Last time they did this, it was just a follow-up, and with a flank coming through, they're gonna be pretty much forced to commit.
Yeah, Drone ends up saving C9 there. Telling them Finesse is in the space, but now Finesse, he's
stuck.
Not to run away, and now he's scouted out. He can't do that, just like Fracture again. Gets caught out in a spawn.
What's going on with Net? Doesn't move out of the way. But that's inroads for NRG. Even down into a 4 versus 4, but a lot of pressure on this flank. Drone traded out with the clone. Where does NRG fight? They'll go towards spawn.
Fighting forward there as Brock is left on his own.
He has the Undersuri. He desperately wants to escape, but the util is overwhelming. Shorty in his face. Oxy traded. That's excellent work from Sam.
Mitch is going to be coming in so late from his own spawn. Now the Astral Wall is called down. Nick right up on top of that, but Ethan is lying in wait.
It all comes down to Mitch. He has bided so much time and now activates for 1. Zeppa snuck out onto the site,
Let's
but
go,
the
let's
Astral
go,
Wall
let's go, let's go.
obfuscating the last
Easy.
play. They just get both kills.
Hey.
And in the nick of time,
What time
they'll
is
find
it?
this defuse.
Sam seemed shocked to find a player there on the screen. Thought everyone was going to be coming in from behind the Astral Wall, but the patience out of Vic ends up paying out beautifully.
C9 now, you mentioned it.
Hey,
The
that's
last
a good
two
up right
laps,
there,
they've
huh?
been so proactive at pushing through these flanks, finding where Finesse is lurking,
good up.
flushing him out,
Okay, half
and
तो
then being
जीत
able
गया
to
अभी,
pinch
चाहे
in on
कुछ
these
भी कर.
retakes and win them.
Half जीत.
We got it. Let's go.
There was a Oxy fan.
NRG calling a second timeout, and that hurts. We're 8 rounds in. We're out of timeouts for the map. Better have some faith in your defensive side, because right now attack isn't working at all. And it's not like you're calling the timeout to craft up the perfect round to win right now. Like, they've got no money, Mimi.
A couple ults to work with, but you're probably looking down the barrel of 8. And Oxy again, he's been abusing them with
Next
his
match
outlaw.
कौन जीतेगा देखते
He's
हैं.
buying it again.
Yeah, it's like the first
Let
game
me
Oxy's
cook.
really been having a good time for himself, 11 and
इस
6
बार
right
तुम लोग
now.
को
and it's
इज्जत वाला prediction
large
दूंगा,
part due
ठीक
to
है?
that weapon. And so far for NRG, like, they feel like their A hits are working, right? They're pretty consistently able to get onto the A site, put the spike down. It's the post plants where it's sort of slipping away, and oftentimes in very close round states. And sometimes that can be the hardest to sort of work yourself out from that hole where things are going really well for most of the round up until they aren't. Sometimes it doesn't require a huge strategic change. Sometimes it's just the way you're talking together. Sometimes it's the way you're planning these late round moments.
Out of the last timeout, NRG went for a fast A hit. C9 fought into A main. They won off that round. They're going to do the same thing again, but NRG instead look towards B here.
Cloud जीतेगा 2-0.
I like
2-0 या 2-1, mostly 2-1.
The
Cloud
thing with
जीतेगा
how
नहीं.
NRG is playing, though, is that they're almost always taking a lot of time before they actually commit to these hits. The Yoru is TP'd back in. Another player as well getting out on his side. That's great out of net. The entry falls, and another out of net. Stalwart as an anchor.
भाई वो लोग बैक साइड ले भी नहीं पा रहे बे वो ट्रिक्स की वजह से.
Bit of a throwaway round there from NRG, but still doesn't help you feel like you just got flattened.
क्या क्रू
running into the
में
site.
मॉड बन के टीटीज
NRG,
भाई
it
मेरी
is
जान
time
के
to
रोटी.
show them 4 ultimates to play with.
भाई मैं सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, मैं सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, मैं बिकाऊ नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जिस दिन टीटीज भाई ने मुझे $1,00,000 दिए, क्यों
9-3
ऐसा फेंक के
9-3 कर लो, कर्स कर लो, खत्म करो,
सीधा मॉड सारे मॉड्स हटा के एक लौता मॉड रहेगा, एक लौता.
एक राउंड और दे दो. 9-3
NRG
कर
decide not to actually fight for the space, instead working into art with Mata.
सारे मॉड्स हटा दो. One and only टीटीज भाई.
C9 aware of the possibility, and they're going to re-clear this. in force. Energy holding the line, finesse.
Nice.
Great double.
Total
The
में दे दिया उसने.
could be good. There's a tag at very least, but a counter roll coming in. Brock finds finesse. That's lovely out of him, and some doing well too.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Round just kind of fell
Hey,
apart there
that's
from
some
C9.
positivity it is
With
right
NRG
there.
pivoting quickly
नहीं
out of
बंदा
it.
मोड़,
I
अरे
think
मत
that's
करो
really
ऐसा.
nice. Last few rounds, they've seen that Net's been set up pretty selfishly on the sites he's playing with his tripwires.
अरे BC हमें क्यों तो
Interesting the
150 और 1 लाख
overinvestment that
डॉलर्स में
C9
फर्क
took into
पता
A main, realizing, hey, there might not even be a trip in art. They can work into that space, wait for the reclear. Finesse finding 2 there, wins them the round.
Congratulations for a second round, Bablu.
So a nice call from them.
Thank you, thank you. We're known for a comeback.
Great work out
My
of Brock
God.
as well. Making
the
the
counter
on-the-fly
rolls.
call to go for that counter roll.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
It's been a long-awaited kind of prospect to have Brock in Tier 1. The last time he played it was technically called
कुछ
Challengers,
लोग
but it was
टाइमर
Tier
पे
1
ऐसा
back then.
क्या बोलते हैं, क्या वर्क कर
He
रहा है,
was
क्या
on
वर्क
Ghost
नहीं कर
Gaming,
रहा है.
and he was
काम
playing
रहने को,
against
जो
NRG.
स्पिन में कर रहे हैं वो करने को.
On the team back then, before even his stint with
क्या
the
चीज वो लोग
Lotus
अलग
there,
से कर रहे हैं,
bombed
कैसे
out of
काउंटर
playoffs
करने
with
का.
Ghost Gaming, hasn't been
क्या
back
करना
to
चाहिए
Tier
BC?
1 since, but now he's here on a VCT America stage, trying to bring this game back.
Dart quickly shot though from Net. Again, falling back into this anchor spot, this time calling Oxy into Street. The rest of C9 not quickly rotating.
You should run.
Instead, just happy to wait out this, and the camera timing just sees just about everything. They got the info on 3 and the killjoy. Only the Astra unseen so far.
You are divided.
आराम से जाओ, ट्रैप तोड़
Cosmic
देना
Divide
भाई, ट्रैप तोड़
combined with
देना.
the Killjoy
बाहर चलो.
lockdown.
अब तो
But
ट्रैप
C9
मत
are going to go
खोलो.
real quick on this retake. They're already out through the smoke.
Bablu.
That was insane!
भाई सेक्सी ब्लाइंड टिप में मारा भाई योरू ने.
Zeph was just doing tricks out
योरू
there,
ने
absolutely
सेक्सी ब्लाइंड
unbelievable.
टिप में मारा.
And now Saul
रैंक
with
मैच
3
लग रहा है, अब तो
players
ऐसा लग
lined
रहा
up
है.
against
मुंह पे
him,
टिपी मार गया
14
उनके.
HP to his
नहीं
name.
ब्लाइंड था ना. बैक
blind
साइड में जल्दी 2 बंदे घुस गए. एक बंदा प्लांट कर रहा था, 2 बंदे पोस्ट प्लांट कर रहे थे. वो लोग स्प्लिट थे,
That's
सोच
just
के कि वो लोग
crazy.
कंटेस्ट नहीं
I feel
कर
like
रहे.
C9 are thriving in the chaos. They're
और
so
आल्ट की
confident.
वजह से समझा भी नहीं वो लोग
These
कितना
positions
फास्ट
where
है.
they're pushing
यूरो
towards smoke. We
के
saw it on
अपना
Fracture 2. We're going for
एक्स्ट्रा
a
की
TP
वजह से.
flash combo. Zeph set that up himself.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Oh, 70 on the Astra there too.
transfer doesn't fucking hit. Oh my god.
I'd be mad too.
क्या बोला ये?
9-2 though.
Ray transfer कैसे
C9
hit
yet again
नहीं किया
arresting Energy's momentum.
Stingers on Modern Brock. NRG needs someone to step up, but so far they haven't found a guy.
Bablu.
Once again, testing into the art space. This worked for them the last time they were there, but that also came with a lot of early investment, a lot of presence shown from C9 into main. So they've got to use the drone this time, work their way into the space slowly. C9 have a couple of players
ये
waiting
राउंड
for
जीत
them.
सकते हो लोग. ये राउंड एनर्जी वाला फील आ रहा.
High-low setup for C9. Energy waiting for the smoke to dissipate. In goes the neon adjustment as Mata swings in, sliding for a double on the Stinger. Will claim the A site.
My eyes are still on Vic, stuck in back secret.
Hey,
NRG
Neon
taking
Sun
their
का मस्त है
time,
ना
they're
lineup?
giving some moments for Som to creep down into
The God
connectors.
Flower
Som
दोनों
decides
जगह
not
stun
to go
मारता
for it, and the spam comes through from Mata. That's perfect.
Nice.
Can get the spike down, fall into main. No smokes to worry about with Ethan dealing with net. This round is coming firmly into the grasp of NRG.
GG.
Only Oxy with an
9-3.
operator. But Mata's too prepared to forget.
ब्रॉक नहीं क्या वरना था ना अभी हाँ ब्रॉक है.
Energy's rookies
अच्छा खेल रहा
gets
है,
them
बहुत प्यारा
at
खेल रहा है.
least a third round. But that is still a brutal half to swallow for NRG. It was all C9 all day.
9-3 half
नेक्स्ट
there.
नंबर जोन कब होना जब भी टाइम मिलेगा सीधा कर
C9,
देंगे.
the streak they put together at the start was just
रुकेंगे नहीं
kind of
अब.
crazy. Oxy finally feeling himself back on the stage,
Cypher Killjoy.
making it start to happen.
भाई अब तो
We've
वो
come
अपने
so
फ्लो
far
तो लेते ही
since
नहीं होंगे ना.
that
नर्फ हो
first
गया
map.
40
Now
सेकंड.
C9 just moments away from
फ्लो
pulling it
का
back,
मेन
taking
रीजन
shut
नहीं
out
लेने
NRG.
का वो है कि एस्ट्रा बफ हो चुका है. वो स्टार्स फेक करने के लिए ना 5 स्टार
हाँ.
कभी कभी भारी पड़ जाता है. मतलब तू 2 स्टार एक जगह डाल
क्या
दिया.
बफ हुआ उसमें?
5 स्टार हो गया ना.
हाँ वो तो बहुत पहले हो गया था वो तो.
हाँ तब से तो एस्ट्रा लेना वापस चालू हुआ है. बहुत पहले नहीं हुआ, अब भी हुआ है भाई.
पहले 5 ही था, फिर 4 किया, फिर वापस 5 कर दिया।
तो अच्छा, और ये मैप में वो 1 स्टार जो रिटर्न देता ना, उसके वजह से लोग क्रॉस करते हैं।
हाँ,
वो भी स्ट्रांग है। तो ये मैप में मोस्टली सब लोग एस्ट्रा ही खेलते हैं।
लोग खेल रहा है कोई किसी में? देखा था ना रिसेंटली?
नहीं, ये मैप में कोई नहीं खेलता।
नहीं, ये मैप में नहीं खेल रहा मैं, लाइक अभी रिसेंटली कोई भी मैप पे लोग खेल रहे
हैं। नहीं खेलेंगे, लेकिन ग्लोब में वैसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ड्यूलिस्ट टाइप वो है कि मरने के बाद भी तू स्मोक डाल सकता है रिटेक के लिए, वो प्लस पॉइंट है ग्लोब।
40 सेकंड बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं हो गया? बहुत, एक बार खाया तो खत्म, मतलब एक बार स्मोक कर दिया फिर रुको पूरे, एक ही बार और चांस मिलेगा स्मोक डालने का। मुझे टाइमिंग बढ़ा है वो, पहले 30 सेकंड था ना स्मोक आने का वापस।
कुछ वो नहीं है बे, मतलब लोग एक स्मोक में कंट्रोल लेके उतना होल्ड कर लेंगे जितना टाइम में स्मोक आता है।
In 2024, Cloud9 ended NRG's year with a comeback on
Sunset to
deny
के पास
them
एक एक्स्ट्रा ब्लाइंड है।
In kickoff, they 2-0'd NRG to send them
करने
down to
का
the lower bracket, where they
एक्स्ट्रा
were
बफ है।
eliminated far below their expectations in that
मैप में
tournament.
लोग
And
वाइपर
now here
लेते हैं
again to start
बार-बार अप
stage
डाउन
1,
करने को।
they have a chance to make it
बाकी
a
थोड़ा कंट्रोलर
three-peat.
का प्लस पॉइंट थोड़ा ज्यादा है।
And C9 have been letting them know it too. I don't think I've
लोग
ever
का
seen
प्लस
that this
पॉइंट वही है
vocal.
कि अगर
He's been into it up on that
जो
stage,
तुम मरा
even
तो
with some of
उधर
the
फिर
tech
भी
delays
तू
and whatnot,
रीटेक
that
वो
has
कर
not
सकते
halted
है,
his
रीड कर सकते
momentum
है, स्मोक
whatsoever.
मरने के बाद भी आएगा।
Ever since that start of the second map, that crisp NRG that dominated on their map pick of Lotus, played a beautiful macro game, the micro working together, has been largely absent.
So suffice it to say, this pistol round is a necessity for NRG to win.
अपना एक ड्रीम
Good
टीम
news
बताओ,
though,
मैं
T1
गोल्डी
showed
भाई,
it at
तक
Bangkok. This
भाई,
comp is
मॉर्टल
great on defense. The fast rotates, the duelists
और
flooding into
मर्सी,
sites together.
क्यूडी।
But they still have to put the pieces together to replicate it, and Ethan already darted out. He's probably considering that gate crash.
Yeah, he's all the way over on the A site now, as a matter of fact. Ethan didn't have a super hot first half on the Oru. And now this site really has just been finesse and Brock holding things down.
What are they cooking here? A fake into B, 3 players then walking street, and no one holding that space from NRG.
The fake hit into the real hit, and NRG have sort of bid on it. As a matter of fact, Ethan's still sticking towards that A side of the map. See what Brock can do from up in tower, though. Smoked off the classic. You can't imagine it's going to be a lot. He's got a couple of shock darts.
It's damage onto Vic, but the plant will go down regardless.
Gonna call the flash and the dart now coming on through.
2 players in backhaul for C9. That's the brunt of this hold. And the slide shut down by Zeppa. Another player taken care of. This man is even maniac. 3 kills from Zeppa. And the cleanest post plant you've ever seen for C9.
Zeppa's just been so good this year for C9. Another 3K for him. Like when he's on, this team's kind of unstoppable.
I don't know what he has against NRG. He had a life game last time they played. Stepping up big time this series as well.
I mean, turning the flash there, then re-aggressing on the same angle.
And that's the coordination in the post play.
Baby, let's go!
That was missing from NRG in the first half, right? T9 is so ready. Okay, a retake's coming in. They're going to send the flash start. Here we go. I mean, it's just excellent from them.
Looks like a force from NRG trying to get involved in a nice start. Spots out a couple. The opener belongs to NRG. They can lean back into this A site. Keep your eyes in mid as well, because while Net is trying to work into Art, Lot is sitting with a Bucky right up against Double Door.
Finesse also walked up down B long. So a lot of angles that C9 has to re-clear here if they want to head back that way.
And C9 really, with a couple of Phantoms, don't want to walk into these close spaces. So good of them to leave Net the only pistol on the team in Art. The other 3 are going to work down into B. As long as, at worst, it's a 1-for-1 with Finesse, C9 are still going to be in very good control this round.
And send Vic in first. Trade him out with the rifles.
Patience, Net. Don't jump the gun.
Finesse with an opportunity here. Clone through, he shoots the clone, and it blinds him up. It's 1-for-1. That's all right. Net, though, taking his time to walk all the way through Psalm. I don't think he saw him on that jump peak. And Net is in a real devious position
This
now.
is
Knows the Astra's
crazy.
here, but he gives away the game.
Oh no, and he called his team back over into the A site. There's 3 players here. C9 could decide to go into B, but still there's a Bucky back on site. C9 might just called themselves out of the round because they thought they had the perfect timing.
Mada, 10 seconds, a Bucky in his hand.
And they smoked for him.
But he doesn't make the play. Plant goes down uncontested. It's the two Phantoms to try and close this out. But Mata, he has been so patient in this position. But he might have missed his opportunity. C9's made it out. Pull has to be committed very early on. But there's not a lot of time bought already. Mata's Bucky takes care of Vic, and with Ethan holding things down, there should be no way for Mitch to get back into this one. Overwhelmed.
Win
a eco round. It was desperately needed.
Yeah, you know, we saw C9 do this to him back on
कल
Fracture,
पूरा
I believe.
दिन YouTube पे जाएगा.
NRG, give him a taste of their own medicine. That was the force.
फोर्थ बाय था ना
Everything.
दोनों का फोर्थ
शाम को 8 बजे.
अब अच्छी गन से सबको मारा है
Does
दो
good
फैंटम
work.
है
Really, it all comes down to that lurk timing and that just not managing
I think मैंने दो फैंटम
to get that moment for his team to rotate back into him.
But it is attacking, baby. Attacking. A lot can go wrong.
Even if he doesn't lurk, C9 just commit into the B site and play a normal post plant, and it works fine for them.
An unfortunate way for it to go. Still, lots of opportunities for C9 to close this one out, and they'll invest a little into some stingers here.
I love it. Light armor every round, every team always going for half buy, never a full save. These rounds can slip away from me so quickly.
Watch party खत्म होगा सुबह के 8:30 बजे.
And they've already gained a lot of space. Yeah, that's a nice angle for Mata.
उसके बाद
Sees just Vic's head and takes
130
it out of here.
को G वाला मैच
So
है.
he's running super fast in a full squad.
वो खत्म होएगा 4 बजे.
Sure, we'll let it happen.
4 बजे मेरा finals का
And
game
NRG
है.
have fallen into this pattern a few times. They just leave a player
वो
back
खत्म
in
होएगा
spawn
8
ready to,
बजे.
you know, rotate over into A
बढ़िया है
or
ना
to B
काम
quickly.
8 बजे फंगा है.
And we'll talk about it. That's where they're
Fanga
headed.
Riot event.
Oxy dashing into
जिसमें
spawn.
मैं
Hello.
Immortal,
The
Amki
stinger
और
is
Snack
crazy
थे.
in these moments. Ethan has
क्या
still
बात
hand.
वो
Hello.
खत्म
It's
होएगा
gotta be
रात
looking at
को
Oxy.
9:30
Hold on, the
10
spike is
बजे.
still on site. There's still 2 NRG members
फिर वो
in
सब
secret.
खत्म करते
With
सोऊंगा
rifles in hand, with the
12
star
साढ़े
placed
12
on the
बजे.
ground.
फिर रात को फिर से
And
एने
now the
है.
smoke gives a moment for Zeppa to pick up that spike, but he's still got to fight through.
No flashes. No tools to get past this smoke.
मेरे सारे बाल जाएंगे बबलू.
No way they're walking
Are
it
they
out of
walking
here.
all the way back? They
They're
don't have
gonna
a lot
have
of
to
time.
start
20
running,
seconds?
and Finesse is gonna hear them.
Finesse is going to hear him, and he's going to beat them to the punch. This one comes down to
ये
Finesse.
में
The
नहीं
turret
कर पाऊंगा.
looking to slow someone up, but is he going to contest the plant? He goes up towards heaven. Oxy! That's not
भी
legal!
मारा.
How does he get away with that?
भाई
Now the
कैसे
plant is
मारा ये
down.
राउंड एक्चुअली हार
And the
सकते हैं
tides of this
एनर्जी
round
अभी.
have started to change. 2v2.
हैं?
Oxy backside
ये
on
में
5
26 से
HP.
स्टार्ट है अच्छा. 26 से.
But a cosmic divide up forces the hand for C9. Oxy wants to stay on one side, try and hear a spike tap, but he can't commit to it. Instead, Sam starting to hold things down, swing through. NRG mop it
बाप
up.
रे जीत गया. क्लोज गया बे.
I mean, respect to NRG carrying that round
I am
through,
with
but
you for the
having
love
to use the
you.
wall to guarantee it. Also,
ये का मैच
Oxy,
कल है मतलब आज. Not कल आज.
where did that come from? The dash into flowers, first of all, was crazy. Because remember, this is a bad buy from
ये मत शॉट मारा था
C9.
इसने.
They're also down in numbers without smokes. And then he went on the full run, then the boost up into heaven. Pretty sick stuff from the duelist.
Rock by नहीं मान रहे.
NRG pry a couple rounds out of C9's hands. But it's going to be the first real rifle round of this game, and C9 looking to keep the pace high, already take fast control for A-Main.
NRG have pushed all the way down into B, showing a lot of that forward
भाई
presence and
Zeppa और
then
Mitch
sprinting
anti
away
है.
with the neon options to TP out quickly
एकदम
too.
combo वाला सीन होने वाला है लग गए.
That's real up there with the camera.
Who's next? Euro ult for Zeppa. He's going to work his way through art, set this up to be a split into the A site. Hunter's Fury, trying to connect off of Zeppa's information, but doesn't really find anything. No, the last pulse, barely. Finds it, stag onto Brock.
Sam's riding inside of the smoke on site, heard the TP behind him, but isn't ready for it. Zeppa's going to take him down. But Finesse has already made his way into the site.
Crazy मारा
Racking
Finesse
up
ने.
before he
मैंने बाल.
falls too. Now a 2-on-2.
But the players from NRG are
भाई
isolated.
smoke में क्या टिपी मारा था उसने बीच.
And Oxy's in a tough position to deal with. Ethan's revealed himself, and Oxy trying to find the right moment to swing. Ethan walks all the way back.
30 seconds left.
A tap on the spike, now a fight into spawn. They see nothing. Expect the wrap towards Flowers. Oxy ready on the angle, but where's that Yoru? Ethan's patient. Waiting in spawn. Letting Mata make the work happen. Good flash. Buying a lot of attention, and Mod has walked all the way up. Ethan baiting this one out. But C9 dismantle in the 2v2.
Yeah, look, if Vic can't get that kill for another second, it's a 2K instantly for Mata. Turning it around on the flank. Energy done such a good job distracting there with Ethan's Yoru.
Carried है एक बार इसको मार दिया फिर तो पता ही था इतना टाइम दिखा नहीं है वो
Let's go. Yes, sir.
The march continues for C9.
It's gonna be a big fight, A main.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Though hearing that neon slide, C9 temper things for a moment.
Yeah, what about that big fight?
Might still go for it.
It's gonna happen if NRG just don't leave Mata to die here.
But for now, he's alone. Does it matter though? Gets a kill on the
Okay.
spam. Now he has to start to think about escaping. And he'll back his way out as his team re-clears through Art back into mid.
Yeah, expecting C9 to move back there, but they still keep looking into Mata. Now a smoke's been called down, C9 realize they have no positioning on the map to play with. So maybe looking for a mid re-clear, could consider some attention down into B, but Net hasn't stepped into that space either.
He's been periodically checking his cam though. They know mid is directly clear, but they have to be worried about Art.
And this is a really annoying setup, right? You have the Sova just peeking in Art, then all of a sudden you can have a flash swing from Ethan on the close angle.
Turret broken. C9 are just going to commit into B.
Finesse choosing to stick on side.
He's completely alone in this endeavor. A Yoru TP coming at him in just a second. He can't see a thing. Finesse executed in the back calls.
Keep your eyes on Oxy too. He's trying to get active here in the post lane. He's trying to end things right here, right now. Mata, the only player waiting for him, and with his team finding kills over into Street, getting the job done there too. NRG have no position to try and retake into this site. Mata priming, getting ready to slide out into the site, but no one's waiting for Oxy in spawn. Deals with that nicely. And now the clock's starting to work against NRG. Zeppa still in back hall, but the smoke on the spike gets up to half now. NRG choose to pull on out, but they go one in. Block flies through with the Guardian, and he's going to be able to hold on through.
Again, saving NRG.
Oxy का आइडिया अच्छा था ऊपर से आवाज दे रहा था
one for the team.
मुख में घुस
I love
कर
the
यहाँ से
idea
वो
from
घुसा
C9 though.
आइडिया
Oxy
करेगी
just
था
drifting above, AC 130 in the air. That is all traded
आइडिया
out.
करेगी था भाई
And NRG yet again stay alive in this game.
Kind of crazy that C9 have players in spawn back all on site. And somehow NRG are still able to get out here with a smoke on spike and full stick. It's because C9 went for the safe defuse. Needed a little bit more of a trek to go back into that smoke in the positions they were playing.
That's going to break the economy as well for C9.
Get out of my way.
But Oxy
यार
still
जो
has
लोग
the
लाइक
lead
नहीं
start.
किए लाइक कर दो 8 से
Makes the round a bit more potent.
Outlaw in Ethan's hands. Oh, this is a good angle to play with too. Beautiful work, but can't secure the second. Still good enough to fall back.
And still on a great angle to recontest into long with that Outlaw.
Yeah, sets himself up with another teleport into backside too, so he can repost on this angle, picks him out of the sky. There's another one coming to you,
ये
buddy.
11 यार ये round
Mitch goes back in, and the punishment is there. Oxy with the blade. Storm wants to trade this on out. TP into back, although still, Ethan is found. Oxy would have loved to have found that second
चलो
round.
चलो चलो एक knife और खत्म हो जाए फिर outlaw पे खेलने जाए
But everyone but Mana is one shot to the Outlaw. There's still danger to this round yet.
क्या लगता है
I want what you're having. I don't see it yet. I don't fully believe yet.
They have to give him an opportunity.
कांटेक्ट पे और क्या
Someone
डबल
has to
पिक
mess
करना
up.
चाहिए ट्रिपल डबल
But
पिक
Oxy's hunting.
सब एक
Mana's
साथ
the only
निकलो
man with full armor. And that's
Oh,
a
close,
defensive
close.
pick.
close था close था
Some good shots from Ethan to open it up and went out in the anti-eco.
मैं अकेला नहीं
But now
भाई
is
ये
where
गुड नाइट
the ult
एक्टिव
question
रात
starts
पर
to be asked,
चुका
right?
है
NRG have a your ult to
मैं
work
ज्यादा
with.
क्या एक्टिव हूँ
Same thing for Zepp on the other side.
तेरे को लग रहा है ना ऐसे कि तू कमबैक कर रहा है करके
Very nice shooting from Ethan.
Binks, can I
Back
get
on EG,
an
the
email
last time we
that
saw him
only
playing the
you
Euro on this
monitor?
map.
There is no such thing.
Timeout though for C9. This is a pretty critical round for them. Money's gonna
I
be
am
back
under
up. Like you mentioned, they have a couple big ults.
Very, very, very good
Yeah, I mean,
guidance
like
of
the
the guy.
obvious
जो
ult play
भी
from C9
mail
is
will
just
लेता
run a
काम
simple
का
exec with the
has-
Astro Wall
has
and
to
the
go
Euro ult,
through
but
them.
I'd almost
कोई ऐसा
rather
mail नहीं है जो
them
मैं
use this
खुद
Euro ult to
देखता
get
हूँ
information into
बिना
mid and see if they
उनके
can break open the map. NRG are
मतलब बिना
pretty
वो
quick to
देखे
fall out of space once they've been challenged by C9.
How you doing
Using
by
the dimensional drift
excuse
to,
me?
You know, spot out what's going on in art and connector and street. Sort of forcing NRG
Look who's
to
here,
pick
guys.
one side of the map to play on so that, hey, they're
Look who's here. Bablu, look who's here.
Who?
I said well miss बोलते
किधर है मिस भाई?
हाँ chat
डिस्कॉर्ड है?
हाँ chat Miss,
क्या
what
है मिस
the
भाई?
fuck are you doing at 5:23? Where is the rest time?
What is the rest time? He is watching VCT, so
Yeah.
that he will get some good information about new stats. You know.
What's up, Miss? I hope you guys do good in split 2. Very small mistakes could have won almost all the matches, but heads up, you are doing good. Team is improving day by day. Everything is going well. Well. So keep up the good work. Hopefully we win split 2. ठीक है? Do you understand? ठीक है?
There's 3 players here, Mimi. Yours already TP'd over.
Yes, split 2 easy win by. Done
all
it.
3 of them.
Done it.
Knows they're all stuck in towards Secret here. Good flash to follow up. Oxy getting an opener. That's just diving through the Astral, but energy is strong.
Oh,
Excellent from Solomon Brock. Puts it down to a 1v3.
और बोलता है.
And Vic.
जब
This is
तक
a
सॉम
very
जिंदा है
tall
और नहीं
task
बोलने
indeed.
का.
That spike stuck out in Secret. Finesse swings in.
Still,
This time he
C9
gets the
gonna win
better of
this.
Vic.
अभी देख अभी आ गया वापस इको फिर होगा 9-11 फिर उसके बाद अल्ट चार्ज पे निकालेंगे फिर 10-11 फिर वापस आएगा इको फिर 11-11 पूरा स्टैट्स है ब्रो
Easy win for C9.
अरे तू देख अभी स्टैट्स देख अभी अल्ट भी क्रॉसिंग में तो हुआ कि अल्ट है सीधा कॉम्बो और अभी नहीं करेंगे ये फिर किल जो अल्ट भी है तीन अल्ट रेडी है
Easy win. C9 एक को मारेगा. Cypher ult, full info. It's over. 12-8.
Going for that one again.
C9 से पहले
Print PC later.
4 को मार देंगे फिर Cypher
I wanted to get rid of
this one just.
Have you slept? No, there is no
catch
sleep
a plant or catch
for
a
me.
teleport.
Energy
least
super
when the
willing
watch
to give
parties
up
is
space
going on.
though. Don't want to risk anything on this
So I am
anti-eco.
playing in
They have
2
ults
events.
if they need to.
One is riot event,
hit the
one is
emergency
other
button
event.
and use
मजा आ रहा
the
है.
I am doing watch party of 3 regions, that is NA, EMEA and Pacific.
C9, they're throwing out the next teleport.
And
Get
yeah,
ready for
that's
the
it.
second
That's
phase
pretty
exec
much my
into
life
sight.
during VCT.
Well, with that getting broken, I don't know if C9 are actually going to commit to this one. It's a hard one to go for. Another TP to try and fight into art, maybe pinch in with net. Could be a cool idea, but no one's waiting for him.
Hunter's Fury? Oh, that's
Huh?
beautiful from Brock.
एक
Just like he did in
क्या
tier
बात
2.
है
With some excellent silver utility.
दो कैसे?
तीन कैसे इवेंट नीचे राइट क्लिक
But there's no way they can win this round.
Exactly.
Nice.
But again,
एक
NRG
वेंडल
fall
वर्सेस
back
4
over
दो
the
हेलो
They're getting fooled.
Long day for Bangla. Yes
C9
sir.
you know, little pivot into art. No one's actually there.
Now they're ready with a
आप
high-low
लोग का है
setup.
इश्यू
Brock swings
खत्म
in and
मारो स्पैम
it is a very
You
clean
walk
anti-eco
more when you can.
NRG. They're looking alive in this second half.
This where
11-9
Finesse
हो
has
गया
to sort of bear
अब आ
down
रहा है
and keep trying to
बाय
okay,
राउंड अब
what
आएगा
did
किल
C9
जो
actually show them?
रीटेक
Showed the double ult
साथ
full
में
exec
यूरो
into
और
the A
स्पैम
site, then just a
पूरा साइड
regular
क्लियर
ult exec into the A site. Yeah, with a little bit of a
ये हेवी
slowdown
खेलेंगे बी
in the mid
रीटेक
round.
खेलो जी जी
But C9 almost threw away that next round by just
By
running
Euro
back
ult
a
चाहिए
similar
Zappa को.
idea. Now, no real surprise. C9
A पे
moved
fight
their way
करो.
over towards the B side of the map. Or
ये
finally, might find some
कॉप
action.
थोड़ा
He's
भारी पड़
been
सकता है
wanting for that
A
for a
पे
little
फाइट
while.
कर रहे हैं और बी पे
Look at the
रीटेक
change-up though. This time, the Killjoy setup
B
is
पे भी
shifted
रीटेक
to B.
खेलो
Finesse expects a change-up from C9.
It's a hard
Heavy
read,
sound हो गया
and he's
Finesse को,
leaving
sound आ रहा
Mod
होगा.
is
नहीं वो
Neon
बेट हो रहा है ना
playing
माड़ा के
backside.
लिए.
Usually Neon playing so much more forward. Now with the stun to fight through the smoke.
And I'm going to be honest, this looks just like some of the rounds from T1 when they were playing this comp. The neon in this corner is devilish.
And there's this forward alarm bot that's just about to get triggered too, so NRG know exactly what's going down.
Here he goes. Mata lets Oxy pass now. He'll fight in for the second.
Nice shot.
Still Oxy.
Nice. Let's go.
He was
नहीं एक और मारना प्लीज मार.
damaged him. Bails him out. And Xenon have turned this round back on its head.
Oh no, problems for NRG. Ethan bought an operator. It's now a 2-on-3 situation.
But he has the ultimate.
He can pick up a gun when he goes through, sure.
Spots out Oxy. Flash up. Oxy trying to fight ahead of it. They need to get the kill on this Jet, but Oxy's too good. Not beaten by the clone. Fighting in for more. That gives one to some. But he would need
match
a
point, baby.
Tap on the spike. Astra pull used. More util being committed for Som, but the dart, an ultimate. It's all bearing down on Som. And he's just trying to dance his way out of this one. Revealed by the ult. And taken down by Vic. C9. Series point.
यार FNS को नहीं मरना था.
Kind of miraculous.
पीछे चला जाता अल्ट पे खेल लेता ना. मरने देता माटा को. वो एक मार देता, दो मारता, मरने देता. अल्ट लगाता आराम से.
B1 और B3 B1 नहीं शायद B3
so much with that opportunity. Fights back in, gets two and back on, stays alive.
ताकि सोआ का अल्ट वो अल्ट तोड़ने में लगाता.
Nice, Vic. Good job.
Match point.
And now NRG, 2 operators, 9-12. That's the call for them. Mata pushing up into main with that, but the pullback star into the drone. You can't exactly dodge away from this, so throws up the wall, has to run on through.
If this comes down to a retake, 2 operators is brutal.
You can never let it come down to retake. You have to fight forward. You can't back away from these lines.
So Mata has to do everything. An opportunity against the Jet, but the dash. Already Oxy in deep, but through the smoke. Excellent. Stuns himself on the slide and somehow stays alive for a moment. He'll die finally. But that lockdown from Finesse is good.
Look at the minimap. Net is running into connector. There's Vic going into art. This map is about to blow up, but NRG have read it. 2 players already proceed the rotate into the A site. Finesse is aware of what's going down and even choosing to have Som push forward into A main to greet these 2 players.
Bro, Som को मारना पड़ेगा दोनों को.
दोनों को मारना पड़ेगा.
दोनों को मारना पड़ेगा.
Oxy needs more than that.
Fuck!
Shut down this front of the approach. He's already been seen by Oxy. In the smoke he goes.
GG.
Trying to find
GG.
the opening, worried about the pinch, which is soon to come,
Back,
but
it's over,
team
it's
is so
over.
far away.
30 seconds left.
It has to be just him.
GG.
And they know exactly where Som is from.
पता है ना spotted है.
Oxy deals with
वो
him.
लोग सब जगह there is Cypher inside. They know Amen से बाहर नहीं निकला है.
Knife in hand.
GG.
Pushing forward into the cage. And Ethan still across the map.
He's got a gun now at the very least.
बाहरी क्या बड़ा मालूम है इतन का TP.
Finesse needs to act
ऊपर से
quicker.
सामने Astra.
ये FNS info ले नहीं पाया.
And Vic is just
Belong
waiting.
का.
A pull on the spike to end the round.
वो साइड
Finesse
में
has to make
अटक
his
गया
move
वो.
soon.
पीक नहीं ले
But
पाया
Nets
Belong के लिए.
wrapped all the way
No
through.
info is equal to
Still
lose.
Finesse gets ahead of it. That's one, but now this flank becomes more and more of a problem.
GG Bablu.
Finesse is going to try and pull. They're trying to body block. Can they succeed? Finesse is still sticking, but there's a swing in from main. And
GG.
wow, 9. Third time is not
भाई अगर वो बॉडी ब्लॉक हो जाए.
बॉडी ब्लॉक तो हो गया लेकिन उसके बाद पिक लिया उसने.
And they start their stage 1 with yet
Half हो गया body
another
block.
win.
पूरा हो सकता था. पूरा नहीं होता. बॉडी ब्लॉक.
अरे पूरा क्या पीक करके मार रहा है ना बंदा गोली मार के गया है ना.
Faltering in that opening map. I mean, it looked
Most
like a
30,000.
tear gap after map 1. But what we saw from them in map number 2.
भाई क्या crazy match 1 हारने के बाद
was this guy up on stage
मैच
just having
2
such
जीत के
a
मैच
good
3
time.
जीत के.
Zappa constantly performing map after map 2.
Oxy is good.
Start to the series, a rough kickoff.
काली पड़ रही
Oxy
रहेगी.
comes up huge, 24 kills, 300 ACS
भाई
on the map 3
ये
where
देखो
he
भाई.
mattered the most.
Yeah, look, once Oxy's on the
चैट ये देखो एनआरजी जब अच्छा खेला कोई कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था और अभी एनआरजी जैसी हारा कमेंट्स देख बे कितने हरामी लोग रहते बे.
Exactly.
हाँ एनआरजी जब जीता ये एनआरजी ये वो माय गॉड एफएनएस ये सॉन्ग सो गुड ये जिससे हारा Happiness of what song, what are you doing? Hey, Ethan, hey, wake up, Ethan, hey, go back to bracket. This is
Esports तो
esports.
यही है
This is esports, guys. If you win,
हाँ
everybody
जब
will
तक
kiss
खेल रहे
you.
हो या
If you lose, your ass is theirs. ना chat. इसलिए best stream करो.
Miss Bhai, today you played very well.
Yeah, God of Godders.
God of Goddess.
Miss, do you know UC? Ultimate choker. भाई इंटरनेशनल के लिए यही फॉर्मूला बताएंगे, ठीक है? हम लोग को पता है यूसी क्या. इंटरनेशनल के लिए अल्टीमेट चोकर. When you choke ultimate. Huh? Yes. Can you land your ultis with raise? Pledge. They play okay, no good, no bad. I will compliment when we'll play good against good teams. We played good, but couldn't convert the rounds. When we convert and we start winning, then I will personally compliment your complimentations. But how is the overall experience, miss? How are fans treating you? How is the region treating you? How is
चलो जीजी मैं
everything?
जा रहा.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. How are you feeling the vibe? How is team? If there are any complaints, I am one text away. If there is anything you want to talk to Hellranger first, and then you can text me. Insane bro, Astral Calm is too OP. Yup, that's true. That's true. I feel team looks promising, but we need a lot of time. At least maybe a month or 2 months max together as a team, and I think then we'll win. We can beat any team. That's what I feel. But if there is supposed to be any changes, we'll look into it. And if you don't play good, still we love you. I am a little bit of harami. Hey, harami को क्या बोलते हैं in English? You have to Google it. Split 2, you'll see a new us for sure. Also send my love to King Kappa. He is doing insanely well. Next time you speak to him, tell him I love him. I have not rated him yet, but I will soon. He's a very good guy. And a player, but a very good guy. I like who are good people with being good player. Basically.
About them, they made some recent roster changes. Rossi's gonna be on the team, so what is there a rivalry there? What is it?
I mean, every game is also fun. I feel like NRG is probably a rivalry from everybody's perspective, and I'd say us too. It's obviously it's gonna be fun to play against Rossi.
King Kappa
and everybody
shy,
else on the
yes.
team. I think NoCom and
But he's a good guy.
and Tex. But I mean,
Very
I'm
good.
excited to play matches every week now instead of waiting for a couple months. So that's that.
We're really excited to see Cloud9 as they continue to play on these matches. Thank you so much, Sipa, for the interview.
Thank you,
This
thank
is
you.
everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
It's time for loud hai. Time for some loud gaming, boys.
So I've got a bunch of different mice.
Loud is gonna upset through.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's sponsored by me.
The human body was built to move.
मैंने का क्लिप देखा ना?
Not trapped at a desk in one
भाई मैं ज्यादा
single
कुछ नहीं देख पाता है. पूरा टाइम स्ट्रीम कर रहा तो क्या देखता हूँ? मेरे गाफ भी नहीं देख पाता. लास्ट टाइम मेरे गाफ कभी देखी थी पता नहीं.
evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Language. भाई पीसी क्रेजी दिखता है कि नहीं भाई? हाँ उफ क्लीन थोड़ा डांस हो जाए एनर्जेटिक फील हो जाएगा आपको। मेरे में एनर्जी फुल है अभी भी। सो के उठ गया बंक्स में अब तक स्ट्रीम। मेरे को पता नहीं, मेरे को नींद आ भी नहीं रहा है। कल मेरा आ जाएगा, कल मेरा मोबाइल बन जाएगा मोस्टली। सारा सामान आ गया है, साला एक सामान लेट हो गया था आने में। फ्रॉम टुमारो न्यू फोन न्यू मी बॉयज। फ्रॉम टुमारो मतलब टुडे। गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग। चैट करो। आई गो स्लीप नाउ। आई हैव फन स्ट्रीमिंग डांसिंग। गुड नाइट गुड नाइट। बाय बाय बाय। ओके आई विल बी बैक इन 2 minutes. चार्जिंग माय फोन। बी राइट बैक।
Nossa partida agora contra a Cru já tá virando um clássico, né?
Passa paranoia no cantinho, tenta varado em cima, o Twitch já tirou o primeiro, tirou o segundo, pancada, tá na tua mão, é vitória do Brasil, rapaziada!
Creo que es la tercera vez que nos enfrentamos, ya sabemos cómo juegan y obviamente un poco lo que sentimos todos, ansiedad, nervios, pero en la partida se van saliendo.
En contra de Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, en contra de Kawansi, que se abre, que no
El valor latino, amigos, la sangre latina surge en el mejor momento posible.
Yo creo que Pancada es un jugador demasiado frío y obviamente también tiene ahí que es campeón del mundo.
Vai por encanto, Pancada, aproximando, deu a cara, o adverso foi eliminado, passou a paranoia, o TP do Pancada para poder correr, e Pancada acha o Kesnet pra cima, encara o round anterior, de novo.
Kesnet, ele é tipo um ótimo duelista, ele tem muito talento individual, então é sempre um jogador perigoso, tem que estar atento nele.
Ay, 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 que me apaguen a Twitch. Bien, Kesnet. Por dos, por tres. Aparece Kesnet.
Loud contra a Cru já vem rolando há um tempo, já tem essa rivalidade, então vai ser com certeza mais uma grande partida aí para esse campeonato.
E é isso, a gente tem muita certeza do que a gente é capaz, só chegar lá e amassar esses caras y colocar eles no lugar deles y es lo suficiente para gente.
Mis sensaciones contra el partido de lado obviamente son altas, la verdad es que estoy emocionado por volver a enfrentarme contra ellos, así que nada, quedan el mejor.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this opening day of Stage 1. We got Cruvisa going up against Loud and facing off for the third time this year. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Brendan Wyatt. Now, here's the thing. We did a groupology earlier that really rattled us and shaked us to our core, okay? But this time around, we figured we'd take care of the other half of the field in the next segment of groupology! See, look at that. Yippee! The performance. You got to add into it. All right, so Bren, this time around, you are going to handle the Alpha group and hopefully aren't as insane as our colleague.
No, I mean, 11-1 is just some diabolical behavior.
Just don't get it. You just don't see the vision.
Behavior, but that's all good.
That's
okay,
fine.
what have we got? A minute on the clock? All right, I'm going to start off with a potential hot take. Let's do 100 Thieves at number 1.
Not a hot take. I agree with you, actually.
That's not a hot take.
I'm with you. Yeah. 100 Thieves, I think, are going to be favored. You already seen the second team I selected, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm doing loud number 2, baby. Listen, I believe in Digizine. I believe in that team to actually do pretty well, I think, week to week in terms of the prep, twist and turn and that sort of stuff. I'm going to go for send number 3. I think they're going to be trying to get over a bit of chemistry issues. They said themselves they're going to be trying to get over some chemistry issues. What about 30 seconds?
That's a hot take to some. I don't despise this. In fact, I think he's playing it a little bit too safe.
He's playing a little too safe?
Too safe? I mean,
you a punk?
EG4.
All right, well, listen, now we're getting...
You think this is a hot take?
Well, no, go on. Explain
go
yourself.
ahead. I think crew perform better in tournament systems rather than week-to-week kind of group stage systems.
So you're saying they won't even get to the tournament system?
I think if EG are given a week to prep, they're going to do well, and then obviously, unfortunately, 2G, you're going to be left at the bottom. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. That's it. That's my group.
There, but
I disagree with crew. I don't think they should be 5th.
Yeah, I think that's diabolical, actually.
But you know what, though? The 100 Thieves one, that one is kind of base, and I actually do.
Yeah, that's another team that's going to perform well, I think, in groups.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and check in on Crew Visa and hear from the IGL Adverso, who spoke with Dryad earlier today.
Yeah, we're so supportive of Brent. Look at how you treated me. Crazy.
I'm here with Adversa ahead of match 2 of stage 1. And Adversa, something that we saw Adam say in social media is that the team is looking good ahead of the split 1. So can you tell us what the preparation has been like?
Yeah, we train a lot in the off season. I think we have to adapt against the meta. I think we do a really good job with that, and we are very confident because we have good results in the scrims, and I'm very confident for today.
Good scrims, and something that we've seen you talk about as well is that in the last few matches of kickoff, you found yourself and you were feeling more confident, feeling more like yourself, and what we see and we're used to seeing you on stage. So now that you found yourself on kickoff, are we about to see Prime Adverso for this split?
Yeah, you're gonna see a Prime Adverso because I work a lot on myself. I have to adapt in this league. It's really hard because all players are good, but I have to make my own story, and I'm ready for that.
Bars. Absolutely. Love to hear it.
Chat, क्या अपने में अभी जो लोग एक आंख बंद करके ऐसे से नींद में हैं, जो लोग प्रोजेक्ट्स कर रहे हैं, जो लोग कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, क्या 3 बंदे ऐसे हैं जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है? क्योंकि अगर 3 बंदे करेंगे तो 335 के होएगा। कोई है? You have 10 seconds. है? ये सारे सब्सक्राइब करके बैठे बीच। कोई है? भोसड़ी वाले 2 निकल गए, 6 बंदे चाहिए अभी। 3 बंदे वापस, 3 बंदे वापस। कोई है? 3 से उठो। 3 बंदे नहीं है यारो। Bro has fallen off. हो गए बे, हो गए। एग्जैक्ट 335000000 दिख रहा है। कौन वो 2 हटा दिए? करो ना, हो गए ना, करो। एक ही बार दबाना है। अरे निकल गए 4 वापस। कितने हरामी लौंडे हुए यार। हो गए थे। कौन है वो 4 बंदे जिनके इसमें मस्ती है? भीच सुबह के 6 बजे हो गए थे यार। 1 सेकंड के लिए कांट डू रिवर्स यार। मत करो भाई, बैठो, एंजॉय करो। बैठा रहूंगा मैं भी।
Inverse of that is the fact that they just play some honest meat and potatoes Valorant. They're not going to overcook on a week-to-week basis. They
क्या
may not-
W और हार्ट स्पैम करेंगे
They don't try too hard to switch things up. Which,
10 बंदे रिवर्स गियर में गए
Bit of turmeric.
You don't overheat. You don't
And
overheat.
you know who makes a damn good stew?
हो गए
Melzer.
हो
I
गए
heard
हो
in the
गए
streets they were talking about
W
it. But of
W
course,
W
Melzer kept focusing on him for a moment there.
Welcome
This
to
guy
the
genuinely jokes
335K
consistently
family,
good.
guys.
He's
सुबह के
brought
6
so much
बजे
to the table for this team.
W
And that is gonna be something,
W
Brent, to your point that you were talking about with the week to week, you are going to need someone to be consistent. But the question is whether or not can they do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering with this crew.
Love you,
Team
love
is
you.
If they get a cold start every other week and teams are given the opportunity to
Congratulations,
look at
Lotus.
their prior maps and see what they've been running, because honestly, a lot of their successes did come from the little
Good
twists
night,
and
bye-bye,
turns.
good night.
Shy playing Vice on Bind, which obviously isn't in the map pool anymore, but there was a little
Congratulations,
tweaks that
Banks,
they made
भाई
overall
लग रहा है
to
इस
the
साल
metagame. At this point
400
in
के
the
possible
season,
है
the meta
क्या
is kind of solidifying. And
लग
players
रहा है
know what to play,
possible
teams
हो
know
बे
what to play. You're not going to get away with that as much, and it does come down to the heroics for a team like Crew. But you're right, to be honest, Wyatt. They are a meat and potatoes team. They live and breathe and thrive off those fundamentals.
I will
Prediction
say
तो
briefly
जल्दी
about
लाउड
Melzer as
जीतेगा
well. He has had a bizarre career.
Really have.
भाई प्लीज बता दो क्या
Crazy ups and
चीज
downs. The sometimes IGL.
Best
is
and
like,
worst
I don't want
agent.
IGL anymore because I want to focus on.
सेंटिनल में आई थिंक डेडलॉक वर्स्ट ड्यूलिस्ट में आई थिंक रेना वर्स्ट और इनिशिएटर में अब तक वर्स्ट करके कुछ है क्या वर्स्ट करके अच्छे नहीं तेहो ब्रीच सोवा स्काई चारों अच्छे वर्स्ट करके कुछ नहीं है शायद गेको भी कोई कोई मैप में अच्छा है वर्स्ट करके नहीं है शायद गेको इट्स नॉट वर्स्ट पेड भी अच्छा ना 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 इनिशिएटर आई डाउट देयर इज वर्स्ट एज सोलो इनिशिएटर अगर तुम लोग पूछोगे एज सोलो इनिशिएटर देन आई थिंक गेको इज द वर्स्ट सोलो इनिशिएटर अगर बोलोगे तो गेको एकदम वर्स्ट और बस गो शिमर थैंक यू सिट गिविंग क्रू को अंडर एस्टिमेट बंक्स बाय रियली क्रू इज फेवरेट हियर अंडर एस्टिमेट कैसे लाउड अगर जीतेगा तो अपसेट होएगा लास्ट गेम क्रू 2-0 जीता है लाउड से समझ रहे हो भाई लो वॉल्यूम किसका मेरा
With his loud team, though, Bren, coming into this one, no one really gave him that time of day in the beginning. But now you got loud that have established themselves. But you remember in the opening video, Pancata was saying, "Hey, we're fine being the underdogs. We're fine with people discounting us."
And the pieces are clicking, I think, for this squad as well, because they've been making sure that he could play roles that he was comfortable with, putting an op into his hands when he's playing the jet as much as possible.
Yeah.
But for a player like Pancata as well, who we saw glimpses of there, he's had a rough time of it as well. Like you got to
मैं जाने वाला हूँ मास्टर रेस्टोरेंट तो हाँ क्या भाई बहुत सारे लोग जाने वाले चैट में से बहुत सारे लोग जाने वाले
Brazilian speaking
हो
or
सकता है तो मिल
Portuguese
लेना
speaking
सबको
and having struggles there, but now he's back in a team where he's feeling more comfortable. It shows. It's made manifest, I think, in terms of his gameplay. And when all the pieces are clicking, this Loud team, they're a dangerous team. They're a dangerous squad. They're going to be able to go toe-to-toe, especially if you don't bring in anything too special to the game ahead of time, which Crew, I don't think you're going to be seeing too many twists in terms of the gameplay. Could be wrong with that one, but if Loud go pound for pound...
भाई देखो जो दोस्ती रहती है ना दोस्ती जो एक्चुअल फ्रेंड्स रहते ना वो लोग को मैटर नहीं करता तू मोटा है पतला है तेरे पे पैसे ज़्यादा है तेरे पे पैसे कम है तू दिखता कैसा है हाँ कुछ मैटर नहीं करता जो दोस्त लोग रहते ना वो लोग दोस्त लोग रहते बस सिंपल अगर ऐसा तेरे को लग रहा है तो नए फ्रेंड्स बना ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता है अभी तुम लोग यंग हो तुम लोग किसको भी पूछोगे ना जो लोग फाफा बन गए और जो लोग 30+ है या तेरे मॉम डैड किसको भी पूछो स्कूल फ्रेंड से लेके अब तक कितने दोस्त लोग हैं उनके हार्डली एक या दो रहेंगे समझ रहे हो तो ऐसा नहीं रहता कि रास्ते में तुम लोग थ्रू आउट योर जर्नी तुम लोग जिसको भी मिलते हो सारे दोस्त लोग हैं ऐसा नहीं रहता एक या दो 3 या 4 उंगलियों में गिन सकते हो उतने दोस्त लोग रहते बाकी सब आते और जाते समझ रहे दोस्त बुला सकते लेकिन दोस्त नहीं रहते सिंपल बात है तो टेंशन मत लो अगर ऐसा खुद से अंदर से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कि आप मोटे हो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बाहर नॉइस कैंसलेशन डालो, बाकी लोग क्या बोलते हैं मैटर नहीं करता। और तेरे को खुद अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है कि तू मोटा हो रहा है, तो वर्क ऑन इट, सिंपल। सब कुछ तुम्हारे हाथ में ही है, ठीक है? कोई चीज से प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, वर्क ऑन इट, इजी पीसी। ठीक है? बहुत बार जैसा स्ट्रीमिंग के इसमें बोलता हूँ, जब मेरा ऐसा लंबा लंबा वॉच पार्टी रहता ना, लंबा लंबा, तब मैं मेरे वाइफ को बोलता हूँ, मेरे को ऐसा मन करेगा ना कि मेरे को स्ट्रीम नहीं करने का, मतलब मैं मेंटली थक गया हूँ, तो प्लीज मेरे को गाल पे पप्पी दे के बोल देना, यू कैन डू इट करके। समझ रहे हो? तो अगर मन भी करता है ना मेरे को स्ट्रीम करने का, मैं बोलता हूँ मेरे को आज मन नहीं कर रहा। दैट इज जस्ट मी हरामी, बट एक्चुअल में उसको बोलता है ऐसा, यू कैन डू इट, ऐसा कुछ कुछ ऐसा मोटिवेशन वाला बात बोल। ये इतना इजी नहीं यार। लास्ट ईयर 490 स्ट्रीम्स, मतलब कितने घंटे स्ट्रीम किए रहेंगे मैच, समझो। इस बार तो मेरे को वो भी तोड़ने का है। और ऐसा नहीं कि मल्टीपल स्ट्रीम, एक एक घंटे का मैं 10 स्ट्रीम कर दिया, चलो 10 स्ट्रीम हो गया, ऐसा नहीं। जो काम है उतने स्ट्रीम कर, मेंबर्स ओनली कर रहा हूँ वो अलग, लेकिन जितना काम है उतना स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। अभी कल टाइम रहता तो मैं सारा स्ट्रीम करता, कल टाइम नहीं है करके मैं सिर्फ जी वाला मैच स्ट्रीम करता। बॉट बाय ना मान रहे, बॉट बाय इस बार मैंने ना चैनल में देखा, ये जो मेरा मंथ है ना, हाईएस्ट गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप इन लास्ट 6 मंथ्स, कि मैं 6 महीने का ही देखता हूँ, हाईएस्ट गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप है मेरे चैनल में, हाईएस्ट, जिसमें से हाफ तूने दिया, सिर्फ और सिर्फ तूने। So thank you so much for all the love and support bought by. Thank you so much for the 2000 big W. Really appreciate, especially now. दिल से शुक्रिया मेरी जान। वॉल्यूम बड़ा, मैच चालू होने दो, अभी तो सिर्फ स्टैट्स वैट्स की बात कर। When is the match going to start? In max 5 minutes. बंक्स भाई जस्ट ओपन माय स्टार्टअप ऑन ड्रोन टेक, होपफुली अच्छा जाए। गीली चुम्मी सक्षम भाई, ड्रोन टेक इतनी बड़ी चीज में आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो, 150 नहीं है यार मेंबरशिप के लिए तुम्हारे पास? हाँ, कल परसों तू पिच करेगा इन्वेस्टर्स को कि ये है मेरी स्टार्टअप, शार्क टैंक वाले बोलेंगे क्या तूने बंक्स भाई की 150 वाले मेंबरशिप लिए? क्या आंसर रहेगा ब्रो? बताओ बताओ, सिंपल है, बात है कि नहीं? ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि तुम्हारा कोई स्टार्टअप है, तुम कोई चीज के ओनर और तुमने मेंबरशिप नहीं ली, डजंट लुक गुड इन योर प्रोफाइल। बराबर है कि नहीं? वरुण भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे। वरुण भाई भी लाइक महीना खत्म नहीं हुआ है, रुको। पहला स्काउट था, दूसरा तुए भाई, तुम लोगों को बढ़ते देख खुशी होता है, बस स्काउट के टाइम कमाता नहीं था सुपर चैट के लिए, बाकी घर लोडिंग। बंक्स भाई लव यू यार, नमन भाई लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर द $10। स्काउट भाई भी बहुत प्यारे बंदे, जो है वो है, स्ट्रेट तुम्हारे मुंह पे है वो, मुंह पे, समझ रहे हो? अगर तूने कुछ गलत किया ना उसके साथ, यहाँ पे मुंह पे आके ए लवड़े, ऐसा जो है वो है मुंह पे। बस भाई लव यू, आपकी स्ट्रीम ब्रस्टर्स है। थैंक यू जतिन, थैंक यू फॉर द 50 रुपीज। यहाँ पे बॉट बाय गिफ्ट वॉर्स करते हुए वरुण भाई के साथ, थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड। बॉट बाय थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड। सुबह के टाइम पे जिस चीज को भी मिल रहा है, ताजमुल को भी मिल गया, एक्सक्यूज मी, अब भी तो हाई लिखा था। जिस चीज को भी मिल रहा है सुबह सुबह मेक श्योर उनको टैग करके थैंक्स बोलो, ठीक है? ठीक है. Game prediction loud with. जिस जिसको भी मिल रहा है प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स बोले. स्मॉल थिंग्स डस काउंट. टैग करके थैंक्स बोले. ठीक है, 21 सेकंड लगता है. और जो लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करें.
The way that he played on Fury, he was the standout player back then for them in pretty much their entire takeaway from that year.
Yeah.
So I'm high up if the pieces come together, and so far I've seen evidence of that because everyone had low expectations for them.
और भाई ये मिला के कितना गिफ्टेड हुआ है पता है क्या? 370 जो सिर्फ आपने दिया. 370. लास्ट टाइम चैलेंज नहीं किया आपने. कौन सा भाई? मैं सब चैलेंज किया है. मैन ऑफ माय वर्ड्स. कौन सा चैलेंज नहीं किया है? सिड गेमिंग थैंक यू फॉर द 5 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे. समीक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 3 months. बिग फैन. बंक्स भाई थैंक यू.
Importante junto a Aspas, creo que es un jugador que le da mucha calma al equipo, por lo que he visto también en las redes, siempre trata de como calmar a los jugadores de lado, creo que es muy buen compañero de tener. Y nada, obviamente bacán enfrentarse a gente que, no sé, por ejemplo a él que ha ganado campeón, que ha sido campeón del mundo y
इटिस भाई एक बार है ना ऐसा करके ऐसा अंदर मुंह डाल के देखो शर्म आ रही है कि नहीं. प्लीज. हाँ प्लीज एक बार ऐसा करके. ठीक है. चैलेंज किया था बट हक दिया. 25 किल नहीं होते आपसे. 25 किल इतना इजी लगता है क्या रे तुमको? 25 किल बहुत होते हैं. 18-20 किल में गेम खत्म होती है. लेकिन मैं डांस किया. वो डांस वाला ना, मैंने डांस किया. सैम भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 2. व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करें? डिस्कॉर्ड को टैग करो यूट्यूब से और वहाँ पे लिंक आएगा और उसके बाद ज्वाइन कर सकते. आए गिफ्ट दे कोई. इटिस तूने मेरे को ना कम से कम मजाक से हटकर अब तक मिला के $2-3 तो दिए रहेंगे ना. पहली बार इटिस तुम्हें कुछ मांगा यार. पहली बार. लेकिन मैं ज्यादा ट्राई नहीं कर सकता हूँ. एक बार मैं ट्राई करूँ. ज्यादा ट्राई नहीं कर सकता. समझ रहे हो? एक बार.
They're going to come out strong here into this matchup here today. That's my gut reaction, my gut feeling with this one because Crew, they're just a momentum-based team. I don't want to have to keep rehashing the same points I was making. Yeah. But yeah, it's true.
City Gaming, thank you for the 5 gifted. मेरी जान के टोटे.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Turn the page on the next chapter. I don't know. Use a book reference. Who cares? Point is, let's send it down to the stage. Let's bring out our 2 squads. Bruh.
Yep.
All right, now let's go ahead and bring out your first team to the stage.
Love you यार. Love you यार. Thank you so much इतना सपोर्ट करने को. Thank you. नहीं मिला तो I would like to apologize. हाँ और 50 आप भी नहीं दे सकता. मैं भी बाद में. चलो आ गए.
Hips are moving behind this desk.
Get me in the club.
DB's got a lot to shake.
I do.
ये लोग म्यूजिक मिस किया बे. ये लोग म्यूजिक से
Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go ahead and bring out your next team to the stage. You know them, you love them. It's Loud. And Loud have a lot on their shoulders, but I think this is a squad that is more than ready to meet the
Exam
moment.
7:30 baje. Thank you for entering. Love you guys. Bye. Best of luck for your exam.
Everything you could possibly ask for. All the goods, Brand.
Walkout music.
Will I get it is?
Run through walls. I mean, it's just this Loud team. I'm telling you, they do have it all, and I've got high hopes for them still for this particular matchup here. I really do hope that we see them put their best foot forward here in a matchup against Crew. I know that they're not going to like that Crew bested them the last time they ended up playing once more. This is really kind of cementing itself almost. Listen, I don't like calling rivalries too early, but there is a rivalry here.
It's not very
between the players and the teams.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a couple years. Yeah, there's a rivalry. Here you go.
एक सेकंड, ये देखो किसको गिफ्टेड मिला है. हाँ, देव राव. इज इट देव भाई वाला देव राव? हाँ, इनएक्टिव फक. ओ देव भाई, इनएक्टिव फक मिल गया क्या? किधर मेरे दिख नहीं रहा है तेरा नाम. मिला क्या डीडी? सच्ची मिला क्या? Hey! By the way, I think मैंने कभी ये नहीं बोला, but I think right now I am approx 80 gifted away from 1000 gifted members in last 30 days. Just saying. चेल्सी गाफ में डालो. चेल्सी गाफ में डालो बेबी. हाँ, कर दो 80. फिर 8 दिन है, रुको ना. 8 दिन है ना, कंप्लीट नहीं होगा, दे दूंगा. हाईएस्ट तो ये ना, हाईएस्ट आई थिंक मैंने खुद ने गिफ्ट किया. नॉट गना लाई, आई थिंक अब तक टिल डेट चैनल पे हाईएस्ट गिफ्टेड मेरे खुद के ही है, थ्रू ऑल द वॉच पार्टीज एंड चैलेंजेस एंड ऑल द बेट्स जितना भी है. आई थिंक मैंने खुद ने ही वो किया. ओके, आई थिंक 30 अवे. आई थिंक 30 मोर अवे. Varun bhai, thank you so much for the 50 gifted, and Bot bhai, thank you once again from the 20 gifted. OP कर दो. This is highest for at least last 6 months. मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा कि 1 साल का highest है कि 6 months का highest, but this is the highest ever in my channel. So thank you so much. जिसका भी हाथ पैर और पैर के बीच का जो भी मतलब सपोर्ट था. W.
Okay, so he should be good. Should be good. But his left arm is probably jacked.
Honestly, that might be why he has such a slow sense. He's
मेरे को ही दे दे.
down. He has one of the
ए
slowest
बे, अपना
mouse
कम्युनिटी
sensitivities
प्यारा
of
तो है
any
भाई.
player in this league. It is
हरामी है
pretty
सारे.
wild to watch him.
जितने भी देख रहे हैं ना, एक से एक सारे हरामी है, लेकिन अच्छे हरामी है.
You know, like the guy moves so quickly out there. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of a delay up there. I know you guys can kind of see, you know, our staff working with the loud guys there to get things sorted out. Once we have
नहीं मिल रहा
everything all
मेंबरशिप.
ready to go,
भाई वो
we're
अलाउ
gonna get
गिफ्ट
to the
वाला
match.
फंडा था,
Thank
अभी
you
है
all
कि नहीं
so
पता
much
नहीं.
for your patience today.
पहला अलाउ गिफ्ट वाला फंडा था. दैट जिसको वरुण भाई से गिफ्टेड मिला, प्लीज उनको थैंक्स बोलो. जिसको सिड भाई से मिला उसको थैंक्स बोलो. जिसको बॉट भाई से मिला उसको थैंक्स बोलो. जब गिफ्ट मिल रहा है, जो दे रहा है उसको टैग करके प्लीज थैंक्स बोल देना, ठीक है?
Turmeric, I mean, a little splash of
It
turmeric.
stains a lot of the kitchen, just so you know.
We have agents. We got agents.
That is exactly what I expected.
Yeah, it is.
Happy to see more Shy on the Vice.
Yeah, he was great on that.
Demonic on that agent, and I don't think I'll ever see Kesna not
तो
play
पता है
Raze on
बोला
that.
वैसे.
Raze is good.
लव यू यार प्रेम
I'm
भाई.
a little sad, no waylay though.
He's goaded.
I'm a little sad. I know we weren't gonna get it, but you know, a boy can dream.
And we did sit in
there
there
it
as well.
is.
So
Hey,
Called it out.
listen, Digitine used to be also demonic.
और तुम लोग को एक फन फैक्ट बताओ, एक फन फैक्ट. तुम में से 30 लोग हरामी लोग जिनको मैंने अभी अभी कॉट किया है, हाँ, चैनल पे वो है सब्सक्राइबर मोड कि तुम लोग को सब्सक्राइब करेगा तो तुम लोग चैट कर सकते हो, और तुम लोग हाई लिख रहे हो मेंबरशिप के लिए. तो 30 बंदे ने अभी भी सब्सक्राइब किया ये सोच के कि गिफ्टेड मिलेगा. हे हरामी पीपल, आई एम वॉचिंग यू. सुबह के 6 बजे. बिंक्स हाईएस्ट नंबर क्या बोला अभी? किसका? गिफ्टेड का? मैंने जो दिया है वही हाईएस्ट है. मेरे को पता नहीं मैंने कितना गिफ्टेड किया है, लेकिन अभी तक का इस चैनल में अभी जो चल रहा है that is the highest. I think if I get 30 more gifted in next 8 days, I'm gonna touch 1000 gifted members. So 1000 gifted members this month is the highest ever for me. मतलब एकदम highest. अलाउ गिफ्ट कैसे करते हैं? आई थिंक वो आइकन पे क्लिक कर सकते हो, जो गिफ्ट वाला हुआ आइकन दिख रहा है तुम लोग को. पहला ऐसा था कि वो गिफ्ट वाला आइकन पे क्लिक करके तुमको अलाउ गिफ्ट आता था. अभी का पता? अभी का पता? तुम मान के आ रहे हो तो मैं ही कंप्लीट कर दूंगा वो. अभी तो 8 दिन है.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without absolutely. Do want to let everyone know real fast, though. Another, we got that little
Done.
delay. If you're just
8
joining
days
us,
नहीं,
don't worry,
30
we're gonna be
minutes में
jumping
हो
to the
जाएगा.
action very quickly. You see the players getting loaded up into the game.
Love it, it is my love you.
What was I going to say?
ये होती है भाई, ये होती है, ये होती है पावर. 30 मिनट्स में इट इज बाय मैच करने वाले विद 1000 गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स. क्या बात. इट इज भी लाइक मैं तो 30 बोला था, भेज ये तो हारा में निकला. या हु
Solid individual maps coming in as an IGL for the first time in Americas.
बाबा गेमिंग पीसी के लिए कितना बजट होना चाहिए? अच्छा गेमिंग पीसी बना रहा है तो 1.5.
Teammates together way back in the day. Yeah. If you want to get the tomes out.
Stone tablets out.
2 साल की मेंबरशिप एक साथ नहीं ले सकते क्या? आई थिंक ऐसा है कुछ, 1 साल का डायरेक्ट ले सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ तो सब है, लेकिन मेरे को पता नहीं.
Indeed. All right, folks. Well, you know,
Capital by thank you for the 10 gifts.
Here, casters, to get into the action. It's my boys. You got Riv and Vansili on the call.
यार जिसको भी मिला प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स बोल देना. हे भाई को
We are eating good today. According to the desk, there is so much meat and potatoes in this game. We'll eat for years.
No potatoes for me. I just started keto last week, so unfortunately just meat. But
सुपर चैट खरीदा पैसा गया आपको नहीं आया तो वो रिफंड हो जाएगा. और तुमने सुपर चैट किया पैसा कट हुआ तो वो रिफंड हो जाएगा. उसका टेंशन मत लो, मेरे साथ भी हुआ है.
Because that was the game that got them eliminated.
आज जी का मैच स्ट्रीम करोगे? यस सर.
And also it didn't allow for them to get top 4 to guarantee an extra point into the championship race.
That's going to sting a little bit.
लैपटॉप लेना है, गेमिंग एंड प्रोडक्टिविटी. एनी सजेशन?
Good and they just
भाई मजाक सेट कर, तुम लोगों को कुछ भी लेने का है ना, पीसी लेने का है, लैपटॉप लेने का है, जो तुम्हारा बजट रहेगा ना वो बजट पे सिर्फ सर्च करो ये बजट का लैपटॉप, और बाद में वहाँ पे कंपैरिजन और वो सब आता है. तो जो तुम्हारा नीड्स है उसमें तुमको लैपटॉप भी मिलेगा, तुमको पीसी भी मिलेगा. क्या अच्छा है क्या नहीं अच्छा, सब जो भी है ना सब कुछ ऑनलाइन है. सब कुछ मेहनत नहीं करता है. 5 मिनट का मैक्सिमम काम है, समझ रहे हो? विद इन 5 मिनट तुमको मालूम पड़ जाएगा कि कौन सा प्रोसेसर अच्छा है, कौन सा ग्राफिक कार्ड अच्छा है, कितने का पीसी बनता है, ये बजट में क्या बनाएगा. बहुत सारे वेबसाइट से जहाँ पे तुम लोग डायरेक्ट पीसी बना सकते हो. तो सब कुछ आज के टाइम पे सब कुछ मिलेगा तुम लोग हाथ पैर पे. थोड़ा मेहनत करके रिसर्च करना है. 2-5 मिनट.
oppositions. All right.
Chalo.
About to drop. Let's see where we're going. We're watching Digizine. A few of those Haven clips where he was able to run the operator and run crew last time they played. So on the
ये block हुआ क्या? Neon को कैसे damage बढ़ाते हो
नेट
नेट का?
Actually try to get that big purchase on him as we look towards A to start things off here.
And you're already seeing how crew are very, very active around the map on the defensive side. Something that was their signature going into the kickoff.
Quick kills coming down through halls. Still going for the trade though. Mel's just going to try to stay on top.
बाप रे, रेड्स अच्छे नहीं गए उनके. रेड्स अच्छे नहीं गए क्रू के.
Instantly solidifying the last one onto Shy as he was trying to rotate into the site. So
iOS में कैसे लो मेंबरशिप लिंक से? अगर कोई मॉड है लिंक दे दो.
And it's a great start and a strong start that you
Okay,
want
I
from
think
the
we have
loud
crossed.
side, the
I
loud
think we have
camp. And
crossed,
when you're
guys. I
looking
think we
also
have
at the
crossed
head-to-head of these two
1,000
teams, we're also
fucking
mentioning
gifted
at the
members
desk or
back.
even in the community itself during this kickoff period
We have
that
crossed.
these two teams weren't too elaborate in terms of their compositions. Crew played a little bit more traditionally. Loud maybe tested out
भाई
a little
बहुत
bit
ज़्यादा
of
होता है भाई.
the
तुम लोग
Tejo
तुम
and
लोग आइडिया
Breach
नहीं,
until they
लेकिन
went back into like a sky on that split map.
1,000
But now
gifted
you
members
see here the development of
बहुत
these two teams,
ज़्यादा
what
होते
they're
हैं.
trying to bring out
बहुत
to the table after this month of practice. And once again,
समझ
just a
रहे
little
हो
bit of a stall in the beginning here
बहुत
from Crew just to make sure that they could control at least
तो
one
big
quarter of this
W
map of Fracture
to
and not really
everybody
allow Loud
मैं तो
to
फोकस भी
press
नहीं
forward
कर
in
पा
the
रहा हूँ गेम
beginning.
में इक्वल
Interesting,
लेकिन
but
चलेगा
Kalenzin dips over to the other side of the
हर्ष
ropes,
पटेल
and
थैंक यू
Crew
फॉर द
is
50
Molly's out from that
गिफ्टेड
side. So Crew
जिसको
sees
भी मिल
Molly's
रहा
out
है
from top
प्लीज
side.
टैग
The
करके
Tejo,
थैंक्स बोले
salvo,
एंड
and they come back to
done.
the south side now. So they're wondering what's the arcade play, what's going to happen.
मैं ऐसा
when
यूजुअली
Cloud is
बोलता
really
नहीं हूँ
just
गोल जोन्स लेकिन
here looking to attack from the
जब
bottom
मैं
side.
देखा ना कि
Where they're still
इतने
playing towards the
सारे
spawn.
गिफ्टेड
You
है
are
मैं
playing
थोड़ा
into
वो हो
eco.
गया
You want to make sure they're not
क्या
pushing
बोलते
against
हैं
you.
आर्ट
Also on
फेल्ट
the
मोमेंट
attack
हो
side,
गया
Tui's is playing
इतना
the
सब हो
Cypher,
रहा
so
है
he's playing the camera on the top side. And as soon as it gets broken, that's the call. The green button for Loud to hit towards an open site over towards A, which is
हाँ
great. They're
shit है क्या
still
स्पाइक
dotting
से
their
मरेंगे
eyes and crossing the T's to make sure that you clear towards the top side.
I think स्पाइक
But
से
the post
मरेंगे
plan should be looking fairly easy here for the Loud side.
And they stick together. Weapons they want to be able to cover a trade. Okay, pull. Next one. They're just skeet shooting out top as they try to come out of rope there. 3 for
स्पाइक
Vinny.
से मरना हो
As
जा
the
रहा है
Vandals and Bulldog 2 come up big.
और शेक ऑफ 50 गिफ्टेड वन सेकंड दिस इसको भी मिल रहा है प्लीज थैंक्स बोल
Rookie
दो
here coming out for Vinny on the side where a lot of pressure and question.
और कुछ लोग से रिक्वेस्ट है जो लोग यहाँ से गए हैं फॉरेन में लड़के लोग के तलाश में वो लोग भी अपना मेंबरशिप रिन्यू करे काश दोस्त का और हमेशा ऑन रखे और वो भी गिफ्टेड विफ्टेड करे जब बाहर से डॉलर्स वॉलर्स कमा रहे कुछ लोग हैं यहाँ पे क्यूट क्यूट लोग
Now in round number 3, it's not really looking like the strongest or a weak bonus for Loud. They have 4 rifles and a Bulldog against a full gun run from Crew, so it is about to get fairly bloody.
Yeah, Crew wants to go aggressive. They say, okay, we need info on what Loud is doing if they're going to try these tricks around the map. Already playing underneath Loud is towards the B side as they go to join with Tui's here through the arcade push. All right. Quick denial there. We saw Kesnet and team with the idea to already start orb farming onto A. So
strong feeling आ रहा है ना लाउड का
Even though that the wall has been popped and the orb has been picked up on the side of Loud, it hasn't triggered a rotation out of Crew yet until now finally the first wave of util comes out from the attack side just to say, hey, we're trying to create this pressure. Smoke's already coming out, and it seems as though from Crew's side though, they do want to play the retake.
These slow activations, right? We already see the Vice util being used, but it's a very slow walk in here as Vinny finally gets the positioning. The team's still quite on the outside.
Interesting. It wasn't really affected by all that util, but maybe the spam scared it a little bit. So that might falter with the lineups and the positions that they might have in a pulse plan for Loud.
We still have the Molly down low. Oh,
Ult आ गया था ना उसका शायद
just have the stimmy on that.
अल्ट रहता तो ये भी इजी राउंड था परमानेंट रेसिडेंट.
And now the attempt from Crew to come in. They're trying to deny the angles. They know where Pancata is. Oh, just the backs. The shots cannot be finalized right now. And those are very early salvos coming out that's trying to deny, but Loud's still going to be able to hit the shots as they move into the site, and Crew has no chance to find out where those shots are coming from.
A very strong pulse plan by Loud.
Membership,
Although you get the plan from Vinny that activated the Rolling Thunder pretty much.
Amrit Ban, thank you for the membership.
So you're talking about these lineups, these pulse plant utilities that would be very good for both of these propositions
like
in these pulse plans on Fracture. A key piece is already taken down. But the thing is, on a retake, you just saw here from Crew, they were missing a little bit of those smokes. The BB didn't have any left, but there was just so many open angles that allowed Loud to set up good crossfires, good trades. And again, just a very clean pulse plan setup.
Let's see how they keep this going. If they're still doing distraction, again, Kalenzin
that
throws the salvos off from the top side of the map and instantly rides the rope back, but another push, this time from B on Crew, and they are thwarted instantly.
And it's good looking on the side of Loud. They've tempoed different ways throughout these 4 rounds. A lot more defaulting in the very beginning. They played all the way back towards the spawn, but this time they wanted to disrespect the smoke that was dropped down by Crew on that side, just to let them know, hey, you can't start taking control of your defensive side against us. Something, again, that they've been really good at. When Crew won that 2-0 against Loud, a lot of it was around the good rotations, the aggression that was coming out from Crew, the extremity control that was coming out from the side.
और एक बार सबको बोल दो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करने का
retakes how they play it here. They try the early part of the round. You got to give Loud credit for understanding. There's going to be a bit of a push strategy coming through.
Discord talk show कब हो रहा है? यही मंथ हो जाएगा. यही मंथ हो जाएगा.
There's going to be a planet A and a wait out on these timers. So good positioning, good money right now here for Loud. They feel very comfortable, especially with where the ults are going to start hitting. They have Kalenzines coming up soon. So Crew is definitely going to have to formulate something. Either on the retakes or figuring out that Loud's doing this Kawanzine salvo at the top of the map first to really throw them just for a loop in the beginning.
Huge respect, bhai. Yes, sir. Rena kaha gaya yaar? Rena nahi lete yaar.
For Crew. I mean, they're not going to
just create कर blind
just
अच्छा है.
die to their opponents
एक
and
dude
only
इसको
save 1,000
घुसाने के लिए,
credits into the
लेकिन
next round.
space
Maybe
नहीं create
Mazino
करता
wants to
रहना.
make sure that he saves at least a Vandal.
Crazy
Shot
blind
gets
था
one,
भाई.
but at the end of the day, it's the time that you
एक
have
साथ
to
double blind
discuss
किया,
a
बता.
little bit more going into the next rounds to try to salvage some rounds back on your defensive
आई
side.
shots नहीं लग रहे.
Because at this point, you're seeing that when Crew's trying to play this flood retake, there's not
Reveal
enough
है
utility
पहले
that
से
allows for them to
कैसे?
get safe haven passage into the
मेरे को
start
नहीं
of the
मालूम था.
retake, and they're just getting fully punished by Loud. So this is why I think this is perfect here for Adam to call the timeout so they could start that conversation to see how they could leverage that a little bit more, how they could be a little bit more cohesive in these retakes. Because if not, this is looking to be a very one-sided Loud attack side.
I wonder what he says, right? Because Vinny has
Excuse
actually
me.
kept Loud on the bottoms, the south
हुआ
side
भाई
of
गायब हो
Fraction
गया
the whole
लेकिन देख रहे हैं
time.
ना.
We've seen once Tui's
पहले
kind of
बहुत
go through
active थे.
arcade,
Flower
and
का
they
photo
met
भेजते
Tui's
थे group
underneath B. But now they have the conditioning of hitting the sights from the
परसों
south
मैं याद
side.
किया था
Will they
सुबह
start
भाई.
going
पता नहीं
more
क्यों.
towards the top, playing with those salvos that Kawanzine has? So nice job by Vinny to kind of be able to make this work. A-B just from that bottom.
Yeah, and if anything
Good night,
as
good
well,
night, bachar.
Crew, when they were trying to go for the aggression, it
Rena
was a
तो
lot
NHK
on
होगा
just one
for
quarter of the
game,
map. Remember the eco they had, they pushed towards the A side, and when they went for the second eco, they just had
Hello,
three
Bangla,
players
good
pushed
morning,
down
good
towards tree that was
morning.
all punished. But this is a perfect map that allows you to have a pincer maneuver on both sides, and you have a perfect composition to be able to do so for Crew on your defensive side. And you know, again, the aggression and how good Crew could be in these trait possibilities, trait capabilities, and the fundamentals of the teamwork.
Yeah.
They
वो
can
तो
definitely start
competitive में ना.
dictating that pace a
ये
little bit
लोग
more
इसमें
to
लोग
show
अभी
that
भी
they're
रहना खेलते.
not afraid of the scoreline that's being shown so far from Loud.
ये लोग का एक अपडेट
Kawanzine
रहता है,
doesn't
वो
change a
अपडेट में
thing.
वो लोग खेलते हैं.
See if Loud tacks onto this. Actually, Tui's is going to be there this time too. So looking at Crew's side now, again, like you're saying, they
ये
go
लोग
for
का
this
client
push,
अलग है,
see if they
समझ
can
रहे हो?
refine it just from that B side. They are going to meet up with Pankata, Vinny, and I believe
Game
DGZ
show
over there.
Majama.
Oh, they had big plans for this.
Here's a pinch on the other side too. The drone's coming out, and thankfully you're playing from spawn, so the rope's good for you to rotate back.
Good pushes from
big,
both sides. A
Kumara.
nice pincher in here as they finally
Very
get
big,
the
Kumara,
aggression
easy,
onto Loud,
man.
where Loud has to scramble. Now they're playing a little sweaty in this round as it's all the audible. They have to get themselves into a
पर ये
position now.
महीने
And this
में
push
तो
from
9
Tui's
ही
could
days
be the
only है.
kingpin that turns
तो
it back in their favor.
यही 8
Building
दिन में
look
कर
like they're in
दूंगा
a
मैं.
disadvantage. They have great utility to
month
work
हो
with.
जाए.
Look at how far Tui's is pushed inside the spawn.
There's Rolling Thunder coming back
Beautiful.
through. Kawanzine turns. They're going to have ultimate there as well from Armageddon. If
Loud
anything gets
looking
too
too strong.
sticky on this one, they use it right away, Vans. Oof. Again, Melzer
Loud
looks for the
looking
shot.
too
Kawanzine getting that. The trades just are not there for that man, and he'd probably get the second one with the way he's been playing. But now it's up to Adverso. These rounds he has been able to clutch before, but at 2 HP it is a very tall task. And the drone just waiting him out. They know he's behind the column, and they're waiting for the sound.
And there's
Loud
not enough
looking
time, and
too
you got
strong,
2 HP, and at this point,
समझ
Kawazin's
में आया मैं
going
पास
to
में
attempt to
नंबर
allow
का
Adverso to
बीच
save
में
his
है,
weapon.
मिला 1 month
Okay,
का
silver lining for that at
Reset
least,
होता है
but
कुछ
just
तो
mentioning
बीच में
that
नहीं लिया
position
तो
on the
ऐसा
pulse
कुछ
plan.
तो सीन है
Unfortunately, a 5 versus 3 scenario that was lost by Crew.
Good night, Bunks,
But it's
bye. मैं
because
चला
of
full
that
screen
plan that
130
came out from
मिलता
Vinny
है
out
G5
towards the
डन
A site. He has a Rolling Thunder already propped up. You're playing in a range that you're setting up for the Rolling Thunder to do hero plays. This position, from Tui's doesn't allow for the rotate to happen. They might catch some players off guard with a knife out. But they already knew that there was going to be some sort of pressure coming back from A main because of the early pincer maneuver that was displayed by Crew. So very good heads-up calls by Vinny in the mid-round and into the pulse plan.
Intrigate क्या है अभी?
That doesn't allow Crew to find any type of footing so far in this first half.
And that's another gun round
Loud
down for
बता रहा
them.
है बे,
Hasn't
attacking
trying to
map
get some
की बात.
purchases in because of
मस्त
that
खेल
money
रहे
that's been kind of flowing into his pocket, but Loud has full control
सब
over this
जगह का
game.
info
They
देखो.
almost
उधर
feel
कैमरा
that
से
Crew is
info, इधर
pushing
ड्रोन
themselves
से
a little
info,
further
दो
to get
बंदे
these
एमिन
first shots,
पुश मार
find the
कर रहे,
first
दो बंदे
bloods, and
बीमन पुश मार.
it is just coming up. Everything Loud.
अभी एक साथ
Spike's still
जाएंगे
down
किधर और
here as
एक
they
साथ
just kind of
लड़ेंगे.
default around, but they do have Kawanzine finally holding the top side of the map, and they didn't use those early salvos this time.
Yeah. And Crew's probably on their 7th page of their defensive strategies now.
Minute है अभी
Into
contact.
scenario C, another eco. Elisa here, rifle in the hands of Kesnit. from that weapon that was saved from the previous round from Adverso, but it's turtling up towards the B site, anticipating a push and a split towards B, but unfortunately the read wasn't correct. The stack wasn't at the right spot, but at least the rotations quick enough for them to retaliate as soon as all of this utility from Loud gets expelled from the A site.
I think fundamentals here for Loud is perfect, right? They're just stopping any angle that could be attacked. Fall
Plant
in there
रोकने के लिए
over the
कोई
rope.
utility था?
In goes Digizine and nobody can pressure it. They have the space. They rinse and repeat with simple utility to keep taking small areas, and it makes it so hard.
There's a trip, there's a smoke, there's another smoke. There's not enough util from Crew to counter back as a team, and they're going to cross towards the finish line where, again, the crossbars are out from Loud.
Again, the backer for Pankata, if any trouble is had here on Sands, they're going to have the high-low, or literally front and back, if you will, and Team Ace coming in for Loud there as they are clicking here. 6-0 to start off on Fracture.
But we're talking about how Loud potentially had a sour taste in their mouths. But the Devs was talking about simmering and cooking, and I guess it tastes pretty good so far, a little 6-0 for the Loud side.
They've been doing so much work, and everything is being executed so quick. This one in eco, so they feel very comfortable getting into position, but they're set up to defend each other in these plays as well. You do not see Loud with their back to any angle Crew has. They're always a step ahead, and Crew cannot figure out how to stop that. Here, right past the salvos, and in again, it's relentless coming in from Digizine. He's going to keep going there. Takes down Kesna. Adverso. A is clear again. Oh my gosh.
And you're facing 4 players. You're running outside of the smoke. There's 4 players there out from Loud just greeting you. Hello and goodbye. And now already potentially, yes, definitely goodbye from the A site. As you already see Shy and Melzer rotating back to save here. Weapons and ultimates. So we're talking about now potentially, thankfully, into the 7th round that you have ult cycles and weapons to work with. That could maybe be the saving grace for you to start and kick something up here for Crew side. But I think also the next step could potentially start bringing out an operator from Kezen on the defense. But the thing that's good from Loud is how they're currently playing on the post plan, chasing for the kills. The economy continues to stay quite low on the side of Crew where they can invest into these type of utility and weapons.
Right.
Early fight, early counter util sab
One
karke
of the ways
ladna
to shut
padega.
down somebody just screaming around the corner is with the op, that hard angle hold. We see Digizine kind of breaking the timing of what Crew wants in their defense each round there on Sands, but we end at B anyways. You see kills across the map as Loud is not just keeping it to one side here. They feel comfortable across the world right now on Fracture. It's going to be a Guardian buy through for Crew here, so they can at least grab around partial way through on this first half.
Loud good on protocols, Loud good on executions, Loud also very good at hide and seek, because they're just keeping, they're finding everybody. They're finding Crew hiding for these weapons, trying to save these weapons, and they're just taking away.
Match कौन जीता पहला ही है.
This is Vinny and DJZ combo just seems unstoppable. Like, anything happens, you get a quick flash, then you fault line, and DJZ just absolutely collapse on whoever is stunned or flashed.
It's a great call.
They're so quick.
That's why they're staying as a duel right now, and staying as a combo just to try to find the information. The only thing here, though, is the pinch is coming on the other side.
It's worked once before. Crew has to be a little bit more active to find the results, and they do get Pankata down.
Finally,
They can kind of take a breath here if they want. But do they have the chance? They say forward.
ये लोग ट्राई लड़ेंगे.
Right now, and they're going to hit some shots with Tui's. With the outlaw goes 1-2 punch, and they turn it around real quick. 3v2 is Crew still. Take that back. Melzer falls shy, and the kills coming in from Zeno. Now it's just 1-1. Zeno limping to safety here to figure out where Kawanzine could be coming from.
And you just saw that Crew went for a force buy into this round because of the ultimates that they had. Playing around Shy with the Steel Guard, and then the lurk under is just so nice from Kawanzine throughout all that chaos. When you're trying to pincer towards that bottom side again, as you mentioned, Riv, they had some sort of success at the very beginning to control that space, but putting too many resources on that side just left the top side open, and Kawanzine just had a free roam, free little stroll around the site, and even towards the spawn to get the kill, and even finalized the 1v1 towards the end.
And like, what's bad about having Kawanzine be kind of a lurker? I mean, you have Breach on the other side as an initiator. One of your initiators is also lurking.
Am I late? You're very late.
Your salvos that can go anywhere. Kawanzine's going to clean that up just about every time. 8-0 now as Loud come out swinging in this map. And we see Crew start to focus the top side a little bit more with their power here.
Here's the other silver lining again. They only used one ultimate in the previous round from Crew that almost resulted in a round for the side. This time we have 3 ults. Kezen is close to his. and they have decent control of Dish, where Calzine cannot get that lurk anymore.
बहुत
Activating the
heavy
wall.
ult से
This
भाई
time you're
Loud
still
के पास।
seeing Crew not really being proactive.
Crew
As
के
to
पास है
finally, you see the rotate out of Mazina to
retake
help
के
from
लिए,
the spawn.
लेकिन
Just to try to fight back
अरे
here
उसने
on this
combo
attempt of
combo
control
सब
from
कर दिया
Loud
ना।
into Arcade. So good positioning at the very beginning,
ये
at
भी
least
Loud
for Crew's
निकाल
side.
सकता है।
A lot of ultimates here for Crew to use to turn this one around. We just saw the Rolling Thunder picked up, however, by Vinny. So they break the first initial utility. That's going to make Digi happy to have a fly into sight be a little safer. And here comes the Rolling Thunder for the execution.
Yeah, combo, one down.
So bad by Pankata. Beautifully played on the entrance from the B connector. And now again, it's just Loud.
अब Cousins के पास
Wants
अटका
to
है।
try to peek from. Armageddon goes down on one side as well. Canteen's going to be cooked up along with Spawn, and this is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them, but taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG is just making it impossible.
सारा ult खत्म कर
At least we
दिया।
have here the Armageddon if he could get some space, but he's just stunned up at Verso.
Oh my
भाई
gosh.
सांस लेने नहीं मिल रहा है बे Crew को।
Relentless. They feel safe
Huh?
in every push, and those as well, just one by one, moving
Thousand
forward.
membership
Get
पे
the
डांस
last
तो बनता है,
members of
excuse
Crew
me।
fearless Loud in
Language।
this map.
Yeah, the analyst desk forgot to talk about how you could
Already ये महीने का दो डांस हो गया है।
the cooking here, the meat and potatoes as the orbital strike and the fault line out towards that spawn.
Discord में यूसेज सेटिंग की तरह समझ में आ रहा। कोई मेंबर अगर हेल्प कर सकता है ऑलरेडी तो
And it starts off very well. If you're
कर
looking
दो,
at this
जो
composition
WhatsApp
on the
group में
side of Loud, you don't have any scans. So how do you actually get through the smokes if they're being dropped down by the defensive side? A simple
I got
camera
the
being
WhatsApp
thrown by 2Es. Stayed with the team instead of lurking around and trying to watch the flanks. It clears up and opens up the site. They know now that Crew's playing a retake once again. That allows for them to have a smarter decision making on how they could leverage their own attack side ultimates. And dude, Crew right now, hopefully Adam with their last time out of this map has some sort of solution, because Loud has not been showing too many string of hey, if it ain't broke, let's not fix it, continue the same type of hits. They're showing so many different facets of their attack side.
I think one of the big things we just saw in that round too. So Digizine walks up, they get the Vice Wall, the Shear to come out. He fakes the orb to see if they can pull anything from tower, and then they give the Rolling Thunder away. Then they fake execute, and you see the Vines go out, you see the Flash go out, they wait for Vines to go away, and DG has a free site to run in, right? They're just waiting out once they find where Shy is, his utility, and what else stops them in these sites? Nothing. Mazzino has to hit a perfect fault line or a perfect flash from when he's coming in to have it really affect Loud. So it seems like they're running free once they figure out where Shy is here, and it just cannot be stopped once they hit the site. Here towards the bottom, again they leave, Loud leaves 2 on the top side, and they'll see if Crew makes a move first.
North side crunch.
They do.
Again, another into an eco. Guardian and Stinger is strongest weapons for Crew, but the ult is denied.
my
How have they had
god।
this? How long? My dude, like, Tuis is just rolling through. He's banking money, not having to get anything else, and the
my
Outlaw
God.
continues to take down Crew, who is constantly put back on these low-buy rounds. Okay, that one goes to Shy. Finally picks up one as they do try to take him out again, but it falls.
नहीं
It's
कर
always
पा रहा है
traded right now.
bro।
And that one from Bankata is going to go ahead and clean up the last one. Yeah, that's the end of the round already. That's how fast they're happening, with 4 members of Loud alive. And there's kills and spawn happening. It's just absolute mayhem Loud's creating.
Almost the end of the half already. It's 10-0. At least, again, if I want to try to find something at least positive out of this for Crew, is not that.
Oh, man.
At least when you're seeing Shy playing towards the arcade boxes and
भाई
he's being
Crew का
slammed
map
by
pick है।
utility, he's still very good mechanically to pop the flash, swing, get the kill. So again, one of the key components into Crew's success from kickoff going into now. And he's not, unfortunately, having good opportunities to
Love you,
even play the game
bye.
so far, because his teammates keep dropping on the other side.
कैसा लंदन?
Digi almost gets hit there. We see it split now. They kind of move the initiator away from Digi, but I think that was just util. We got to remember, Haven was 10-2 when they played first in the upper bracket. It could be a comeback from Crew on the second one, but Loud look like they're going to make that happen this time.
The thing is, a 10-2 was Crew being very good on the
ये
defensive
लोग
side.
hit करके या फिर sand से hit करेंगे
Crew, and
इसको
this
या
is a
फिर
0-10. I think at least,
hit
if
करके
anything,
fast
Riv, you talked
DB
about
जाएंगे।
Haven, that's the next map, so we could focus on that as well. that could be a silver lining for Crew to maybe push us into a third map, but right now at this point, it's almost a done deal. You're just hoping on going into the second half that there is some sort of strategy to at least be able to play a lot of post plant for Crew, because they have a perfect composition for it.
They do. And Adam will definitely know what to say. Seeing what happened on Fracture, maybe turn the team around.
सिर्फ एंगल लगा के बैठे थे ये निकाल सकता है
Keznit looking to bring one in before the half. Pankata here, loving the clutch situations. Just on the other side. They know where each other are. It's always going to be a headshot. Pankata comes up, takes down Keznit, and Loud stay 11-0.
Yeah. Pankata doesn't skip a beat. If you're actually following social media and you follow Valorant NA socials on Instagram, I know I'm a boomer, I'm talking about Instagram, but at the same time, he was voted the best controller by the pros going into stage 1. So this is by the pros. So you're playing against a god being Keznit Deus, but at the same time, it doesn't make you quake in your boots. You're still able to win the duel and then also make it 11-0. I think right now, if strategy is not working, coach can't really get anything done. The IGL is not good from crew. They probably need the crew fans in the crowd to probably start activating and help him out at least.
For sure, because you got some sort of morale. A full Loud squad working. They have shut down every member of crew, right? Nobody's getting the frags in because there's always trades. Oh, this is big, though. This is big. Nice job by Adverso. A little bit of a wait. Vinny was kind of patient on that one.
Yeah, heavy wala timing ho gaya.
Not expecting the push down, and crew finally find an opening. The outlaw for 2Es, the Pankata with the Vandal. Looks like it could be the ground crew already.
Now it's time to show your dedication upcoming daddy. Excuse me.
At a tree?
It was a good start. It was at least a good start to walk contact and surprise some players, but the repeat going into that one, a little bit of a misstep.
My man keeps the outlaw. He's standing on a Vandal.
Nice swing.
Oh, you saw that. Everybody felt that one. It did not go through. Crew do grab themselves around here. That's going to be an 11-1 first half, and pushing. It got crew the closest to those rounds. They finally push on that final round to get themselves one.
I mean, it took 12 rounds, but finally at least they got one through for sure. And you know, 2Es was the one with that outlaw that almost got the line, a double headshot to play a 1v1 against his Sentinel compatriot on the other side, playing against Shy. Look at this lineup. So close. 140 in the end, but still, Loud looking very strong.
Loud has been deafening on this first half. Let's see if they can continue when we come back. Oh.
Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
MIBR जीतेगी एक बार 10 स्ट्रांग है MIBR स्ट्रांग है आई थिंक EG भी कुछ कुक करेगा इस बार कि पॉटर पे फुल भरोसा है तो देखते हैं क्या सीन है एंड लाउड तो स्ट्रांग दिख ही रहा है इस बार मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना हर बार एनए का कंपटीशन कुछ नेक्स्ट लेवल ही रहता है एनए के इसमें कंपटीशन बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल है G2 180 सब है एनए का वो वाला रीजन है भाई क्रेजी वाला बाकी सब रीजन में कैसे देखो
Welcome back to Loud versus Crew here, second match of the day. That first half, very loud. Now, we'll see if Crew can bring that one-round momentum screaming back into the second half, because right now I feel like Loud is just tying their shoelaces together and they don't know it.
Hopefully Crew could definitely quiet down Loud's camp with their attack side. Again, a composition that's very good for these type of plays where I wouldn't be surprised if Keznit is going to be the courier, actually, for Crew to just get Lots in good positions. So they have like the Verso, Mazzino, and Melzer post plant utility that they could use now.
Yeah.
In these post plant scenarios. But look at that. Looks like Loud doesn't want to let Crew once again control the attack side. Already a push from the bottom of the map.
The push towards A, but the action's at C right now. Loud with 3, and man, you know, the flip side of this we also want to see is that Loud can instantly close out a game. Not let this one dwindle on, because you need teams rather that can do that. And not let that kind of waver back and forth here. So it looks like they're doing good already. That's another shot from Digizine, and now they will hunt down Melzer. This does not look good. Get that spike down, some extra money, and man, Loud are looking very, very clean as a full squad right now. It's not just one person in the star power.
Exactly. And you bring up a good point. I talked about a strong start. You're talking about a strong finish, and we're about to potentially see it here from Loud, because we have now great anchoring from Kawadzine. Melzer, I mean, in a scenario where potentially you get it done, I talked about how Melzer was really popping off during kickoff, but this is a huge ask, definitely.
This would be the ultimate high. You have to tap into that Digizine God mode.
Is there an own map?
There we hear him talking about, and it's not going to happen there.
They're hitting shots.
Just before he attempts it. 12-1 now. Game point here for Loud on Fracture. Again,
Which
great mention at the beginning that neither of these teams
cricket.
have played this coming into 2025. And we see that Loud was very, very prepared, at least coming from the attack
last
side
I
first. Could
think
have been a different
2
game.
साल से
That
RCB
was
को
run
support
attack,
कर
but
रहा हूँ
man,
snacks attack
never letting go of the lead. Quite
इस
impressive
बार भी
here.
करेंगे एक ट्रॉफी तो बंद
They are loving it. They are loving it.
इस बार
I mean, when you're feeling at 11-1 half and now already at map point, that's definitely a lot of confidence. Lots of utility. We were talking about that to try to get you into the site. So Molly, fault line, salvos, but a counter Molly, sorry, to prevent that early push out for a plant.
Oh, only W keys. They're in the site already. You see Shy kind of curling up over there behind the spike boxes. There's a plant coming down now from Adverso. A lot of low health bars, though, on that attempt as they got tagged up, and it's going to be tough as they protect for the retake.
Oh my god.
Losing Adverso is tough now because we just talked about the pulse plant's utility. It's slowly disappearing.
They are just going back and forth right now. Slivers of health here from Zeno and Melzer. Kawadzine 1, Kawadzine 2, a third one from the same spot. He's just going to turn. Well, Pekata's going to get half on this one and then look for the fight.
Oh, दोबारा बोलते. Hello, Binks. Hello, Naughty.
Second round, huge to stop the
Thank you,
momentum
the
of
40
Loud.
Naughty.
A little bit of breathing room, but still very much suffocating on this one. 10 rounds down.
And you wouldn't want anybody else but Shy in this scenario for Crew to win a 1v1. He was basically the highest rated player in number of clutch wins during kickoff of Americas. That's now converted at 24% when the average is 11% on clutches. And now adding 10th to the tally of number of clutches he's done this year so far in Americas. Now a little bit of breathing room for Crew. Sigh of relief after they went for the stinger buy and a plant, so that resets the economy of Loud. So
for real, I'm depressed.
there's actually be a very strong finish from the defensive side now of Loud, because Crew might start snowballing a little bit here.
Focus towards that top side here for Loud as Crew. They look like they're going to have good positioning. See how Kesnit's entries are. Digizine was able to go crazy and create distractions with that wall, slide around, but it's a little easier to identify the raise. As Crew identified 2 quick kills in Arcade. Digizine with a Sheriff on the other side, and this could be a pickup if it's not protected. What a oh my god, Mazino with the flex, beautiful.
Still, although it's against an eco here from Loud side, you still see the back and forth coming in from the defensive side, just to try to get that double swing, the pendulum, the ping pong, to at least get the trade through, but looks like Melzer keeps his cool in that moment and is able to drop those opponents.
Next week, and next year.
See it again. So yeah, Loud just trying to put that fight up on Arcade. Huge job by Melzer. So Crew is not afraid to get into the sights. We see that they are not timid from the first half. Pressuring in immediately, knowing when they have the advantage. Exactly what we need to see. They have to be hungry here for these rounds.
And sorry, it was Mazzino there as a breach on the top, but nonetheless, that's something that you need coming out from everybody on the side of Crew, just like Loud has been very prominent across the board in the fight department. Nice little trap play. That's going to hit two.
That was so good. You saw Vinny was inside sight, ready to shoot a fault line right under the satellite. Timed that with the Armageddon and the Cowanzine, and they just slaughter Crew as they try to take that top side.
I was just about to mention on the first half on Crew's composition and how it was fairly standard how they were trying to play the defensive side, but for Loud, they definitely came up with a nice little trap play that caught Crew off guard. The camera was so high just to make sure you could watch very deep down that line. Just activate here, but by the time that you could break the cam, it's so hard for you to retreat from.
देखा
quick trade.
दो बुलेट मारा फिर
Three for Cowanzine now, making this real tough. Really go for another one of his 4Ks. Melzer's at 30. Shy is about to be trailed as well by Digizine, but they have a moment. Pankata's already aware. They are so knowledgeable about what the positions could be. Vans, what a game from Loud here. Really reading Fracture.
रिमूव कर दी वालों ने हाँ उसका हीलिंग
Melzer
के
1
साथ
versus 4. GG.
प्रॉब्लम हो रहा
Sunned up, about to get
इन्होंने किया वापस आएगा वो फिक्स हो रहा
DGZ, who better than him to close out the last kill and even get the defuse for the extra stats of the ACS. And Loud will get this first map in a dominating fashion here against Crew.
And it didn't look like they were really pressured at all. The Stingers got them coming into the second buy on second half. That'll happen when you're not
well, buddy.
But it was still a close round. They're down to 1-1, but Loud all the way across the board. Cowanzine, Dizzy there up top. Everybody fragging over 10.
अब एक चीज तुम लोग बता, अब तुम लोग को ऐसा लगेगा कि यार उनके मैप पे 13-3 हारे हैं, अभी लाउड का मैप पिक है 13-1, 13-2, 13-0 होने वाला है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। अब वो लोग पीछे जाएंगे, वो लोग टीम मीटिंग करेंगे, बात करेंगे, वाइब्स को वापस लाएंगे, वाइब ठीक है, बातचीत करेंगे एकदम हाइप अप होके। अभी शायद से हारेंगे लेकिन 13-7 या 13-8 हारेंगे फिक्स। लाउड स्ट्रांग।
Make this a 3-game series when we come back from the break.
अभी ज्वाइन करो टीम मीटिंग में। 13-5 हारेंगे नहीं, 13-8 या 13-9 ये अभी क्लोज आएगा। ये रिमूव रहना आ रहा है, पैच ला रहे हो लोग, वो हीलिंग को फिक्स कर रहे हो। बैट करो, मैं बैट नहीं करता मेरी जान। स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट 1:30 2:30 आई थिंक मैच स्टार्ट नहीं, आई थिंक 1:30 मैच स्टार्ट। जो VLR का टाइम रहता ना वो मैच स्टार्ट का टाइम रहता है, स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट का टाइम नहीं रहता। VLR पे अगर जी का मैच 1:30 दिखा रहा है उसका मतलब 1:30 का मैच।
लेट्स गो।
यार एक तो गर्मी में बैठना टास्क है। पत्रिक हो उड़टान क्रिस्टल खेलियस फाफी। अभी क्या चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ? नहीं रे, किधर जाऊंगा? ऐसे बंदे मेरे को रिमोट नहीं मिल रहा। Wilderness van next year। अभी मेन प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है, मैं इतना चाय पिया, जूस पिया, सब कुछ पिया, अब मेरे को नींद कद्दू की गांड नहीं आने वाली। दैट इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम। इट इज कंप्लीट हो चुका है। वी हैव क्रॉस्ड 1000 गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स। मेरी जान के टोटे का है दे। मत कर, मैं बोल रहा हूँ मत कर, बकचोदी मत कर। इट इज मेरी बात सुन। पहले जो चल रहा है वो एकदम करके फिर बाद में करने का, ठीक है? अब नहीं, अभी नहीं, आराम से ठंडा हाथ रखे। सेंटी ना हो बहनचोद, सेंटी ना हो। It is coming up huge with 100 gifted. मेरी जान के टोटे जिसको भी सुबह के 7 बजे गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप मिल रही है, टिटिस बाइक का पकड़ गए, छुपा देके थैंक्स बोले और वो करे, ठीक है। आप जाओ ब्रेक लो। हाँ, मैं फोन चार्ज करके आया, ब्रेक लेके आया। बकचोदी ना करे, लेकिन मॉड्स अगर बकचोदी कर रहे हैं टिटिस भाई तो भी तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। मैं ब्रेक लेके आया गैस।
Starting on that and playing really good, gave us a lot of confidence. So right now is do our job, continuing do our work in Haven and take 2-0 home.
I mean, if you get that 2-0 and just as dominant.
Just saying, अगर ये सब में भी तुमको नहीं मिल रहा है ना, I feel bad. Now I feel bad.
Hey, at
It
least
is up in the
today,
chat,
but
रुकना
we
नहीं
will
चाहिए
take it a
पूरा
step
रात
louder,
और
playing
सुबह
like that. A 13-3
200
conclusion
गिफ्टेड
on
दिया है भाई ने,
Fracture
एकदम
gives
छुपा
Loud
दे
their
यू
first
वाला
win of the
यू,
season, but fellas,
ठीक है
you
यू।
gotta ask the question.
मेरा फोन
what
ऑफ
the
है,
hell
मैं फट से
happened?
चार्ज कर गया क्योंकि मेरे को कुछ किसी का
We
स्क्रीनशॉट
all
लेने का।
predicted Crew. I was like, I'm talking about Crew. And we all Wyatt, we predicted Crew.
We didn't predict out of
The
it.
series isn't over. Don't get ahead of yourself, you guys. It's only map 1. It was only their pick.
But I will say, though, kind of going back to what we were talking about previously, before the match had started, one of the things that we were concerned about was, you know, the adaptability. How does Crew look to try and work the map? How do they try? Are they just going to play a very straightforward way? And that is exactly what happened. But also, Loud just played so damn well, shutting them down.
Nothing was going right for Crew. Anything that they were approaching, even when they were in clutch situations, player advantage situations, it didn't matter. They couldn't convert. Loud were managing to find ways around it. There were many moments where it would just come down to the timing, and there's a little bit of luck involved, but you can't deny right now that this is a Loud that they're fired up. They want to go home. They got dinner reservations. They want to wrap this up.
Loud won 10 out of the 10 post plants. They won 11 rounds in a row. Cowanzine continuing the momentum from kickoff individually. He is so good, and I love leaning into the Neon as the pick for Digizin right now. I think that is a great decision. We have Haven next. I hope they stick to it. Just give me more Digizin on the Neon. Run it back.
Yeah, you know, it really takes me back to Loud, like previous years where they were like, after they lost Ospas, like trying to figure out where that duelist fits. But I really do think Digizin exactly what the doctor ordered. But then on top of that, you get Cowanzine, as you mentioned, Brent, the momentum continues forward for this guy. And even though, yes, Melzer was top performing for his team, they didn't really save for much because they didn't get much in that one. So now you have Haven coming up, another, you have a 3-site map here, right? It's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. And you have a Loud that is very confident, Brent. How does Crew break this?
A look ahead. I mean, listen, last time, I believe it was Crew that ended up taking it, despite the fact, so in the first matchup at kickoff, you want to catch lines all the way back there. Haven, Loud ended up winning it. Digizin with the operator in his hands, Kesner couldn't hold a candle to it. They actually turned that around, and Crew managed to find ways to work around it, but that required quite a bit of counter-shredding, I think, actually, and spotting the weaknesses of how Loud like to play, avoiding Digizin as well a lot. There's been a big break, a long break as well, and you got to think, coming off the back of that game, the only thing I've got to really go off, if I'm going to draw from kickoff, which I don't really want to that much, it's the momentum going into this next map, which we've just seen. After map 1, I mean, Loud crushed them. They crushed them, and it's such a good beginning for them. It wasn't even their map pick. They get to go into the comfort zone now, heading into map 2. The answer of Crew is, I don't know, bang a rock against your head and try and forget that it happened.
Well,
that's the only advice I would have.
Let's figure out what's going on the Crew side. We got Coach Adam, and let's hear what he had to say going into map 2.
Here with Coach Adam ahead of map 2. And Adam, that first map doesn't go your way. It was your map pick. But something you talk about in social media is that the team has been looking good in the preparation coming into the stage 1. So tell me, how are you going to make sure that all the preparation, all the things that were going right, are going to kick off for the second map?
I think that this first map was a chance to wake up. Like, it's always hard for us to find pace in game. But we're doing pretty good on pracs, and I feel that the team just needed to wake up, and I feel that this hit was like a wake-up call for us.
We're going to see if it's going to be the wake-up. Thank you so much. Good luck.
I mean, my guy got like a right hook and a left uppercut, and then a freaking Shoryuken to close it out.
No waking up! You're sleeping! You're on the
Oh, okay, but to his point though, he was saying, and there is merit to it, where you could say like, hey, listen, like we got just shellacked here,
But,
right?
yeah, okay.
We gotta turn it up.
Counterpoint to that is the crew like hot starts, and when they get knocked down, they struggle to pick themselves back up again. I think just historically, this roster, they like to get a feel of confidence and domination where everything starts to flow right. They didn't get that at all. They didn't get their ideal start, and now they got to go into their opponent's map pick.
Does that come? I hate to put the pressure on him here, but does that come off the back of something like Kesnet, who like has to be the
Honestly,
person?
No.
Okay.
No, he was not at his absolute peak, which is unbelievably high. We've seen that in the past, like especially when they were on a run in the regular season in 2024. In kickoff, it was about everybody else. Honestly, it was about Melser, it was about Shy. Kesnet was still solid, but he wasn't taking over like he has in the past. So I don't think so. That is one of the nice things about Kudo. They have multiple players who can completely take over the game, and I know that is.
Buzz. Titties, my titties are getting hurt. बस ज्यादा ही करप्ट किस्मत चल रही है. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 मतलब 350 gifted and $50. Love you यार, titties भाई. Titties भाई, love you. जिस दिन मैं आपको मिलूंगा ना, सच्ची एक प्राइवेट लैप डांस, जब भी आप आओगे इधर या मैं उधर आऊंगा, प्राइवेट लैप डांस. रिकॉर्ड मत करना, यू एंड मी. हाँ, मेरा ओनली वाला नहीं है साइट, लेकिन है ये सब पर्क्स. हाँ, ओनली वाला साइट नहीं है मेरे पास, लेकिन ये सब पर्क्स है. सीक्रेट पर्क्स कहते हैं इसे भाई. लास्ट वीक 400 गिफ्टेड हो गए थे. इस बार आई थिंक 550 गिफ्टेड हुआ है. ये स्ट्रीम पे 550 गिफ्टेड हुआ है भाई. बहुत ज्यादा होता है भाई मजाक से हटकर बहुत ज्यादा होता है, बहुत ज्यादा होता है. समझ रहे हो? डब्लू भाई एक बार हार्ट स्पैम हो जाए भाई सबके लिए, जो लोग सब कुछ कर रहे हैं रिसेंटली. टिटिस भाई और बॉट भाई, ये दोनों बड़े भाई हैवी दिया है. हैवी मतलब हैवी दिया, हैवी दिया है भाई. ये दोनों ने हैवी मतलब हैवी दिया है भाई. हैवी सपोर्ट किया है. एक बार हार्ट्स स्पेशली ये दोनों के लिए बनता है यार. बाकी लोग जितना कर रहे, ऐसा नहीं कि तुम लोग नहीं कर रहे. लव यू, तुमको भी लव यू. बट ये दोनों एक्सपोनेंशियली. रस भाई को बुलाना पड़ेगा इंग्लिश के लिए. बैंच फाड़ रहे. हाँ, गलत सपोर्ट भाई, गलत सपोर्ट. सच्ची में बोल रहा. मैं भी फोन चार्ज कर रही टिटिस भाई को यही मैसेज किया, थोड़ा शांति रखो. हाथ पकड़ना पड़ रहा है ऐसा, आराम से. किधर नहीं जा रहा हूँ, ऐसा लग रहा है भाई मैं रिटायरमेंट ले रहा हूँ भाई. हाँ, वैसा वाला प्लान नहीं आ रहा है तुम लोग, ऐसा फील आ रहा है मेरे को. पता है रिटायरमेंट है भाई, लास्ट स्ट्रीम है. सब लोग ऐसा ये ले.
Looking at the setup, there's still some sort of pressure that
love
Crew
you,
wants to try
thank
to
you
do
so
towards
much.
middle,
And
although they're
I
not
was
as
wrong.
aggressive as they usually are in the
600
pistol.
gifted this
It's more Kesnet trying to go for the solo play as he's pushed back by the Owl drone.
Look at his gate crash right away.
500 हो गया था, थोड़ा चूना लगाया रहेगा. थोड़ा हरामी हूँ मैं.
Like a neon still slides in, just doesn't have as much speed now as he dashes with Jet. Oh my! Insta shot to Shy's face. They're gonna try to pressure out of the garage hall here. They're annoying now too. They know this is a heavily covered site now.
This might make Loud start pivoting back though, because they've identified 3 players until this lurk happens from Vinny, but it's a trade-off. Now it seems potentially that Loud could be pinned. They have an opening this time, and there you go. An opportunity to pivot around, and Adversal doesn't want to peek. I mean, it's a great call. You don't want to give your position away. You don't want to lose more space. You have a 3v3 with still 2 good agents that allows for you to flood retake with the salvos that are just used now to delay.
Beautiful delay. They create a wall of salvos, a wall of smoke, and it's going to be Digis
कौन के
going
टाइम
up
पे
to the
बंदा
top
क्या
side, and
निकला
that is
बे
just enough
ट्रेड
elevation
ट्रेड
distraction
ट्रेड
for the first few kills. Melzer now just about even in this
शॉट रे मेल्जर
pistol round coming in for Crew in the 3.
शॉट बेबी
And Melzer finally has a moment
मैं
to
बोला ना
activate,
क्लोज
and he
जाएगा
will do so. And that said, I was going to
अब
mention
कितना
potentially
हुआ
that Crew
टोटल अब आई
had good
थिंक
utility
1200
for a flood retake
नहीं
because
कितना
the
हो
breach
गया
fault line was about to come back up. And then they could really
1350
try to start the smothering aside. But after Adversal's position at the front, here's a rotate out from front B side. He just wants to make sure here that he doesn't allow his
Thank you for
opponents
the
to
gifted
really
जो लोग
push
दे रहे हैं
into the
उनको बोलो यार
site.
मेरा
He gets
कुछ
into
नहीं
a
है
forward
इसमें
position into A. He has support from the other side too, with Mazzino grouping up. And it just had perfect trades
Reyna
towards
not
the end, so
showing,
it works out
there
well.
is a
and
glitch
it's a
with
great
Reyna
start at least
heal.
for Crew.
तो मेंटेनेंस में गया है आ जाएगा
Space being gained on the defensive side again, as we've mentioned, but a little bit of a different approach. This time it's a double initiator, putting the solo push from Kisnet because he's able to do so. He could TP away to safety and stack up somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we see Kesnet almost do that every time here. Beautiful shots from Melzer and the Outlaw making both count. And he's just going to play it. The gate crash like a rendezvous, right? Go and peek everything almost until they feel like they have the advantage. And Loud won't give them the peaks anymore. Just to creep in, a little extra money on the plant, and they should be closed in by Crew here. So Loud knowing this round was just going to be a creeper round.
Yeah. The best result you can get here for Loud is that plant be able to sneak through
थोड़ा
towards
सोचता
sewers
तो सेंटी
as
जैसा
the
हो रहा है
others
रे
from
मार
Crew are
की
trying to pinch back
हाँ?
towards that B site because the initial
We come a long
hey, let me
fucking
just
way यार
be the selfless players, kill my, like, get myself
हाँ?
towards the front of the B site so we can get this plant here.
4-5 साल पहले कैसे था बे अपन
And they do get Mazzino.
मम्मी की बातें याद आ रही है
He's going to be 2 away from dimensional drift already, so that could be a cover down long, or this A orb they push twice now.
कैसे हो बंक्स भाई आ रहे हो कि नहीं कनाडा फिलहाल तो कोई प्लान्स नहीं है फिलहाल तो कोई प्लान नहीं है होपफुली नेक्स्ट टाइम अभी तक तो कोई प्लान नहीं है लेकिन वो एक जगह जहाँ पे आने के वहाँ पे बहुत सारे फैंस हैं लव यू हार्दिक भाई बट मेक श्योर टू विजिट मास्टर मेरे को अच्छा लगेगा तुम लोगों को देखते वहाँ पे लव बंक्स भाई लव यू टू चैट
And I like that we're leading towards the A side at the very beginning. You just mentioned here, Riv, that Kesnet is getting close to the ult, so the play is potentially trying to find ways to deny orb control towards long, so the recon comes out. They already have the fault line just in case, and Digizine ready to fight back. But now it seems on the other side of the defense, it's exactly that. Off the camera, the paranoia, double swing, and will Loud be ready for that?
पहले भी दल्ला था अभी भी दल्ला हूँ
So Kesnet's going to stay at C. They like this positioning. He throws another gate crash out though. So
Cat
this is
का
on the
प्यार में
timing
difference
of
feel
the
होता है
trip in garage.
वो लोग मेरे को ग्रोथ में देखे ना
He's about to fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
They flashed a trap as well. Remembered it was DG and Vinny before on the Neon and the Breach. Now for Haven, it's the Jet and the Breach down long that are able to get that combination together. And DG still
कैमरा
just
पे
as fast
blind
to pick
होने
up
वाला
those
था
kills when he needs it. Dash is back off of those two
अगर
frags,
कैमरा
so
ही
maybe
blind
he
हुआ
goes,
है
he needs to create more chaos.
Beautiful lurk by 2Es. That's going to allow Loud to even fall back towards an open C site as Penkata even gets a drive-by onto Adverso. I mean, this is so good from Loud. We were just mentioning on that first map how good the protocols have been. The beginning of this round, you saw that they tried to add that pressure into the garage to break the trips and to try to force rotates. Where Digizine, just as I mentioned, was about to get caught off guard by the A-side push. But they just make sure that the protocol's there. The flash comes out for the support on the attack side from Vinny. He gets 2 free kills because he gets the timing off the paranoia that misses him.
And it seems right.
वालों के लिए प्यार बड़ा और लैपटॉप खरीद के गोल्ड भी जा चुका हूँ आप असली गोल्ड बन गए सच्ची लव यू
But no, this time Loud come up. You
That
can see
4K likes भी नहीं कर रहा है ये अपना वाला टाइम नहीं है
throw it out, but
ये टाइम में
But the thing is, he's so close already, so he's just there. It's still 2 free kills versus 2 players that are looks like they were heavily flashed by breach flash from Vinny.
लेकिन मेरा हर एक NA स्ट्रीम्स में ऐसी है 3000 3500 लाइक जब अच्छे मैचेस रहते तभी 4000
trying to get up close and personal, and he's getting real dangerous to start off here. 3 right in his face, but he's going to be able to get a trade on with Digizine.
Subs बढ़ रहा है धीरे-धीरे से आज हम लोग का 335k भी हो गया
It was a little bit of an overextension, if I might say, though, from Kesnet. because not breaking the dart was a good start for the defensive side of Crew.
Growth
So
हो रहा
you
है धीरे
think
धीरे.
nobody's playing on that long side
होएगा.
aggressively. So he was
400
able
के
to
मेरे को लग रहा
surprise
है
some
इस साल
players, but didn't use his TP to escape.
हो सकता है.
And now there's no duelist, there's no dimensional drift for the retake, and there's no strong ults also to allow for Crew to really smother the attack from Loud into the C site.
Wow. Pancada predicting that there was that push long C, gets the paranoia right through, so the team's going to try and just wait this one out. Shy.
भाई मार सकता था ना एक और.
A lot of these are just getting face-to-face fights. The players are walking right up to each other with the smokes, with the control that they have on these sites, so it's making it very tough for the initial engage. And now, Verso almost finds one. Pancada almost finds both.
And despite the compositional change from Crew, you still see strong positioning from Shy. Although he's only gotten one kill, it just shows how much confident he is to play this Cypher on a map like Haven. This was also one of the pain points from Loud to get activated on a map of Haven because of Shy playing random smokes, anticipating the push, anticipating a dash. Even in that moment when there's 3 players executing from Garage, he doesn't overpeak after he's hit by the paranoia. He stays inside the smokes. He pulls up a camera. He gets a kill, but still information for the team. So keep an eye here on Shy continuing this first half. And change of pace from Loud. They want to answer back with a lot more aggression, just like they did. It seems as though that Crew will continue to keep up this Garage control.
One day for sure.
With these smokes, you're going to force the re-clear out of Crew, and you don't have the scan composition being able to do so. So they have to.
मेरे को सच्ची मेरे को numbers matter नहीं करते. जैसा भी है ना, कितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं. Draw है, समझ रहे हो?
Pushing Kesnet up forward.
जो लोग प्यार करते हैं वो लोग देखते रहे. वो अलग चीज़ है.
Get away, but now they realize that
आराम से growing है, मेरे को कोई tension नहीं.
For the side of Loud. Oh dear.
क्या scene? Case nuts.
Everyone's blind. Everyone's paranoid. Coming out of that finally, it's just going to be
by Pops done diya.
To see if they can get an engage.
Pops done diya, bro.
Pick up 2 quick kills. It's now going to be left up to 2.
मैंने क्या बोला था? Crew मारेगा ना ये game.
They've already got the read, but he takes out.
Please, thank you for the 10 gifted.
And chaos just being lived in right now by Crew as these flashes and blanks come out, but they're still defending the site very well.
And that's the power of being a lot more mobile. Again, with Crew, it's pretty much their playground, the defensive side of this map of Haven. Bind.
Crew भाई अगर मेरा stream देख रहे हो देखो gifted रुक नहीं रहा है आज. Map 3 हो जाए. Map 3 OT चाहिए OT.
It's also thanks to the delays. Although you're not able to scan to get, you know, the mid-round information or the retakes, they're utilizing these initiators to stall so they can at least have more players inside the site to just brawl. And they want to do the brawling.
Again,
uses
the gate crash just for a position take to see where things are, throws out another one, and we figured this is what Kesnet would be doing here. Always trying to get a read on Loud position that allows an insert with that Yoru to be a little bit more of a problem. Loud feel happy just hanging out here as they start to default around.
And that's a good thing from Loud with this eco to add that aggression on the inside long, because now this is 2 rounds in a row that they've identified that Kesnet has been fairly aggressive at the very beginning at long A.
40-60%.
And now they are able to force a TP away. So going into the later rounds when they have weapons to work with, this might be a conditioning opportunity for Loud to utilize and work out the lurks to maybe take down Shy, because both Sentinels so far for both teams have been really good in these lurks.
Right now, that lurk's trying to get into garage here for Loud. A little bit of help.
All
All
the
the find and initiative utility on that side for now as it starts to rotate over as well with Vinny. So it looks like this is going to be a pretty hard C hit.
Not too convinced with the dimensional drift moving forward though. Yes, he gets a bit of information, but what do you do with that? Now you don't have that piece of util for the retake. And Shy's alone on a C site with 4 players closing in on him.
They got to know where he is. Having this trip here means, or that gate means he's just going to try to fight her. The smoke goes down as well, and here comes the push in. A little help from the Yoru clone, and they can't start to answer back because a beautiful flash over the shoulder of Shy just gives him enough time to fire in as Mazzino starts to clean it up as well. The full house of Mazzino and Shy closing down C-side.
And Shy took his time again. 4 players
Okay, bye.
moving
Love
up,
you,
Hawks
yaar.
at the cages,
तूने कमाएगा
Hides
तो
behind
कौन कमाएगा?
the
प्यार
boxes,
कमा रहा हूँ मैं फिलहाल.
just trying to make sure that nobody's
Lunch
pushing
with your
across
watch party. Oh,
behind the
papa.
C site
Love you.
to
Bye.
just try to overtake that side for Loud.
Thank you
So
for the
with
few
him just
Australian
containing that moment
dollars.
is another one of those scenarios where now on both extremities, not only on the initiator, but also from the help of
क्या
Shai
लग रहा है?
as a sentinel
Reverse
on the C
33?
site. He could delay long enough, so there's already 4 players
बस वो
inside
उसके
the site.
फोमो हो गया.
By the time
निकला तो
Loud
मेरी
is
तरफ
not
से
flashing anymore.
700 gifted.
Crew is just in.
कभी है? कभी है? निकला. निकला. मेरे हिसाब से गुड लक के लिए 490 गिफ्टेड एडवांस में गुड लक के लिए. एक इंसान कितना बेशर्म हो सकता है उसका डेफिनेशन है वो मैं. हाँ, अगर पास नहीं हो तो 10 आप अपने पास रख सकते हो, कोई सीन नहीं. गया नहीं, क्या गया भाई? टॉप करेगा टॉप, समझ रहे हो? और टॉप करने के बाद ऐसा यू करके बोलना, प्रिचलेस ओपी इन द चैट. यू
3 attempts since kickoff was a victory against
देखो
Loud. So
खुशी के
there's
आंसू
at
निकल
least
रहे भाई
that.
के.
But overall, I guess I understand as well the value of Kesnet going into the ult on the previous round, because the really only thing that they have to find information, rather, sorry, is
दोनों आईडी पे
Kesnet's ult
गिफ्टेड मिला
or
बस
the
भाई.
drone from
एक्सक्यूज मी
Adverso in
मत
the
कर.
mid-round. So trying to get that ready, get them perked up to delay here on the other side. And that allowed here Shy to
भाई
do a
लेकिन
good job
किसने
here in his
सोचा था
role.
कि हेवन इतना बदल जाएगा कि
Still
कोई नहीं
playing his
खेलेंगे.
combination for Crew over towards
Huh?
A. Having
Bridge
initiator
tail.
set up.
ये है भाई
Kesnet.
मेटा.
Kesnet even
मेटा के साथ
gets his
चलो
gate crash
तो
out
आगे
this
जाओ.
time, so he throws
सिंपल.
another one. They're not using it for info on these rounds as much anymore. They want it for the pure play, the trade, if they can get it.
ये देखो जागा बागड़ बिल्ला एक्चुअली.
DG on an adventure. They kid. Okay. A very early Armageddon here, thinking they have the positioning to go down towards the bottom of the short area. So Crew is really trying to get Loud to move right now.
Bro.
Again,
Nah,
another
bro.
great lurk by 2Es. The
Nah,
hat gets the
space.
information
Nah,
that they're already close towards the 8 connector.
They find him. Clone's not going to fake, but that's a blind right in the eyes of Vinny. Rolling Thunder comes back out as well. This is just for map presence here. Crew says, get off the engage. And they'll go ahead and set up another line of scrimmage defense. You can see them just across all the sites now, and it's up for Loud to choose where to go on this. 4 strong. It looks like they're going to hit A site.
And that's the good call by Vinny. Already, the lean that they had, the lurk from 2Es already pulled out the rotations, forcing out the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, even if they lost 2Es in the process, they've already cleared out the A site, forcing now Crew to play the retake.
Just on the edge, has to dodge that one. 6 seconds left, getting it down. Whoa, Jesus, actually saving the life of the planter, and they're going to still get into the side here. Out of ammo is Mazzino, but Kesnet comes up with a 4K in the end. The chaos again is where Crew thrives.
They are not giving a chance here for Loud to breathe once they get into the site.
Crazy.
It's a different style.
ऐसा क्या हो गया रेशमी? तू इसी आजकल बोच पे दू थप्पड़. हाँ, सुबह के 7 बजे सिंपिंग्स चल रही है. हाँ, तू बोच पे थप्पड़. सिंपिंग्स चल रही है यहाँ पे.
New different look, at least from the fracture.
नीट की
that we
बात
just
कर रहे
witnessed
BC.
previously on the first map.
पापा को
Just
BC बोला तो.
imagine if Adverso's salvo didn't
ठीक है.
hit that
बड़े
edge
की
and
बात
make
चल
him
रही है तो.
replant. It looked like Loud could have had that. Just a little
रेशमी को
things
कुछ
right now.
बोला तो देख
Crew is
लेना.
getting in their favor, and it works. You don't question it because they're getting the W's.
This is what I'm liking, at least from the change of Loud. So far,
Ah, na
since the
Binks bhai.
timeout, they've added a lot more
Gaali do
presence
Rishmi
towards
ji.
Garage in B.
Papa
Just to
ke
try to
saab
find
badhiya.
their own early information, which they haven't really done at the beginning of this map. It was maybe recon darts towards the
भाई
A
ये राउंड
side.
छाती पे
But
लिख के लो,
even though
Loud
they're
जीता.
doing all of that, the finish is still
इतना early
towards
fight
this
किया था
A
सारा
side,
crew
still the
जीता
same.
था. अब
But
fight
by
नहीं
doing
किया,
that,
ये
Aljo,
वाला
look at how
round.
you only have Adverso alone in the site, and he's now forced to fall back.
Easy.
Instant in.
Blood
I
retake
think
भी
this is
नहीं
what
कर
makes
सकते.
Loud so scary is that how good they set up after this as well. Great call. That's going to be an under window plant. instant rolling thunder to deny here, so giving themselves breathing room, feeling like they still have good control over the map.
And that's the thing, having to use a rolling thunder just for space to at least try to get a plant, and they haven't even got it down yet. That's how scared Loud looks now on the attack.
The delay has been fantastic here from Crew. One after the other, they're choosing the right thing to use. Rolling Fury rather comes out, the gut of that entry, but no pings come through, so that's going to be a very healthy Crew on the other side. Looking at their util, some flashes for Kazim, ready to throw everything in with the paranoia from Melzer. They should be able to hit this perfectly.
Wonder if they're still waiting a couple of seconds here before they get the salvos up, and now it's up.
Paranoia goes through. Here come the rest of the flashes. Vinny goes down instantly with his eyes burning from the sun. Kawanzin and Pankata doing their damage to trade this one back, and they got a beautiful crossfire as it's the members of Crew getting dropped as they enter the site.
Pankata still continues to find key moments right now for Loud.
How to join WhatsApp group? Oh, simple me.
Util drop it against him. Hit by an
Love from
thrown down
Germany
by Shy for the retake, and he's still able to jiggle well enough to get a 3K, but not without the help of Tui's jiggling back from his spot in the back of sewers. Great bait and switch coming from both ends to convert here, what, a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, in the end, and there was so much time too, right? Everybody was prepping their skills, prepping what they had. We had a moment, like 10 seconds, where there was almost nothing. And then when the hit does come in, Loud shows they're ready. Another push through. So much action here at A main after the fault line comes through, but they're still somehow surviving. Only one down on each side here. Pankata limping away from the situation.
Oh my God!
And he does get out by the coattails for the cape of Omen.
This guy's getting hit by everything, and it's actually his duelist that dies.
Bye-bye. He feels like he can still get spammed in that spot, so he's going to go ahead and shadow step, and then from the shadows out of the position. And they still hold short A. A big push here, however, by Shy. Could get behind. Tui's in garage. Okay. Sometimes that's the hardest shot, but he picks it up and he gets a vandal now to reset and give the team a little more power on the map.
It's always nervous.
Especially when you think
you have it and you have weird movements, and then suddenly, boom, they turn around and 180 you. Not this time around from Shy. Dimensional drift, as we mentioned before, ready here against it, finding information, and spots them all here on the A side hit.
Looks like they're trying to reposition. One heard it, but they're still, you see, focusing forward, knowing where the threat's going to come from first. A nice flash comes through. The Guardian can't ring true for Kawanzin as Kesnick comes up big. Just seeing the planter now. Kesnick finishes 2, and Shy will find the third. Crew is just closing down on Loud so fast, they do not have time to think.
And again, a dimensional drift that just allows him to get mid-round information. And with that, he gets out of it. He's not trying to do any flashy Yoru plays. He's just containing the last 3 players inside the site so that you see almost like a pentagram or trapeze of 4 players getting close in on different angles. Right? One towards, exactly. One towards the spawn, one towards heaven, one towards sewers, and then they all converge. And there's just no chance, no way for Loud to get into good spots.
Yes,
Even though you're in a scenario where Kesnick is potentially on a 2 versus 1, he still gets 2 individual 1v1s, and you can't play 1v1 against Kesnick because he usually comes up on top of it.
So this one called by Loud. Adam is well able to speak
with
the
SRA
SWAT
membership
over on the
giveaway.
Crew
Yep.
side, and they have to be feeling so good as well. Adam seeing the turnaround of what the team needed to do, and he said they needed to wake up. I feel like they have woken up. They're getting almost to the dream state now of where they are capitalizing on every advantage like Loud did on Fracture.
Ren thought the Crew was knocked out, but at this point, looks like they finally stood up at the 8
got
count.
The smell assaults out.
Exactly.
They're ready. Absolutely awake after this one.
Getting up at the 8 count, the bell just rang. A lot of water was thrown into their faces, and now we're seeing a very strong Crew on the defensive side. But now Loud is on an eco. The best thing they have here is a Blade Storm. There's even a Regen Shield Sheriff for Pankata. So maybe trying to get a little bit of usefulness to support behind the knives out of Digizine. But this may be another one of those rounds where you're creating the pressure this time on the A side to start, and maybe activate a double lurk now from both Tuis and Pankata, and you see this starting already on the C-side split.
Much like their pistol round here, actually from Loud. Ooh. Not that though.
Nope, not the same result though.
Melzer and Shy, and they will find the last one with Kesnet at long. He's been kind of holding the spot for quite some time, so now to see Pankata here on the Omen allows them to know that Loud does still want to play towards that long C on some of these rounds. So really nice map control, really nice early pushes from Crew. Just identifying everything Loud has wanted to do. And Kez has been out of position sometimes.
800 DPI रखो, ज़्यादा लोग 800 DPI use करते हैं, 800 DPI रखो और movement जैसा तुम लोगों को comfortable रहता है उसी हिसाब से
And even drone at the beginning towards the garage. It seems as though this compositional change
कब है 8 बजे
from Crew is really throwing Loud for a loop. They don't really have a good read of where the positioning could be, of where the pushes could be coming down from, and this is a look of Crew taking full control of mid. Thankfully, there's a camera up though from 2Es. It gets instantly broken, and even TP's away to that one. So this might make it hard here from Loud to rotate back. They have to commit it to C because they can't really rotate back with 0 B control.
Kesnet clears, Dig is in. Oh my gosh, just on the other side, Shy is ready to like push in with this, but he decides not to, knowing his team is there, but they don't hear any more action. There's a walkout by Loud, but an insert in the site.
That's the most important thing. Keeping one in the site, but you have Pankata that did find that position towards that B side. He cleared towards that window, and unfortunately also dies by Kesnet. With all of these inserts, it would allow Crew to rotate back and forth based off the successes that at least 2Es has been able to get in this first half on his lurks, but now it's just probably going to be a save for Loud.
Comfortable on the map now. Kesnet lurking, knowing these angles can easily be his. 30 HP and still looking for more. Yeah, 2Es good to clean that one up. It's going to be tough though. Mizzino's just on the other side. Crew is so confident in their plays. It is showing right now, and it is not giving Loud any room to find their trades or anchor kills for their own team.
And you're moving into the last round of the half for Loud with basically no real economy. Half shields across the board. Thankfully, at least on the side of Crew, we haven't seen any outlaws, ops come out on the side of the defense. It was a lot of these contact walk up from Kesnet to get the early control, early space.
मेरा hang हो गया भाई. इधर भी loading by गया मेरे. Hello?
Maintain that.
Verso just adding the vibes right now.
I think his story is just going to say, ah, every page.
Yes. Absolutely.
That's the first for me, baby.
And just the way Crew is kind of accepting these strats, or I'd say not accepting Louds, like when they inserted Kawanzine into the site, Crew reading that easily. Before on Fracture, it seemed like they were a step behind. Here, very comfortable to peek, use their util knowing they're a step ahead.
And that's the difference of Fracture being so new to them to test out in an official game versus Haven. They know that they're good on defense.
Exactly.
Already with a first blood, so that's how you could start, but sometimes you gotta add a little bit, sprinkle a
little
luck in
there.
This is in what you're cooking here in Kesnet. That's the second, at least, that I could count.
Yeah.
Smoke kill that he gets at the beginning of the round, and allowing Crew to get an early advantage, forcing now the hand of Loud to just activate a little bit more into a split C side. Funny enough, a lurk duelist, as you have Digizine currently walking down towards the sewers.
Creeping. I wonder if he makes noise first, unless he brings him back. Oh, yeah. He's going to know that's a clone. And he knows he probably has the rest of the team if they're trying to clone into the site.
Breaking the camera is the first big thing here for the C side that allows here Digizine to get the backstab.
That's perfect. He gained so much ground before they started to run away, so he heard all the footsteps. He's going to be moving. Oh my gosh, right in with the dimensional drift goes, and now they're going to follow up with that util from Mizzino, so Digizine have to be fast here. Few kills coming in. Loud's able to clean those up, and Mizzino's going to be doing some damage now. He has to turn around and get the shot, but he can't get the swing. And Pankata is looking for Digi to come out of that left side. Oh, he gets the shot on Shy Soldier as he sees the hat go behind the smoke. 53 to 87 on that HP. Actually, a little bit more. It's going to be enough. It doesn't matter. Hits the headshot, gets the 3K, and the defuse to come through to boot. 10 to 2 here. As Crew do the same thing to Loud that they did on Fracture.
And that is going to take so good for Kesnet to win that 1v1 duel against Digizine. For them to have a solidified second half, just like Loud did for their map of Fracture. Now you have Crew taking full control of their defensive side of Haven. We talked about their defensive side.
Yeah.
There's been multiple 10-2 has for Crew where they couldn't close it.
If we remember back to the upper bracket 3 where they played the Haven match, the defensive side came down to Djazine hitting the off shots and Kawanzine racking up the 4Ks. So we'll see if Crew can keep this momentum going and bring us to map 3 after the break.
एक दूसरे के मैप चूज किया मैडम न मान रही थैंक यू बेसिकली मैं 8 बजे नहीं सो पाऊंगा 9:30 बजे सो 9:30 से 12:30 3 घंटा 9:30 नहीं 10:30 से 12:30 2 घंटा बस में नो ट्रीट सब खत्म हो गया भाई मैंने पानी पिया क्या है वो चिया सीड्स के साथ पानी पिया एक पूरा बोतल मैंने चाय पिया आज के दिन 3 कप मैंने एक डाइट कोक 0 पिया बस और सादा पानी वो अलग I got from gold 1 to gold 3 in 3 days. Some tips: keep playing, keep improving, keep doing death matches, keep watching VCT matches to know when to move, how to counter, and that's all. Has been a regular viewer since over 20k. Always been a full screen viewer. I've seen you work so hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, they have scored 10 rounds on their defensive side, but will it be the attack that Crew and Crew fans hope for now? So we will see the decider of split. Loud. I think they're going to try to buy the operator as soon as possible, but they got to get there first.
Definitely, and to bring a correction, it was 9-3 has, but 9-3, 10-2 still. The point stands where their attack side definitely looks abysmal at times, and this potentially is the reason why you come up with this new compositional change when you have had this month break. And it starts off now with Crew being fairly quick on the A side control at the choke, and Djazine already has a dash blocked.
A shot blocked almost as well. Oh, hits a few to the chest. Mel's going to just absorb those. They get out safe, and they'll have a sheriff now in their hands. A quick Tejo drone up the site. They don't have to engage on this just yet. Great coverage on their defense, so they know they have a little bit of time before they have to worry about any lurks.
And Loud just wants to full gamble into that. 3 players are moving through. It makes sense. The camera's so deep down towards the C side for 2. You have a trip watching the B side, and he's holding garage with close range Ghost. So he has full control at least of the information. So Loud now committed to fight inside the A side. Crew looking to hit.
Engaging with the drone doesn't get Kawanzine caught off guard. Melzer, however, able to trade that as they get into sight. They all go right side, swing left though for Adverso, and that's going to be a big kill onto Vinny as they open it up, leaving just Tui's on that rotation, as we said before. Knowing he destroyed the trip, he's going to have all eyes on him as he comes in. And a big round for Loud, being able to stave off that 11th round from Crew is going to keep some of the pressure off, but they still have a lot of work to do.
Pep talks देता है बंसा
That might be the tell too for Crew as to why they're bringing out this compositional change. Because you just saw the stop and go, waiting for the next wave of fault line and salvo so they could re-exit into the sites, which potentially what could have been missing for Crew on their attack side to really get some clean site takes and move behind the util with it now. So a convincing pistol round that they just won. It starts off well, at least on the positioning from Djazine, but unfortunately the crosser placement wasn't there. And even he stayed there for so long, his dash disappeared. He's just still like, oh, let me just repeat again.
He's like, do they see me? He's not. I mean, Melzer's reaction was very slow anyways. You're like, wait, he's getting those shots, but they're not hitting. Yeah, I might have stayed too, but they do take them. Decides to sell that out. Stingers across the board as well as those sheriffs.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि फाइट कर पा रहे लेकिन राउंड
Loud went with the same type of let's insert Djazine with the sheriff down towards sewers, but at least they have a very quick rotate back towards the C site to support. Making sure here that Kawanzine stays down towards the connector so that at the minute mark maybe he could go for a drone. To just, with that position, if he's able to get info towards middle, It's going to be the tell for Digizine. Can he push forward and take control here for the flank behind that? Or should he be ready for the late rotate back towards the A site?
Ooh. Interesting, they want to fight C. Hopefully they can get some distance on this because the 3 stingers coming in are definitely going to have a little bit better of a chance to do it. But Cowanzine is actually shut down, so I'm eating crow on that. The plant goes down and they go out crew. A quick one on this is they're going to have to shoot through the smokes, but they got a bit of util to do so.
And Digizine never rotated back in. I think this is Loud being too prepared against crew without the pulse plant utility available from Crew's previous compositions. I mean, look at this now. You have Aftershock just around the corner, ready to delay on the first half.
For a blind war.
And that will allow the salvos to come back up after. Paranoia to delay even more. Just spray a lot until the salvos are ready and you win on time.
Yeah, lots of spray. A little bit of praying being done too. A nice swing out sheriff shot, another, but it's going to have to be quite a few with the timer ticking down and nobody has that time. Kesnet gets the final one. They get the safety.
What a beautiful comp right there.
By him and Adverso.
And this is just unfortunate for Loud's camp because you're facing map point for the opponents where they could push this to a third map, and you've only learned now that, oh wait, we can't really play without forcing the hand of the attackers on the pulse plant when they're playing these pulse plant delays. You just saw how Loud tried to activate back towards the site, just trying to smoke and defuse, smoke and defuse. Nobody really pushing out from garage or front B site. And now it might be too late for them to react on that. Based off the information they just learned from the previous round.
It becomes a moment where you almost have to do things every round now. Look at the push out of mid already. 2 towards site that are trying to delay so the push out mid can make a little bit more of an effort. The fault lines are already coming through. The answer back. And it only stops crew for a moment. They look poised and ready to try and get through here still. Almost wonder if this noise will be made to delay them even more.
That's the important thing now for Loud. If you're looking on the side of Vinny, he has one more flash. They could shock dart. They're just trying to push crew away if they can so that they can run back into this double flank of Digizine and Pencata. But the more that they wait here for Loud, this is, again, utility refresh from Adverso and Mazzino, and they're going to hit the A site just like they did on Pistol.
Nice flashes, Kesnet though, shooting true.
Full blind
His video also goes down. This looks like crew coming out even stronger here to show them it was just a mistake on Fracture. Looking for the final kill. Shy is going to find it in a 13-2 Haven victory to bring us to map 3.
I mean, now we have a full reset, Riv. It was such a strong first map from the Loud side on a 13-3. Now you have a 13-2 answer. So they had an even better result after losing the first map on Crew's side. And I think now Split is just going to be chaotic from beginning to the end.
कब खेलोगे like iron or bronze? खेलूंगा नहीं जो खेल रहा है उसको
spectate करके सिखाऊंगा. unstoppable forces that are about to hit each other.
देखते हैं वो कब होएगा. उसके पहले एक डिस्कॉर्ड टॉक्स होएगा इंटरनेशनल लोगों के साथ और फिक्स खत्म करना है. ये दो चीज करना है. along with जो भी इवेंट्स हो रहा है और वॉच पार्टी.
But Split is a brand new game, but looking at how Crew has been playing the last 2 maps, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of this Tejo and Breach, and that might be the solution now for Crew to reverse it against Loud.
It is 1-1 after our first 2, and we are split as we head into map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Next 13-1 हो जाए तो ज़्यादा टाइम सोने मिलेगा. नहीं, मेरे को एक्चुअल में मैच देखने का. मेरे को दूर तक नींद नहीं आ रहा. मजाक से हटकर मेरे को ज़रा भी नींद नहीं आ रहा. मैच अच्छा जाएगा तो मेरे को ज़्यादा मजा आएगा. Carrying 4 and 2 players to Diamond must contract idea है. उसको स्मर्फ कहते हैं और गाली पड़ेगी मेरे को बहुत भयंकर. लेकिन कंटेंट आइडिया तो अच्छा है. मेरे को अप्रूवल लेना पड़ेगा अगर मैं ऐसा कुछ कर रहा हूँ. पुरम अलाम डन से ना देते भाई. अभी कॉफी लवर घर पे ही 48 आवर्स बना के रखा था दैट कोल्ड ब्रू. हाँ का मेंबरशिप काउंट कितना पहुंचा? 1350 पहुंचा और टोटल गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स in last 30 days. And अभी map 3 है and मेरे को पता है Dinesh भाई you're gonna match it. Let's go. It is by be like भोसड़ी के मेरे को चूना लगा है 350 का, अभी उसकी बारी। हाँ भाई एक दिन मेरे को देखने का, जब मैं ऐसा हरामी हरकतें करता हूँ तो तुम लोग का रिएक्शन कैसा रहता है, मजा आएगा देखने का। मोन्टाज मी टू आई समटाइम रोस्ट बीन्स टू, ये तेरी वो जी की बातें हो रही है। हाँ आई लाइक टू रोस्ट बीन्स टू, हाँ जी की बातें हो रही है तेरी, रोस्ट बीन्स। नाम देखो ओमी द होमी, कल परसों डेट पे जाएगा लवले, क्या बात करेगा, हेलो दिस इज ओमी द होमी करके। हाँ आई लाइक टू रोस्ट बीन्स। जा रहा है भाई, मैं कुछ नहीं लिख रहा चैट में, बाकी लोग तो लिखो ना, एक ही जन पे देख रहे हो बार बार, बाकी लोग जो लिख रहे हो उस पर भी ध्यान दो।
Low march. That's the final ending for everybody.
Okay, we're getting really dark here.
hey, listen, I didn't bring it up.
The prompter says.
I'm just trying to take a nap.
The prompter says crew
सबसे बात कर रहा है, देख मॉड्स विल बिंग स्ट्रीम जी मैच क्वेश्चन मार्क, मॉड्स करके पूछा उसने, मॉड्स यस ही इज गोना स्ट्रीम, ऐसा लिखने का। जेरेफ लास्ट स्ट्रीम 144:35। भाई मेरे को, मैंने कौन सा चड्डी पहना 2 दिन से, मैंने वो नहीं देखा, जेरेफ की स्ट्रीम देखो, चुप रहो तुम।
I'm not bitter at all that Loud couldn't have closed this one out in the 2-0 fashion. My pred would have been correct. It's the only one on the broadcast.
बाप रे, मेरे कमर उमर से टाइट टू आवाज आ रहा है।
It's not about my ego at all. It's about the game.
Yeah, I mean, reliving this ultimately.
मेरा चड्डी गीला हो गया भाई, हेलो।
It was about 15 minutes of
हो गया,
necessary time allotted to
वो
relive.
कैसा बोला ना मैं, चड्डी को ऐसा हाथ करके बात करके।
I'm a little bit confused.
Okay.
And I think
5 घंटे से बैठ के चड्डी गीला होता है, मेरे पे पता है।
right now.
Okay, let me break it.
Go for it. Go for it. Brett.
Okay.
अरे गर्मी के वजह से भाई इसी बंद है।
Yes.
Like molasses slow, like stuck in some sort of sweet toffee, like just they can't quite move around the macro.
Caramel, you know?
The macro wasn't there. They weren't pushing and pulling players around, and with a Euro-based composition, you can get very fast rotates, and Kesnet was able to play exactly where the sound cues were. And if you don't work the map efficiently and effectively and create a series of unknowns on your attack side, with the way that crew are playing and the comp that they're playing, they're able to follow the sound cues very effectively and constantly stack bodies in the direction of where Loud are trying to hit. So Loud were never able to get a clean plant down. They were always at a player disadvantage if they got a plant down. Rarely able to get it into a winnable situation. And even when they did get into a post-plant situation, they couldn't quite even hold crossfires down.
Yeah,
they didn't really know what they were doing.
One post-plant.
Yeah.
They lost 9. That's why this game was fast, GB.
Thank you so much for that one. That's why they pay them the big bucks here. Well, look, Kesnet had a massive game as well. We're talking about it briefly, though, right, on that Yoru. And Wyatt, I mean, it really is impressive what he did with this agent.
It's very impressive, and I have a fun fact for you, which I had to quadruple check because I said, ain't no way, that this guy has played 6,553 rounds of recorded competitive Valorant matches, and not one of them has been on Yoru.
Wow.
He's never played it until now, which is correct. I mean, in my brain that made sense, but when I look at it on paper, there's no way, but it is true. And he showed out. Great debut. He looked really, really good.
Yeah, he looked phenomenal on that agent. It felt like Loud.
Look at the first blood percentage. It was 40%. He was 6 for 1 on first kills. It was, he was phenomenal.
So now, though, of course, that kind of puts a lot of pressure here on Loud. You start this thing off nicely. You think that you got it in the bag, but then Crew wake up in a very,
They did
very
wake
dramatic
up.
fashion.
The wake up analogy came through.
But Adam was right.
They were right. Bro, they were right. Coach Adam was right the whole time. So now we get ready for Split here. What should fans be expecting as we get ready for this?
I gotta say, let me know if you agree with me.
Okay.
When I think of Crew, if I think of a map for them, it is Split.
Yeah.
I associate that map with them in my mind because they had, over the course of their entire run as a team, So many bangers on that map, even going all the way back to some of their first international debuts, like against Sentinels. And it's always been a map, even since then, where Kesnet does take over.
Yeah.
He really does. Will he continue to play Raze here? Certainly possible. Would I also like to see the Yoru again on a map where we've been seeing some Yoru?
I wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't be mad at that at all.
Can you still run double duelists in this?
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, we were seeing a little bit of that.
I think you can still run double duelists on that map as well. Whether or not they will or not, I'm not too sure. But you're exactly right. I think if there's any kind of blueprint to follow from that previous map, is that when Crew were able to slow the game down to such a degree, because they're running the Breach Teo, it's part of the reason why Loud were so slow at the beginning, is because they have to be cautious for trap plays.
Yeah.
With the fault line and the salvos coming through at the beginning of rounds. But they were overly cautious for my taste, I think, as well. You kind of have to play disrespecting it until they showcase that they're actually going to be doing the trap plays itself. And if they continue that blueprint forwards into split once more, and they want to roll out the Breach Teo and maybe throw out Kesnet onto the Raze as well, it's another comfort pick for him. I think that could work wonders for them to be able to close out this series that had an absolute abysmal beginning for them.
Definitely. Interesting too, just on the side of Loud to note that at the beginning of kickoff, Split was the very first map they played, and they immediately were playing Tejo Breach before a lot of other teams were. So I'm expecting them to just continue to, lean into that, as obviously it's good.
That's a revival.
All right, well, look, folks, map 3 is going to be coming up next, and look, I'm not going to front. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. So have fun one way or another. The cookie's going to crumble, so let's see where it ends up crumbling. We'll see you on the other side.
Series going all three
I'm
in
back,
the first
buddy.
day. We are blessed. But the players, they are stressed right now. Looking to get into this game. They have stomped each other on their opponent's picks, and now we go on a split, the decider, where we're going to have to see both teams come in and pull out all the stops here. No more limping around. No more trudging through the sweet molasses. As Glenn was saying, there's got to be movement. There's got to be speed. There's got to be teamwork and star power.
I could definitely feel the nervousness you're talking about from both of these teams, because again, we want to touch and bring back to the pulse that this game means a lot for these two teams. Although this is opening up split one, it is still the rivalry between these two teams of Crew and Loud. And we were just talking about, hey, looking at the break, we're starting to see some Teo and some Breach. And I love now from Crew that they continue with trying to keep up and stick around with the meta. Loud, this is not surprising for me though. They've done this before where they pulled out the Breach and a Teo before. They were the ones that had some cool trap plays that started things off against EG on Split, where they won in overtime, and Kawanzin was at the forefront of being such a good anchor on that A site. The only thing for me that I'm questioning a bit though from Crew's side is that they are playing the double initiator, which is nice, but they're playing it around a Jet. So I'm expecting that at this point, Jet is going to dash in around the util, maybe get a couple of kills, and then unfortunately sacrifice herself. Or Yoru allows for you to TP away, but then the Raze allows for you to get extra damage with paint shells on top of that, and you could actually close the space a lot quicker and more space because of the double satchels, which will be lacking here at Crew.
I do really enjoy putting priority on the Raze nade, especially when you're retaking on the sites. They're going to be on attack this time, but when you have Raze nade for retake, if you haven't used it, you dump it in the site.
वही वाला कर रहा हूँ, बड़ा वाला चिपका.
Right towards the A orb. They're past it already from the side of Crew. A triple kill for Kesnet, and the dash out is for beautiful safety on that one. Still up again, and he'll use it a second.
Lightly damaged as Kesnet gets away, but who needs double satchel? You could just hold W and use a dash to escape. But that is also because of the setup of how A site is. Easier for you to run up to get the kills as soon as the bears come up, and Kesnet's looking for the ace.
Crowd's already in it. Search. We got the trifecta running around. Kesnet going to be in the front here, and it is up to Vinny just to get that spike money down for the squad. Say, wait here, family photo if he tries to push.
Plan would be good here for Vinny for sure. And he's going to stick to it.
Yeah.
Gamble. Nobody's coming towards the spawn. He hears a rotate from heaven.
A quick peek. Shy down.
Wait a minute.
Guys, Mara be.
Does come through. And
First
Kesnet,
Mara base.
first day back of VCT Americas, is going to lock in the eye
And
by
giving by
Power
just a
Ace,
member of the
getting
player
that
also
PC
thanks
giveaway for your first ace of the week. $100 gift card going out. And be sure to be following Eye by Power on the socials so you can hashtag unlock your ace as well.
It's only natural that we get to cast Crew and then get another ace here
Team
with
Mara
Power.
na be.
But that's it. It almost feels like Vinny's like, hey, let me help the
Also,
crowd. Let me
पेट
help
भर
the
जाता है
fans
इसमें,
in the
what the
chat.
fuck?
Get their own PC. Let me just run out in the open against Vinny here. Although joking aside, he did a good job isolating the first kill and then hoping that he was going to be able to catch a double stun with that fault line to get the clutch. But it's a huge ask from the RGL with how good Crew's been on the defense.
You can see Crew
to
getting that
Yours is
worldwide
back,
energy
it's a-
poured in from the watch parties.
क्या है print message?
We've been looking
350
at, so
gift print
they
दिया
are
उसने.
feeling it as they come in, push straight in here to the vent area. Digizine's trying to make some space for the squad, but he's a little cut off now.
I'm liking at least the reaction and the positioning from Crew at the very beginning. Just from 2 rounds, you can already tell it's hard here for Kesnet to get some good mid-control unless he gets the op. He can't really run down towards middle with the double initiator util when you have Crossfire set up towards the bottom middle on the attack. So for him to continue to play towards the A side, and you can leverage Mazzino with fault lines across the map from A to help middle, it still gives you a lot of ground that you could cover for Crew. Playing into their strengths, making sure here that Kesnet continues to find his groove.
भाई
Now,
वो लोग भाग के एक ही ने गए, 2 बंदे पुश किए, वो लोग को पता है कि एक बंदा एमएन है.
Tui's unfortunately. Oh my God! Cast a curse.
No way!
Cast a curse. My bad.
Tui's just got that kill on Kesnet. Threw down a bite at the feet
Well,
of Mazzino and had no right winning that second classic fight with Mazzino knowing exactly the positioning.
And he forces to rotate instantly, and look at Loud. They went for the fake to meet up with everybody towards the sewers, and then just goes back towards the B-side plant. And now they have numbers advantage with pistols and also a phantom upgrade late lurk by Tui's.
We saw Tui's everywhere on Haven behind the side of Crew, but Loud just wasn't able to act on his flanks, on his lurks. Now he is just making it happen himself here. A 3rd kill on the round, and we're going to see another ace, Vansilli, as they are just cleaning up the members of Crew.
At 10 HP, I don't think so, but at least the players are there.
Bro!
Uh-oh. Oh, big uh-oh here. 2v2 now. It just got, like you said, 10 HP. Cowanzine a little bit healthier here. Looking at almost the same thing on both sides. Cowanzine picks up 1. Mauser with half and has a chance to look around. The time is there to get a second defuse on. Gives away himself with the sound of the Bulldog. Fakes the defuse, but the salvos quickly keep him off. And that's going to be the timer rundown. I think this one goes in favor of Lotus. Cowanzine picks up the final kill.
And the goals to drop.
Banzbai, get ready. We will play soon. Keep your energy. You need to cheer for DFM. Hey guys, can we all welcome owner of Global Esports who is a non-member of this channel? Guys, मतलब गाड़ी कौन सा है पता है? ऋषि भाई के पास गाड़ी कौन सा पता है भाई? गेम गया तेल लेने अभी. Let's talk. हाँ, बीकेसी में 1G का बूट कैंप है और बीकेसी के बाजू में 2 पूरी बिल्डिंग में घर है. गाड़ी एकदम लैम्बोर्गिनी, पोर्शे, जी वैगन, एल वैगन, जेड वैगन, BMW, LBW, 150.
All over.
1 minute fake being thrown out by Cowanzine to start with this drone.
Love you yaar, ye pasa.
And for Loud, they don't have enough to try to work back towards this middle because of potentially this wall pulled up by Shy. They're trying to cycle
down
of smokes and the walls to cover up heaven,
Pressure
cover up towards
section,
middle, and
love
also give
you.
them potentially even an opportunity to push out and fight down towards middle. This wall
आज वो है डिबट
for Pancata to activate.
पत्रिक होगा.
And deactivated.
ऋषि सर देखो सिंपल है, बाहर जितने भी लोग डिबर्ट्स कर रहे हैं ना वो लोग क्रेजी क्रेजी खेल रहे हैं. अभी अपना डिबर्ट का सीन है. अगर लेफ्ट राइट हुआ मतलब कुछ तो सीन है, नसीब में सीन है और कुछ नहीं.
It's going to try to find Loud before they get into sight and see what extremity kills they can get first. DG. Oh, what a transfer. 1-2 click. Tui's is there to help with the 3 kill.
What the fuck?
From Digizine was so clean on the first few hits. Now they know where the Phantom is coming from.
Back
and they can position accordingly.
Another little small mistake.
लेकिन ऋषि सर कैसे लग रहा है? From starting VCT to growing so much
it seems as though
and coming all the way here,
Adverso thought that the spike was planted
finally
at a safe spot behind
a
the
good
wall on default,
potential team
and there was no salvos
and a
going towards
good
the back
chance
corner
in
of the
winning.
site, so it becomes an easier plant for the attack, and
Crazy
now you're
journey,
forcing
na?
crew to play a retake instead of the
Today we
full
win.
retake pre-plant that they've
नहीं,
had.
just saying no pressure, but एक बंदा जो normal job करते हैं, he just gave 350 gifted. So I think 400 gifted is the mark.
Next down here. So they are doing a little info sourcing as they get onto the map, but it looks like Crew is happy to meet him
ऋषि
here.
सर भी like इसकी बहन की इससे तो silent viewer थी.
And a little change of pace in positioning for
क्या
Loud
silent
as
viewer
well.
होता था ना.
Might have to hold that thought though, because their first fault line.
आज जीत जाए पहले, done scene. आज जीत गया तो 400 gifted, done scene. We have a deal.
But yeah, the Teo is actually playing towards the A site with the Viper to potentially stop like the earlier.
देखो हाथ पकड़ के मैंने डन डील कर दिया है अभी.
Fault line
पकड़
to
के
assist here on Digizine's map control attempt.
Oh, wow, what?
Bye, hello.
He was going to commit, but didn't expect to see that much standing
Excuse
in
me,
front of him,
baby.
just right in the middle of the alt orb. And now the push up.
गिरते गिरते दीवार को पटक के मारा उसने.
Actually go for the clear here. A little reckless on that one, thinking it was going to be clear for a little bit longer, I think.
If he gets his third kill,
But
unfortunately
genuinely
not.
full support, best of luck. I really want them to do good.
Site, but nobody rotated yet from the defender's
मजा आएगा
side.
यार, मजा आएगा इस बार.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the flash. Nicely played, but it actually didn't cut the corner enough to get in the eyes of Crew. The headshot through the box, but
ये
Shai's
फंस गया
able to
उधर.
correct the aim and get
Okay,
it
done.
back
We
down
win
and get
today,
that one.
and your
Still have
posting
Mazzino
gets
for safety, but it's
20k
not
peak
even
watching.
needed.
ये जो
It's
peak watching का जो डाला है ना, ये जो डाला है, ये जो डाला है, ये कैसे डाला?
That's sad. Kills everywhere and resulting now in a 2-2.
And Split is just a normal map here that
How about we
Brazilian
close at
teams love to play. I mean,
10k?
if you're just looking at Crew themselves, White was mentioning on the desk how it's almost Crew's playground compared to
Peak
what
watching
Biden
20k
could have been
कब
here
हुआ
in
था मेरे
2025
को
for
भी याद
them.
नहीं.
And I do agree with them, but at the same time, their kickoff results have
Achievement
actually
for
resulted in
both ना.
losses. They
नहीं
were
नहीं आप
1
achieve
and
करो
2
सब कुछ,
in
मेरा चलता है.
2025 on this map, and they
मेरे को नहीं
played
चाहिए.
all the Brazilian teams.
Very
actually on
humble
this map.
person, I must say.
2G, Furia, and Loud, and now it's a rematch against Loud.
I'm very
on
humble.
Split to tie the knot in this rivalry.
Interested to see why Crew is putting so much pressure, even in just Melzer here at A alt orb, making sure that
इनमें क्या हाल चाल from
Viper
ऐसे
is
सब बढ़िया.
useful, as it is Loud work in the left side of the map here.
Keep fighting ऋषि सर है, support बहुत है, बहुत ज़्यादा इस बार.
Yeah. Bren was
Crazy.
mentioning that they had to be a little bit more active. They were able to do a little bit here with Tuiz's activations on Cypher on that previous map, did so on this map on the previous round. But unfortunately, it's
Today
just the next
also
step
I will
behind
also
that. That's still
be
lacking here
fresh
from
watching
Loud.
Dancing. एक सेकंड ना कॉल आ रहा
Thinking that
है.
the lurks could actually pull out the rotate so they could
हेलो.
potentially hit the weak side.
आज अगर जी हारी तो 5 इंडियन का एक टीम बनता है पिकाचू जैसे बोल देना स्ट्रीम पे. ठीक है,
They're getting
ठीक है,
quite a
ठीक
bit
है.
of focus. They know more
फोन
utilities come
रखता हूँ
through, so
आसपास, ठीक है.
that Loud wants to go to C
All
here,
right.
seeing all that pressure at A.
And finally, the map pulling works out for Loud. They have chosen the weak side.
Mazzino has
Pikachu
that playing high
बोलते.
low. Beautiful job on the entry though. It looks like it was Digizine trying to get in a little
भाई
too
ये
early.
क्या है भाई, क्या हो गया भाई लाउड को
Three
अचानक से.
immediately as he found
एस
some
पे
low
मारना
health
था.
bars here in the rotation.
फोर के मार
It's
के
gonna
हार
be
जाते
as
तो
well from
चलते.
Vinny
एस
because
मारा
he might
भड़क गया
just
लाउड.
here at Verso.
And even if Adverso dies, though, well, yeah, he will. I was going to say Vinny. At least he'll give information on the last few players.
दो round और I think Loud जीत गया ना.
From. But that said, they
वो लोग का
chose the
defense
weak
बहुत strong
side
है.
of that site to hit, of the map to hit over on B for Loud. But weak side doesn't mean weak players. You still have these two players on the side of Mazzino and Kesnet that did such a good job holding the first wave. But then Pancada has his own spray transfer, where three players just ran into him. He did have support behind him to get those 3 kills.
Yeah.
Loud na man bhai
And the
किसने
moment
मारा
I
पूरा
wondered
loud
what
पूरा
utility
लॉकिंग हो
was
गए
there.
बड़े के
Usually you're
बड़े
fine with dry peeking 3 at different levels, but still, Pancada's going to be fine with it as well.
कैसा लेकिन एक दूसरे के मैप में मारा भी इन्होंने गलत
And that wrecks the economy of crew.
Looks like they want to push now.
First walk down mid, followed by utility.
Keep fighting, love you.
Let Loud know that they've added that aggression very early.
Thanks बोलना है.
Crew decides to fall back because this calls for fast rotates, especially when the Viper
Thank
is
you,
able to
Abhishek.
delay with the Viper orb. So Shy does a good job. Loud just going for the
ये
reheat.
क्या है मैं मस्त दिखता है ना? Spray
Shy
transfer देखने को
delay.
मजा.
Orb up as well. Nicely done here. They kind of allowed the fight to come through last time and took it as it hit. So here they just want to give Loud a bit more trouble and delay. 4 for Crew over towards A on this save. So
भाई वो लोग को लगा ये डिले कर से लोग ये जाएंगे. ये मेरा वाला कॉल था पता है? आज जो मैंने दिया था रेस इधर अल्टीमेट और लोग उधर जाएंगे.
But then we're rotating back towards the A side. Shy stops the B side.
Same भाई कॉल था कि
full
नहीं?
gambling that there's going to be an A side hit. Yeah, it looks like a lot was invested for Loud to get the round, but getting the round is important.
Respect the Crew. I mean, they're going to usually have something that can actually turn the rounds, as we've seen throughout this series already. So Loud really can't leave anything up to chance. I like the ults being used, and they will have a pretty safe plan. They're chasing a little bit on these kills. At first, I was going to tag back on that, or tag back on that one.
Tui's lurking, flanking with an outlaw.
He's been loving it lately. We've seen a lot of the 2 kills come up as well.
करेगा
Both in the chamber.
Pick करेगा.
They go around for maybe another exit that they can surely get, or just die to the spike here. Trying a little bit of both. All right, there's one.
फिर भी मारा.
And good thing is that Kesnet will not be able to save
दोनों
that
मैच वन
battle.
साइडेड क्लोज जाएगा. ऐसा
Good damage being done on
ट्रांसफर
Nico
हमारा
from
नहीं
Crew.
होता.
But that said,
हम करे तो
as
सारे
we
हेड के
mentioned on the
ऊपर
previous
जाते.
round, that there was heavy investments in ults for Pancada's Cosmic Divide and
Isn't
Digizine's
sexy
Showstopper.
kill रहा है बिल्कुल.
It just makes sense because you've also cycled now 3 ults to
एक
carry over
और
into the next
राउंड
rounds,
लाउड
right? So you
जीता
could
और
definitely
जीता.
have
यूएस में
another
$5
big
का
round to
मेंबरशिप
reset
लिया
the
तो
econ
तेरे को $150 ही
for a
मिलता है क्या
second
नहीं
time.
जितने का तुम
Just
लोग
depending here
मेंबरशिप
what
लेते
you
हो
wanna do.
जो भी प्राइस है उसका 30% यूट्यूब
I think Loud have to have found out already that bottom left side of C either only has Melzer or has no one, and they have to work and look up towards B and Hell once they enter the site. I should say B Heaven. So a lot of the times
जो
they're
जितने का करता है.
easy,
फॉर
able
एग्जांपल
to
अभी
get in if
गिफ्टेड
they
मिला
just
बाहर
tuck
वालों को भी
Digizine into
गिफ्टेड
new
मिला
box, and the rest of the
तो
team
भी
flows
इसका जो
through.
अमाउंट है
They've been
जो मेरे को
really
मिला उसका
successful with B.
30% यूट्यूब
Adam
देता
getting in the
है
rear now
बाकी
here in a timeout at round 7 to see if he can stop the bleeding.
आप आज सोच समझ कर सपोर्ट करना. मैं
As you
हमेशा
mentioned,
से
the ults
चाहता
that
हूँ
Loud
ये
carries
अच्छा
over.
करे.
There was a Viper's Pit that I saw here from Tui's. Vinny still had his Rolling
बहुत कुछ
Thunder,
कर
and
रहे हैं. तुम
assuming
लोगों
now
को
that
नहीं
Pancada and
दिखता ना.
Digizine used theirs, that it's
बहुत कुछ
probably
करते हैं.
the Armageddon for Kawadzine.
कोई भी और
So
टॉप
3
लेवल पे
on
जाता है
their
ना.
side.
तुम लोग को
We'll have
सिर्फ
to
वही
see what
दिखता है
Crew
कौन
has,
जीत रहा है
though,
कौन
to
हार रहा है.
answer back after this
बैकएंड पे
timeout. Looks like
कितना
an
बांग
Armageddon for
बुफड़ा होता है.
Adverso.
उसका अगर 10%
And
भी
that
तुम
could
लोग को
actually be a
समझाना.
good point here
तुम
in
लोग बोलोगे
terms of the
fuck.
ult economy, in terms of what
वैसा.
could exchange. Because I feel now that if you want to continue to cycle ults for Loud, you probably want to go for a big Rolling Thunder to get the pit in. But the Armageddon
कोई
first
जैम
fight
पास
back
बना.
could deny that pit and allow Crew to
पास कॉन्वेंस से
flip
30%
back
जाएगा
a little
बाकी
bit
नहीं
better in their
हेलो
attempts
बिंग्स
for the
कैसे हो
pulse
सब
time.
बढ़िया प्रीमियर्स.
First time they're really splitting the true
जीएसटी
default here,
वगैरह वो सब
just
मैटर नहीं करता
leaving
यार.
for
जो
Loud
भी
that is
करता है
leaving
सपोर्ट के
Tui's
लिए
on the
करता है.
right.
मेरे से
We've
वो
seen
नहीं होता
quite a
है
few times
कि
Cowanzine's over
जी
there
पे
for
ले
the
लो
initial
मेरा
part of
ये
the
ले लो वो
round.
ले लो.
But Melzer
प्लेटफॉर्म ने हम
has
लोग को
pushed
इतना
this. If
दिया है.
Melzer's not in
जो
B,
भी
they
प्लेटफॉर्म को
love to
देते हैं.
take this area. Huge
मेरे
info
को
so they
प्रॉब्लम
can
नहीं
know
है.
where Loud is
जो
moving,
भी
but
उस
they
पे
haven't
टैक्स
come out with
बनता है वो भी मेरे
successful
को
attack.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
I wonder if they're going to try to maybe boombot or maybe get a little bit more ground for Digizine up towards this Heaven. Because if they do, that's a full line Armageddon to take control of B Heaven. Already they're pushing through that smoke, but there's no retaliation coming
ये
out
का
from
मैच
Crew,
कब है
so
130 को.
looks like they'll hold back on the middle
4v4.
control.
Okay. So they know it's a push. That means Vent's open. You still have Astra as well, and that's going to be Pancada coming back around. He might actually get a noise on
भाई
the tail, on
crazy
Adverso
timing
when
हो
he comes
सकता है
back
तेओ
to
के
the
पास.
site here. Really great positioning for the audio cues to come through.
Crazy
so
time.
feel comfortable. C1 at screen, and no, site is probably pretty empty. They're still going to go ahead and alt screens, yeah, knowing they can focus site for the fight.
Thing is, though, Adverso pushed forward, so he's going to be able to get a big backstab unless Pankata turns over. Armageddons are exchanged. This should be a plant no matter what, and now you've exhausted the amounts of ults available, with the exception of... Jeez. Yeah, that.
नेट तो नहीं
No
डाला.
chance for Crew to really set up here for the retake.
नेट था ना उसके पास.
Mazzino probably getting a few alt points here if he can get the hits in, but
Membership मिलने से क्या होता है?
gonna have to hope for those.
हमारा नाम
All
green
eyes are
में
gonna be
दिखता है.
on as he comes around to the left side.
मेरे
Nice
को
job
support
by
मिलता
Lau
है.
working the early
और WhatsApp
portion
group
of
पे
this
जाके
map
तुम
as a
लोग
default, figuring out that they can get a kill on these Crew pushes. Melzer or someone is always pushing from an extremity here, and Loud is able to get some successful first bloods to make those 5v4 conversions.
And Crew, sorry, at the beginning of this round have been doing very good of the A site control.
Plus,
And
मेरा जो
continues to do
members
so
only
here.
stream और वो
That
सब
said, though, what's
वो सब
lacking is a little bit of information towards the middle, towards the B main. Yes, we're more reactive on Shy or Kez that jumps money towards that B site, but I like to think here with a double initiator play, you could get some good map control in the very beginning of these rounds outside of the A site, because at the very now that we're looking
full energy
at
से
how these rounds
130
have panned
बजे.
out
Done
for
soon.
Loud, they haven't added too much early aggression
मेरे को तो अभी
for
भी
their
नींद नहीं
side
आ
on
रहा
A.
भाई.
No, they haven't. They're kind of just waiting to see what the aggression is from Crew. If they're going to get antsy,
बंग
if
भाई
they're gonna
bot by
push.
का record
And
टूट
Crew's
गया है
doing
क्या?
that on their own, especially on the save rounds.
ये
But on the
overall,
buy rounds,
I think
it just
critics
takes
ने
a
मेरे
little
को
bit
ज़्यादा
longer,
दिया.
and you usually will
Overall.
see a peak. Already.
ये month में
Kesnet is going to be focusing on the
bot by ने
Blades
ज़्यादा
is
दिया.
up.
I
Nice
think so.
protection by the team as they go back to formulate what the
ये
defense
सब
can
नहीं
flow out
दिखते.
to. I think that's actually a read by Loud. That was an orb grabbed, and they're going to push.
Big flash support too to allow the DGZ to pick up an easy kill.
Lotus sleep ले लेना
onto
डरते हैं
Adverso.
क्या?
Finally get that
Overall,
Viper's
Titis
pit
मैंने
out.
बहुत
Entry
की.
from screens is pretty much null and void.
It is ऐसा कि मेरा members only stream में जो मैं game खेलता हूँ उसका भी skin का वो दिया है $200.
And that's a weapon pickup, so you're now looking
$100.
at Blade
वहाँ पे
Storm,
भी
2
super chat
rifles,
करते हैं अलग से.
and a
Members
stinger to
only में भी
retake.
आते हैं
So
super
the
chat
pit
भाई.
is actually a great decision from Loud in hindsight.
They're going to be able
जी
to
भाई
throw
डाला
themselves
हुआ
in.
gameplay
This
भी
pit's
मिलता
gonna
है.
get a little bit more
Gameplay
closer, too.
top
They might
भाई
be able to enter
top
at the same
rank.
time and create some chaos. A lot of pressure on DG here to find somebody. Melzer, could he get another one of the flanks down? It would be incredible. And there it is. Melzer does find another one. This is gonna be picks up another. They are absolutely wiping out Loud. Oh, that's going to be Tui's, however.
Time नहीं है.
Time in the end as they stretch it just far
भाई
enough.
Tuis पागल हो गया भाई. Hello.
Into safety as the Red Bull clutch comes
Tuis
through.
पागल हो
And
गया.
Loud are able to take the round.
And thankfully that Tui's was still alive.
Only
The
मेरा
point
नहीं है
of
यार.
that positioning of how
बस
they
प्यार
played that
दिखता है.
pulse plant wasn't going to delay with the double initiator.
It is की
I was
खुद की company
scratching
है
my
क्या
head as
genuinely
to
curious?
why did we actually pull out the Kawatzin salvo so early? But he was basically in a small pocket of that pit. If he's going to pull out, they know exactly he's going to be there. They could already spray him, so he's going to give his position away. So at least now that Tui's stays alive from screens, he can run back and get these kills. I mean, it was a risky play, but they made it happen.
Operator out now for Kesnet. Speed is up here for Mailroom, and Dejazin's going to go down immediately as they trade.
आपको नींद नहीं आती क्या?
Smoke shot through the vents.
अभी तो नहीं आ रही मेरे को ज़रा भी.
We still have
मैं
the
चाहता हूँ
operator
ये close
holding the
जाए
A
बस.
line, so you can bet the rest of Crew is focused on this mid B site.
That's a big kill to get, because this is the first time that Shy was really trying to set up a little bit more aggressively towards Vent, so that I think he had that pit up before he
अरे
died.
मेरा ऐसा कुछ content नहीं
So
इसको
they
पहले.
probably wanted to control that so they could work towards the extremities. Off in the hands of Kesnet, now potentially could get spotted by the drone.
That's so good. They continuously have somebody lurking on and off the Viper wall. Before, when it was at B, they had Pankata lurking on it when it went up and down. And now they can totally fake it with that pressure from Kawanzin's drone and the wall going up. Free B site, beautifully mid-rounded here by Loud.
They have good utils to delay. Starting off with the Pankata smokes. Now they have a Viper orb being thrown towards the spawn. And keep an eye on Kawanzin. He's basically the player that's going to go for that late lurk or stay alive as long as possible, especially if Loud is able to delay inside the B site.
Playing so smart just on the outside of that rolling thunder too, so it hits no one. That space is still going to be known as clear, though, as crews start to enter the site, so they have a bit of room to make something work. Just on the other side of the wall is Adverso and Vinny here, and that's going to be Adverso falling down. The util to come through to stop the plant, ready for the garage.
Not liking this.
There's the spams, there's the kills.
7-2
as Loud closed down on another round.
Played too far in the back of the site for crew.
अभी भी split ban करने वाला पंगा में.
Continues to be great here from Loud. They went for the salvos and fault line on the first tap. Leverage the grab well on the second one. And this smoke right here, yeah, it was nice for at least Melzer to try to get into the site for the defuse, but the other two players were just waiting to swing off whoever was spraying and try to body block their teammates, but they're just dying to the sprays instead of trying to fight back towards main. It was needed there to give Melzer at least some sort of chance to try to go for that defuse. And now Loud. Are we going to see just one-sided halves every single one of these maps? And it looks to be the case at least on middle.
Mid-fights? Mid-fight straight out Adverso.
भाई मेरे को इसमें mid fight अच्छा लगता है भाई.
And they do get some
और equal भी रहेगा ना तो भी advantage अभी.
No one too worse for the wear here. Health looks almost the same across the board.
इधर भी timing कर सकते हैं.
Still have this lurk on
इसलिए
the
mid
right
fight मस्त
side of
लगता है मेरे
Tui and
को.
Melzer. Usually has some impact for one of them, but they're going to backpedal off of this just for now as we come up on 1 minute in the round. And B, not looking great for Loud as that ultimate from Viper is down. Shy has already used it to try and direct the hand of Loud this round.
And this is a smart play. Yeah, you don't really have anything to try to clear out towards that pit that Shy let down. You still have your Viper up for Tui, so they could start playing with the up and down walls, but playing contact seems to be the name of the game. Smoke dissipates, and that will just keep crew guessing. Crew is guessing on this rotate, and they're guessing wrong. Back towards the middle. Easy now, open sight for Loud to plant with.
It's going to be a long rotation. See how much space Digizine grabs here. I think they'll just stay in the corner, keep it safe. One more star up there. Pankata needs to figure out where he can
तीनों मैच वैसे ही है वन साइडेड लेकिन
just put up a cover.
पहला मैच का अलावा दो बाकी दोनों मैच मेरे को ऐसा लगा नहीं कि वन साइडेड है लड़ रहे हैं स्कोर लाइन वैसा दिख रहा है वन साइडेड है लेकिन
the only thing they really have to watch now is that screens area as Mazzino gets one down. Paranoia comes through. Pankata in a beautiful spot to trade 1, 2, and a third one as he looks to the high ground. Shy falls in an
नंबर वाइज किसको जीतने का था ये
Another multi-kill coming out from Pankata, this time playing from a Benji Fishy spot and gets such tremendous results out of it. The Paranoia was thrown inside the site, but not in the line that could really blind the full backline site. And they should have identified that from Crew's side because they didn't see any pressure coming up from ramp.
इधर साइड में रहते हैं बंक्स भाई बस स्माइल करता है और रील फ्यूचर ऑफिस में भाई करना ही पड़ता है भाई एक्चुअल में जब मेरे बाजू में आते मैं ऐसा होता
It is, yeah, that look. Just
तो
another
बाद में मेरे को मारते वाट के पीटते करके स्माइल देना पड़ता है
or even if both maps pressured teams into 13-2, 13-1 situations, we end up here on split, and it looks like Loud has it ready for the long game. Continue to open the strat book from the attack side of split. 8-2 here,
good morning,
and varied up where they're going just about every time.
नहीं आए हैं फोर के लाइक्स तो फट से जी बहुत फटी हो रहा है
If anything, GB lost the over-under. We're not going to get a 13-1, right? So, worst result we can have here is a 13-2, but you're seeing it here. The timeout's being called out from Crew, but it's still 6 rounds strung across, by Loud. Since I think the first timeout, if I'm not mistaken. So this is not a good look for Crew. They won't have anything to work with on their attack side if it continues to go downhill. And it's a stinger buy to kick things off, with a lot of them going back to the tried and true, pressuring in towards this A side fault line. Loud has done a lot
and so smart. I mean, look at the money on Loud side. It is a lot. Tui still has that outlaw, knowing the effectiveness it can bring to the low buy here.
Exactly.
There he goes. Oh my gosh! He starts off immediately with 2 kills. And we expect with that outlaw into a pistol kill.
1 HP towards the end. Old school tactical FPS players would know the hashtag 1 HP. That said, though, everybody's thinned across the map for Crew with the stinger buy. I don't think there's going to be too much value they're going to be able to get. Especially now that Tui's only has 1 HP.
चलो देखो अब मैच आज तो full ignored.
Excuse me, unless he gets his team with him. So that means for me that the utility might be utilized a little bit earlier on the side of Kawadzin to try to clear with the drone. That might be the only silver lining that would allow Crew to avoid that information, or avoid that drone rather, and surprise them with a close range stinger fight.
They have to do something to close the distance.
Impossible.
Just a stinger shot to the shoulder.
Impossible.
All they needed.
Yeah, looks like it's just a 1 HP, selfless play, get the info. You know the breach is there now.
Defensive map है उनके पास सब कुछ आता है
to catch him off guard a little bit. Salvo is back towards elbow. Zeno helps. The rotation from Cheyenne has a little bit of time now. And they get some nice trade kills there. Kawadzin gonna plant, gonna hold that in the smoke and then try to get himself to safety. He does have a quick concuss and a drone if he feels like there's any time to use it.
Somehow it's turned around in the advantage of Crew. Kawadzin has to go into clutch now.
He's got good positioning. He's already moved himself off the spike. Making sure there's no trailer for him right now. Oh, it's going to be from the top side. That's what they were waiting for. Melzer very patient as Shy is creating the distraction. They'll go ahead and get that defuse over towards Melzer as well, closer to the points. And then closer to the top, so they know what's going to have to happen that way. 8-3 as Crew bite back with a thrifty, albeit a little late.
And props to Shy to run through the Armageddon
This is
and
the best
the
agent
salvos
for
to
more
meet up with his
according to you?
teammate so that they could work
Omen
together
and
with,
Astra.
again, closing the gap, leveraging the Stinger to the best of its abilities and getting all of these kills. They anchored up a 2 versus 4 at that spot. Great job being done by Crew on that previous round. But again, that was just a lack of utility being used by Loud. They counted on the contact plate and the trades to get the best out of Crew. And again, that's where Crew can shine. So they paid for their mistakes. Clues closing the gap, rather, and Kezin has an op to work with. DigiZene's first attacker side op in this series that we praised so much during kickoff.
Uh-oh.
I forgot he ops.
Nice cue. Very nice gas ball to get a bubble to get out. And yeah, you actually saw it. Was just fast jumping to get into mid with Digits in there. So they were like, where's this mid fight again? They're going to give it to us. Patiently waited though for Crow. Okay, they give it to him. Never mind. They peek out finally just as the smoke starts to come down.
Because they already lost at Verso, so at the minute mark you can't drone anymore, so you have to go for jiggle peeks, and the patience displayed by Loud was very nice. Again, I'm saying I forgot that Digizine ops on the attack sides because the whole half and the whole series so far has been a lot of just rifles and dead fights and like brawls in the very beginning. So this is good here for Loud to bring this out. A little bit of a trump card to potentially close the lead, 9-3.
Oh, and the ops are ringing true now. You mentioned Digizin, probably one of the series we see him with an op the least so far. As he just picks it up. So yeah, very interesting to see there. But it comes out at the right time for both of them, and looks like Loud goes for A.
Beautiful.
Is just ready for the peek out of the smoke. Beautifully done as the gas was dropped, and they were not prepared for that.
Didn't want any of the smoke on the operator, and they still get it towards the end. Kesdid closing out the last 12th round. Stringing the last 2 at least for Crew is what you want for Silver Lining moving into the attack side. But for Loud, as you mentioned, they got off down here by Kesdid on the B site. They didn't want any of that smoke. They know how good Kesdid could be anchoring solo on a site. And when they pull back in a scenario, they have zero information about the players to beat. There was a pinch no matter what. Even if Melzer didn't get a 3K, there was still somebody behind. So great job by Crew.
Honestly, it's an 8-4, but with this series, it is incredibly hard to tell who is going to be. We're going to be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
चलो जाचिया ये should be easy win for Loud. Defensive map है, वो लोग पास सारे agents भी delay करने के लिए should be easy for Loud. हेलो विशाल और बिल भाई बताओ कब चल रहा है स्पोर्ट्स मेरे सामने इस राउंड में खेलेंगे जो खेलेंगे आपके हाइट कितने 7 इंच I mean 6 फीट It is what you do for living. Basic match कब है 1:30. पंगा 8 बजे. I saw score both matches one-sided. First match was one-sided. Second match, there was a good fight. Scoreline was one-sided, but there was a good fight. Third match, again, scoreline is very one-sided, but it's a good match.
We hop back into map 3, second half, Crew with 4 to Loud's 8 there. You see it on your screen. We're going to now watch Kesnet if he can be the spearhead, the jet diving in, and how the team can protect that. If it's going to be the dash into smoke, if it's going to be the crosshair breaking, or if we're going to see Kesnet going for these kills with heavy backup and utility over the shoulder.
Sorry, please, I would like to apologize.
A lot of what Loud found was Crew just straight up fighting them in mid at A at the first half. But to see if the second one is just as aggressive from both teams. Here we go.
And Crew's waiting for it. 4 of them waiting towards that spawn. Early drone spotting too. That might actually up the tempo of Crew to start gaining control of the A site, because one of those players that they spotted at top B heaven was the breach.
Yeah, around Crew jita.
Now they know that Kawadzin's playing the A site. Again, strong anchor has been displayed by Kawadzin over towards this A site, but looks like they will opt to play the retake instead and allow Crew to go for the plant.
Ghosts on ghosts here for the side of Loud, so they should be able to get some good trade shots in. Melzer with the push, so that will delay what's coming down the back hall from spawn area. Still got Verso just outside the site. They are patiently waiting to see if he makes himself known.
Loud's waiting a very long time here. I mean, look at the position of where Adverso is in the post plant. Just so easy for him to play salvo towards the end while the rest are just delaying. They have to move quick for Loud.
Fault line comes in, flashes go out. You see Loud just looking for position, jumping around, playing hopscotch instead of shooting back, and Crew is able to wipe him off the map in a flawless pistol round.
Sadness नहीं दिख रहा face पे.
First taste now that the attempts of retakes is going to be greeted by a lot of players playing in the pulse plant, at least in this pistol. Off angles, nothing to allow for you to clear, no big paranoias to come through. They tried to come across with the fault line for Loud to retake towards that site. It was just easy pickings in the end here for Crew.
Last cup is the 1972. Thank you, King. Good morning,
now we'll see the aggression out towards the A side. Double initiator for Digizine to move forward. Just to try to get orb control as well, which would be good for Kawadzin.
Pankata sees that, but takes the moment to get the flash. Oh,
gosh,
nicely done with the utility. Pankata had no place to hide. Actually trying to dodge out on that fault line because it's followed by the salvo as we hear screaming overhead at just the last moment. So good at denying this spike plant, could give Loud enough time to get back in, but hell is just there for them as they burn as soon as they drop in.
Big flawless for Crew. That's very strong to carry over because some decent weapons were purchased in this round. It's 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian that could carry over to match the full buy that Loud's going to bring.
Today's match prediction batao, not Valo.
And still will have enough economy to go for a full rifle round in the next round. So you have to be displaying the cleanest defense on the side of Loud if you want to maintain this lead. And your read so far has not been the best. You tried to go for the stack surprise on the A side. Nobody was there. Tried to go for B control. Nobody was there at pistol.
Just on the gas right now. Kesnet goes forward. 2 flawless rounds coming into their bonus round, and they are gassed up on this one. Pushing through towards that B heaven, and they know actually B main control is not grabbed here. You can see Shy backing away, telling the team, but they're still going to choose to go to B.
Thing is, though, this plant might happen. Yes, Kawadzin gets the kill, but there's another late lurk coming right here from Melzer.
Huge. They have to pick apart the rest of the squad of Loud. And
Melzer does
just that. Regaining control of B. Meeting up with Mazzino in sight. They get a smoke for safety to put themselves back into a position that might be somewhat of an advantage, or at least where they think they have an advantage.
Yeah, there's already a smoke towards heaven. They have a second smoke if they want to use it. It'll be a perfect way to do it because the salvo's just delayed the plant for Crew's end. So there's that second smoke to allow a safer plant and even a safer escape. Paranoia at the ready as well for Melzer in the back of the site as they're playing the high-low. So yeah, you're not going to use this flash anymore. You're just gambling here on the high-low, and you know from this position it's decent because the salvos were already used by Kawadzin.
One battle star for Pankata actually just puts it out towards that left side. The concuss misses because of the high-low and the pressure.
Oh,
that's almost a kill. Kawandzin's able to find it though. Very nicely coordinated. Sourcing out both opponents. Loud's able to come back on that. And flying into mail, getting the first blood, so big conversion.
It was a great call on that battle star. That really pushed away that high-low position from Loud. Although they weren't affected by the stun, it still put one player out in the open solo on a two-player swing. And right here, just a lack of trigger discipline coming out from Melzer because they never checked that back. They thought it was a crossfire setup from garage and backside. Turns out to be a victory here.
रात को देखा था 10 मिनट हैरान आ गई थी अब बहुत पीछे हो गई है दोस्त के साथ जा रही है क्या इसकी ऐड की
Actually, the Guardian Outlook could maybe do a bit. Yeah, as DJZ had the right position they're beginning to fight the double initiator who are trying to use that util to sell the fake so that crew could go late into B. But looks like Pankata was ready for that. Already threw up a smoke. And now we'll reset the round for a bit. We'll start seeing at the minute mark here a little bit more initiator util to activate the second phase in the mid-round.
बताओ A और B retake कैसे कर सकते हैं? क्या-क्या agents और क्या-क्या util है उस पे
deep angle holds. Tui's plays off timing of that smoke.
retake वाला कुछ नहीं. तुम लोग अगर fix retake कर दिया, सामने से एक counter stun आ गया, फिर तुम लोग ऐसे बोलोगे हाँ? तो ऐसा कभी नहीं है.
Dropping in the vents, trying to make some noise. Now the orb being picked towards the B side is going to be called out by the lurk of Shy. And Crew's looking to re-hit towards B, but there's a Bermuda Triangle set up by Loud.
Forceful through heaven. That's actually, they're all going to try to drop out. Again, they don't have main control. This is just about how the last round happened. Loud trading now with Pankata, getting the last two, the best of it so far. And that 4v3 is going to slow down for just a moment. Mazzino in sight though. That's Kawadzin actually able to trade the two, flicks back to Mazzino and still gets that one as they know Shy again is going to be trying to come from that B main area.
And those were such important kills by Pankata at the very beginning. Because not only does he get a double kill and weakens down the numbers of Crew in towards the B site hit, but he also dropped the spike carrier on the top of the balcony still. And everybody dropped inside the site, so there's no choice here for Crew but to fight back.
They are close to 4K likes. इसने नहीं किया कर दो 120 likes away.
Give enough time for the rotates to happen, the what ifs, right? So again, beautifully done.
दो round तेरा, दो round मेरा. अभी round बचे नहीं, दो तेरा, दो मेरा.
Have to be thinking we have a great chance to win this. The fault line, almost everything was used for heaven there. They hear all that utility and then see Crew drop into sight. They're almost dropping in just looking for the trades, and that is easy to retaliate against. Oh, nades in. Oh my God, the retaliation Pankata saving the hide of his teammate there on the entry. DGZ still gets to live around the column.
Never expected there was going to be a second player just closing the gap, closing the space of where Gizna can dash in. And that's what we're talking about. Double initiator utility to support the jet to move through, and it's just going to be a selfless play. That said, though, you're supposed to draw some players in the process, and unfortunately, he got snuffed right away. And that's not going to leave too much left for a Crew to convert this round, unless Loud overextends, just like we currently see Vinny back towards that spawn.
Exactly. I think Vinny has the team war himself. Once they have an advantage, take positions where all the knowledge is just fed to you.
Oh, tippy mara pata nahi chala usko.
The move is going to be, and everybody is looking at the right angles. 4v2, they still have a bit of work to do. Shy is still finding the backs of some of Loud. Pankata is trying to figure out where he is. Oh, he knows.
Oh, he knows.
He knows.
It's
not gonna matter. The stingers are coming up huge here. All right, where's the spike?
Exactly. Down, TP'd, good.
Oh my God, Shy is on one right now and cannot be stopped from Stinger to Phantom, and it is now up to Vinny here. Already had the push. I was saying Loud knows where Crew's coming from, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're gonna hit their shots.
बहुत गलत
Started
खेला
off
ये
so
round.
well though with Loud, avoiding the fault line on the top of the balcony to get the first pick and drop the spike, but then everything else that followed, it wasn't necessarily overextension, but we'll hold that thought. Vinny's trying to actually commit into the retake.
Smoke after the smoke. Now has to clear through this. Time already dwindling. One shot comes up clean. The break. Oh, the stop. Shy still brings in the aim and takes him out for a 4K on the round. And honestly, opening up these
Loud बहुत गलत खेला. Last का 2v2 भी वो लोग अच्छे से
It
खेल के
wasn't
निकाल सकते थे.
overextension out from Loud. It was lack of communication of what gaps were still out there that Crew could overtake. And nobody talked about watching the B side. I mean, Pencado was watching it, but there was the Viper Orb that allowed Shy to sneak through on the left side, be out of the vision of Pencada, and get the backstab kill on to Digizine, which then allows for the rest of, I mean, the last two players of Crew come out with a phenomenal 2v4 towards the end.
Close क्या
And
PC
somehow
है
a
उसका.
2v4 that was all capitalized by Shy.
You're right. I think that's one of the biggest things is with the way Crew is now playing, we saw Loud bring a conversion round back very nicely where Kesnet dashed into mailroom, got that judge kill. They started to go crazy, but I think maybe Crew identified in that they create a distraction in Loud. There's a bit of chaos where the windows we can work through, and like you mentioned, Loud not communicating that window the next round is the one Shy takes advantage of. Stingers can never count them out. We are going to get a quick tech pause on stage as we get a monitor fixed up. Thank you for your patience, and right back into game.
As you see, it's probably Mazzino's screen. And as I see the rest,
There's BW, yes,
we
sir.
should be good to go in any moment. So thankfully,
Bot by B,
going to
bot by
be a
B.
long tech pause. And as I say that, I'm going to regret it potentially.
Yeah, don't regret it.
But we're going in.
15
I was
to
right.
159
It's all good.
करो मत
So
करो
10
यार
to
वो
7 in the
सिर्फ
scoreline
50
just to
है.
reset things, right? Loud still in the lead, but only in the lead by 3 when Crew is starting to find success on their attack side, but not on good plays and setups and working the map. There had to be a lot of hero plays for it to happen. It was only really the pistol round that was the cleanest so far of Crew on the attack.
अच्छा लोगों को एटलीस्ट ग्रुप को और वो सब एक्सपीरियंस करने मिलेगा.
Back, we would see Viper throw that to the front side of B, use wall a bit, always be a nuisance, and now the Viper Orb kind of sits on that ledge of the catwalk right outside B. You can see it.
बहुत बड़े हैंड स्प्रे यूज करो हेडफोन की जगह.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at Loud's position on the defense. The fault line's being set up by Vinny to try to help Digizine, but it's off Digizine's contact. So he could still get smothered out if Crew moves in together and goes for the contact play. So I'm not too keen with the setup. Although you're seeing here the position on the B side just to try to close that gap of Bucky being played by Kawadzine over towards B. So you're just trying, I mean, TP was probably heard. Or a wall came up on the attack that allowed the lurk through from Mauser. Wow. And now you hear the TP back. But that is all a ruse once again because Crew has been grouped up towards the A site and they will hit where it's weak.
I think they were almost going to call for a fault line when Mauser took that shot too. So really Crew just playing ahead of the strategy. We saw some pings there at the A alt orb area.
ये मैं देखने जा रहा कौन सा साइन लेके जाऊँ. अरे लव भी बंक्स में चलेगा.
And this is going to be a low buy retake.
लव डालेगा ना. ना.
I would respect here if Louder playing a little bit further back just to drop to the spike because Adverso is getting very close to his ult. Although 3 others have very strong ults on the side of Crew. You're just trying to delay at least the ults rather.
They're going for those ults.
Yeah, to pop up as soon as possible. So they are allowing Adverso to move up. That's why he's leading the charge.
So where's my next orb? They'll find another one in spawn. That should be Kaznets. That's actually already blades up anyways.
Look at the ult.
Gets it either way. A little painful on that one. Kaznets going down to the spike in the end. They feel good about that though. 8 to 10 now as they start closing that gap.
That's
2
the thing.
rounds, they lose
बस,
bonus, and 1
अगर
run rounds.
अगर
And then Crew seem to figure
अगर ये राउंड अगर लाउड जीतता है कुछ भी करके और क्रू का अल्टी वेस्ट हो जाता है तो नेक्स्ट राउंड से लाउड का अल्ट रोटेशन इतना स्ट्रांग है कि सीधा 13-7 GG.
And he gets contacted.
My first subscribe
He can
on
still
YouTube goes
lose
to you,
his
bye. Thank you,
position,
Vinod,
lose
bye.
his
Thank
life.
you
There's
so
still a
much.
fallen that's
Means a
gonna come
lot.
out, but how do you
13-7 is
counteract
13-8.
that? There's nothing you can take on top of that. So Loud definitely needs to add a little bit more layers into how they could support or activate around the initiator plays, and it feels like they're starting to feel. It feels like Loud senses that crew is creeping up towards them, so you hear and you see the timeout being called by Loud.
No, I do like that. I think Loud, they with having the double
Karam karo,
initiator,
Subhambai.
they're kind of trying to figure out if they can dry peek before using any of that, right? Before sourcing the info, and they don't have a lot of info that's going to say, hey, someone's there except for the drone, so you can see the reason they're doing it. They're just getting caught out each time, unfortunately. Crew is, again, the aggression puts them in the right spot at the right time. We'll see that aggression focusing towards the A side now. Looks like they're going to fault line right up that ramp and try to get there quick.
And a timeout also is to figure out where we could position the op. So Digizine has that purchase this round, getting ready to get to be set up here to close that line up towards long B. But that said, all of Crew are looking to explode towards A.
Right up there. Pedal to the metal here for Kesnet. Somehow Melzer follows the same speed, says I got your backup. And now they have A ramp, which becomes a bit of a predicament if you don't have anywhere to go. The Rolling Thunder should clear the way, though, as they get the pressure into sight here. Both smokes are down. They got to use this Omen window to get that space.
They'll get a plant for Heaven. A pit towards the spawn, and all of them staying towards the spawn area.
Recovering it, taking that back.
Very big round of just fundamentals there. Fault line to gain space in the beginning, Rolling Thunder to gain sight, and now it's up to Loud to pour in the utility to get back in. Remember, having that pit allows them to get a little closer, but who inside is going to stop Loud from doing that from Crew?
Digizine needs to hurry up and help the team because he's got pain shells that can help clear some space, and he's not there to meet up with the rest.
Put it in the pit. Put it somewhere. Get the chaos going.
Are they going to save? They're pulling back.
Huh?
It looks like they're going to be saving on this one. They're not even close to the site. Spike's going to go off soon, so it's going to be the kill. And there's a lot of money for Crew here, so it's not just to take guns away, it's just to hide and see if they don't go down.
If you already wanted to, oh my god, thankfully he gets that kill. Because you look at the amount of economy of money that's left. At this point, I'm wondering what is being called by the RGL. What is Vinny saying to the team? Because if the decision was already to fall back on a 5v5 when the delay was good from Crew with the Armageddon and any other initiator util that is still up for the pulse plan, you might as well just fully fall back and not get caught in these moments where they're going to push against you. You already know they're going to push towards that spawn because the pit is there.
I think the late identify was that everybody, if it worked out, would have been coming from ramp. Would have been coming in, they can throw everything towards screens and fight the site horizontally instead of vertically like they were trying to. That just did not work for them. But credit to Crew. They're continuing to get through these rounds. That a very meat and potatoes round, if you will, as the fundamentals were fantastic.
I think that was spaghetti.
A little spaghetti from Loud, but you know, you meat and potatoes is the whole meal. You got to get your main course in there. And we see put pressure towards mid here from Crew. Still that lurk in from Shy towards the left side, trying to watch in if anybody pushes.
अभी जाग रहे हो अब तुम्हारा भी टाइम हो गया है सोने का इसके बाद सोना आराम से मेरे को तो 1 घंटा सोने को लगता है प्रॉब्लम
they still have at least enough to get a couple more rifles back in this round, and Kawadzine with a stinger. The only one anchoring towards that site where the pressure is coming from. He's trying to delay as much as he could to allow at least a start of a rotate to happen. Pankata going into astral form to set up a smoke in the front. And Vinny potentially using a Rolling Thunder to delay one more time.
Thunder बहुत crazy होएगा.
But there's no active rotates coming out from Loud because of the lack of information that they have here.
I think one of the things, they're so ready to stop it, which is never bad. But what follows up on the fault line? I'm so happy to see this and say, cool, we'll do something in a moment. And there's Shy just pushing Kawadzine.
And now they don't have the Rolling Thunder to delay.
Oh my god.
And they get picked off.
Just absolutely walking over Loud right now.
मारना था बस.
Get the site, get the plant, 3 there. Obviously going to be saving this operator as Tui's goes down to Mazzino, so that's going in the hands of Kesnet if they even want to. Kesnet's been on the forefront of these fights, so they may just stay with somebody else on the team to still have the power gun.
And that's the paint shells I wanted to see on the previous round to help the retake. And somehow going for aggressive positions at a disadvantage scenario. 2 versus 3, 2 individual plays, and now Crew definitely taking the stronghold of their attacks. They're tying up the game now in this series 10-10. So now we're all wrong. We thought it was going to be a 13-2, but it actually turns out to be a series of close last map. But so many mistakes coming out from Loud, feeling this pressure. I think they might have one more timeout in hand that could maybe help. But Crew definitely has full control.
In showing us a spicy attack now, where they've kind of faltered on some of their other maps. Crew is finding the footing on the aggression, following up Kesnet, and just having Kesnet go balls to the wall right now in the face of Loud. They are going to go towards B main, still a bit split before Kesnet joins them, but he did grab the hop, so we see how they slow the round down by giving him that main gun.
And Digizine has a bolt action, so working with the Guardian, trying to use that as a mini-op, while the rest of them are going for a half buy to be able to and maybe leverage these ults. But so far, there's, again, no active rotates to allow to get a showstopper to get good value.
Well, Vinny, that sees a squad of them trying to come out now. Can they guard each other? The flash comes through. Nice trade. Great teamwork as Armageddon starts to pressure the site. Everything in the 2. Concussed right clicks from Kesnet come up huge.
And the Armageddon gets no value. Kesnet somehow gets 2 while he's stunned and everything. That's insane what I'm seeing right now.
What is happening? The man has an operator, dashes into sight to get the 2 right clicks.
I guess we're getting spaghetti for dessert too.
Fearless, absolutely.
And this is what I'm talking about. Trying to retake the site 2 versus 4. I respect this because you can
no
buy the
idea
next round. But the value you could have had from the showstopper once you had the pressure on the A side. It should have been identified here that there's got to be some sort of work towards middle, some sort of work towards B. And Digizine should be rotating a little bit more quickly to support here, because we talked about the differences between the duelists rather here, Riv, where Kesnet is not going to have that extra paint shells to help around the double initiator, where the raise could be a key component to that for the flood retakes. But Loud has not been synergized in these team retakes. And Kalazine falls to the spike. That's the silver lining to not allow Mazzino to get closer to
love you, excuse me.
Nice timing by Kesnet.
That part will be out. 11
to 10 now.
देखा मैच कितना बजा 1 बजे.
Take the lead on split.
Dude.
The fuck.
What is this? What is this, man?
Oh my gosh. Look at this. The view, the watch party is pumped and ready for more of this. 2 rounds away for Crew to solidify this one. And it looks like we will get another Loud timeout. Your last one. To deliver information to the team, reset the mental, and prepare them for what could be taking it.
Both teams definitely showing that they were much more comfortable playing the attack side. Both teams saving their timeouts for the defensive end. But Crew, I mean, that there's been a lot of, not necessarily a lot of shenanigans, but a lot of different looks that they were doing. The first shenanigan that we just saw, the fault line dash 2 right-click classics, is probably unheard of and unattended for, and definitely Loud we're not ready for that. But when you're looking at how Crew has been very good into the post-plant scenario, staying within the site, exactly. The delays that they're using for util is basically not to allow Loud to get into the site. Right, so
and it feels like Loud's delaying to delay without a follow-up.
Exactly.
It's just not working for him that well.
So we're hoping that the timeout will be able to fix that up for Loud. They have a pit. They could start closing things up very early. It seems as though it will be the case. 2Easy is already down towards male. So they can right away and work the extremities and try to get value out of Digizine's off.
They go for this buy. Could be one of their final ones. It's going to be a low buy as we come into the next one. So they plan to keep Crew off of that 12th point. Pick goes down immediately here to try and dictate the hand of Crew where they might be able to go.
Big stun.
Melzer doesn't flash across just yet, but the team is going to try to pressure this together as they have a ramp control. But Kesnet's not here yet.
Good exchange of utility for a stalemate for the A ramp control, but a fast pivot from Crew to move inside the A site. Kesnet's just with the up. He's trying to duel against Digizine, which is fine.
He'll get back. He'll be able to have the shot straight across from Alto or down after watching sewers, so they know anybody that drops into sight is going to be protected, but they don't even need that yet. 4 screens. This is going to be huge if they can get out. That's going to be big. Brings him down to 6, though. A lot of damage back onto DigiZ from that. Mazzino and Shy picking up 2 right there. They're looking to get it on the 12th point right now. Game point in their eyes. With just 2 left, and Shy gets the 4K to lock it down.
Map and series point as the crowd erupts for Super Shy. A 4K in the round, putting him in this scenario. But again, another one. I mean, I feel that there was, through the timeout, a conversation to say, how can we leverage and help DigiZ get into the site with the showstopper? But because Crew keeps playing within that site in itself, they also took advantage of Penkata's Cosmic Divide to avoid that showstopper, and then they go for that pendulum swing, fighting back towards that site.
अब तो अल्टीज भी नहीं है कुछ लाउड के पास.
In this position to get the lead out of this grudge match between Crew and Loud. Both of them tied 1-1 so far.
Crew is just playing everything so fast. You're not seeing any fault line setups that Loud's trying to play off of in the aggression in the beginning, and as well as that's definitely not going to happen in the site if the communication isn't there from the get-go.
सीधा घुस गया, उसको भी पता है वो स्टंट है, उसको वुमेन ब्लाइंड है. सीधा घुस गया, कितना मस्त प्रीचिंग मिला. देखो, एक जंप पे उसके स्टन, डैश मारा, उसके वुमेन ब्लाइंड भी. मारो, अगर वो बंदा साइड करेगा, गाफ ही मार दो.
Shy to get a plant, to get the pit, and to get
भाई ऐसा टीममेट्स होना.
Incredible comeback here from Crew to keep it strong and keep the consistency.
लड़की की आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है? Fans यहाँ पे बाहर है ना?
Rounds, but now they look to take the series with the last 3 kills onto Loud as they enter the site. Loud looking to play a bit of elevation. Digi now in the eyes with the Guardian, trying to finalize a few kills as Vinny does get one of those onto Mazzino. But Crew is trading back even harder, leaving Tui's by himself, and Kesnet with the 3K means it's 3 maps for Loud versus Crew. But Crew comes out with the victory.
So difficult for Loud to retake in a scenario of 3 versus 5 inside the pit. Again,
8-4 split defense side. भाई क्यों? दोनों प्रेडिक्शन गलत गया ना मेरा आज का. एनर्जी भी हारा, लाउड भी हारा. कोई सीन नहीं. लोग बोलते थर्ड इज अ चार्म. Keep fighting, I'm coming for you, baby. Keep fighting, I'm coming for you. Chalo guys, that is it. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Got to learn a little bit of Valorant and stats and BTEX and some crispy aims. मिलते हैं दोपहर को, ठीक है? रेस्ट लेने की कोशिश करता हूँ. बाय 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 बाय. आदियोस, शेडी में पादियोस. टेक केयर, सी या, गुड नाइट. सी यू इन 3 hours, 4 hours, जो जितना भी है. बाय. लव यू लव यू लव यू. वापस आ रहा हूँ 4 घंटे में. बाय.
No chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.